What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth. Crap. Huh. James wins. Okay. I actually titled it wrong. Oopsie. I made a poopsie. Cool. Let me... God, 50 hats. That was funny. Let me reset my gifting goal. What's up, y'all? We're just getting started. My appeal went through, so we're back today. Should be able to have a guest, no problem. We'll see. I actually need to get a new boom arm. Boom arm. Let's do the Fest Pops today. Let's try that. We'll do 50 of those. 50 of those. Right. Confirm. Pin. Sweet. All right. What's up, everybody? The numbers will probably suck today. TikTok has probably got me in shadow ban purgatory. They don't like it. They don't like truth. And let me tell my peoples that we are live and guests are allowed. Send. What's up, y'all? Oh, thanks for the heart me. Let's see. Welcome in. Penny, what's up? Good morning. Cosmic Pat. Appreciate the heart me. And when you come in, don't forget to get your heart me. You can get points and it levels you up for my live. I don't understand exactly how that works, but yeah, I need to change the dates. I did go back to Tuesday through Saturday, so I really need to adjust that, but it's a pain in the ass. Because I have like two sets of text, and they're just offset, one shadow. It's kind of a pain, but I'll get to it eventually. Good morning, though. Today was kind of funny. MAGA's got a lot of winning going on, you know. Of course. Since they believe things that are false and don't believe things that are true, to them winning is losing, I guess. When the American people lose, MAGA wins. Or should it be the other way? When MAGA wins, the American people lose. Impeachment charges on Hegseth. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know how far that'll go, but I guess we'll see. Honestly, I mean, they need to impeach many people. They need to just go through there and get them all, because they're just straight up murderers, right? And here's what's interesting about that is that people are continually, and I wonder if they did this on purpose. I was actually thinking about that this morning when I was reading about the, Halsey is going to go into Congress and testify. Like, I wonder if they purposely leaked the double tap, like the second part, because now everybody is criticizing the second part, but in doing that, it assumes and implies that the first time that they hit the boat was okay. And so every time we talk about this, we really should just drive home the fact that the United States had absolutely no right to make the first strike. The second strike was just icing on the cake. It was illegal for the first one. It is illegal for the first one. These are serial unalivers. That's what they are. They are just going around murdering people on the ocean. Like, the first strike wasn't okay, So the outrage for the second one, it seems a little like, because the second one was just like the first. These are innocent people in a boat. There's no evidence they're doing anything. So let me get through some of these comments. Maybe somebody will disagree, but I think that when this comes up, we should just drive home the fact that the first boomings of those boats are illegal. It's all illegal. Impeachment is the turning point is coming to El Paso, and El Pasoans are already ready to protest. Well, good deal. Happy Friday. It doesn't even feel like Friday, guys. It really doesn't. The DOJ needs to impeach. Like, how do you fail to secure indictments because you illegally placed people? Placed people? Is that what you meant, Officer Real Talk? I haven't heard from you in a while, man. I'd love to hear from you. You're welcome to come up if you'd like. Didn't one of the families file a complaint? They did, as they should. Grand jury is a protection from malicious prosecution. Good job. James is innocent. Oh, yeah, I've got some clips of James, like, I don't think it was a response to her winning, but I'm starting to like that lady more and more, honestly. She's just unflappable, you know. She's like, fuck you. I'm going to do my job and fuck you. And I appreciate that. On YouTube. See, Just Security has a 6-part series on this issue that's very good on YouTube. If you could send me that link, officer, that'd be great. They had 3 warnings in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. Who had 3 warnings? Let's see. It's actually unreal. You're just giving it all up to the powers. LMAO. I'm not sure what that means, Michael. Yeah, the chaos to go to, and it's weird because we're a border town in the biggest blue city. I think it chose. I'm trying to read that, Miss Chaos, but I'm not sure I caught all of that. But yeah, I mean, either way, the first strikes are illegal. It's just straight up murder. I don't know that we can characterize it in any other way. They're just straight up killing people just randomly. Oh, you got a boat? You're in the ocean? Boom, boom. I mean, like, what are we doing? And think about the argument that the president can just declare somebody a bad person, and then all of a sudden they become some kind of like terrorist. That's horseshit. Like that is absolutely insane. And then claim, I even heard last night somebody on a panel talking about the Geneva Convention doesn't apply to these because they're terrorists. I'm like, well, that's the ignorant shit. Because if that means any country on earth would be able to just claim that the people they want to unalive are just terrorists, and the Geneva Convention would never apply. That's ridiculous. I'll pop in when you open up and explain. Well, it should be. You should be able to come up. Let me test it real quick because I should be able to have guests. I fixed that yesterday, and technically, actually, yesterday, if you guys were here, I got a banana, but the banana was actually that I couldn't go live at all. So I don't know how I was able to stay live, just not having guests, because when I looked at my notification, it was that I couldn't go live at all for 3 days. So maybe that was like a bug. Welcome in, Beth. How are you doing?
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2.
I can hear you. Yay!
Good. So you had trouble?
Oh yeah, no. Yesterday, like right before my live was going to end anyway, all the guests just were booted, and but my live was still going, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? It's like it looks like it's still live, so everybody could hear me in the comments. And so I just finished it off the last 20 minutes. But then when I ended it, I went in and it said that it had bananaed me, from going live at all. So I don't know. It wasn't just that I couldn't have guests. It was actually that I couldn't go live. So I don't know what happened.
But it let you continue going live.
Yep. Yeah, let me finish it. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, because usually it'll just shut it down and, it all just disappears. But that was kind of neat. Because I got to say a few things to the guy that I think was reporting it, the Connor, the IDF soldier. Yeah, because as soon as he come up, Beth, like 4 people got dropped from the panel. I mean, it was like bang, bang, just misinformation, harassing and bullying, misinformation. It was weird. And then all of a sudden, nobody could come up.
Connor, the chaos agent.
Yeah. Do you know which Connor I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know which Connor. Isn't it? It's such a big app, but yet there are just certain people in here that make the rounds, and everybody knows, if they're really great people or if they're really total pieces of shit. And he definitely is one that is a piece of shit.
Yeah, because I asked him at one point, I was like, well, if you had the power to do something, I was like, would you do it? And he was up on the panel. He's like, oh, yeah, I would get it shut down if I could. That's what, and then so it gets shut down, and he's down in the comments like laughing about it. He's like, I think this is hilarious. Crazy.
Wow, crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
no, it was a weird live yesterday. It was good live. I thought it was, but it was weird.
Well, a lot of things are weird right now, but congratulations to Letitia James.
Oh, I know. That's funny.
Hopefully the Comey thing will be also summarily dismissed and he can move on. Unless he's done something wrong, then, by all means, but we know the revenge tour is on. So
yes, it is. Matter of fact, that you bringing that up, let me play this clip of Letitia James because she was talking about the revenge tour. And now I cut that part out. I clipped it a little bit, but I want everybody to hear her because I actually love this lady now. I didn't know too much about her before, but after hearing this and seeing some of the things that she has said coming out, I'm just I'm all about it.
Big fan?
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Is nothing more than the continuation of the tour. He went after law firms, universities, immigrants, women. Thousands of federal employees right now are unemployed. Our government is in chaos and in disarray. Medicaid, Social Security, CFPB, and the list goes on and on and on. And we are standing up for the rights and privileges of New Yorkers and Americans. I will not be silenced. I will not be bullied. I will not bend. I will not break. And I will not bow to anyone. No one is above the law, including the President of these United States.
Okay.
And the Office of the Attorney General will continue to stand up.
Boom. Love it. I love that. I was like, damn, she means what she's saying right now. Ooh. That's exciting, though, to see her, because, grand jury can literally, the saying is you can indict a ham sandwich because the prosecutor, there's no requirement to bring in, defensive information. They present what they want and the grand jury not indicting. I believe it was Letitia's attorney. He was like, I've never seen this in federal cases before. Where the prosecutor thought the case was so strong, brought it, and the grand jury was like, no.
And no. Well, hopefully we see the facade is crumbling. The chaos agent that Trump is becoming more chaotic, more unhinged. And the sad part about it is that it takes people like members of that grand jury and others to say this is unacceptable, this is not appropriate, and yet we have these elected officials in the House and Senate. Tom Cotton comes to mind, who looks at a boat going up in flames and getting hit not once but twice, and he sees nothing wrong with it, but yet others look at it and say, oh yeah, there's a lot wrong with this. So I just don't understand, regardless of your party affiliation, wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. And why is he so eager to do these boat strikes when he's so willing to pardon the very people on this side of the pond or this side of the nation receiving said goods?
Thank you.
No fucking sense.
Yeah, you're referring to, I assume, Juan Hernandez, the former president.
That's one.
Yeah,
that's one. And by the way, folks, just for the you guys in the listening, not only is he pardoning them, he's forgiving them the fines that they were supposed to pay. One person was supposed to pay, I believe, up to $43 million. Gone. Not going to have. He doesn't have to pay it.
Yeah,
so
restitution out the window, and it costs the victims. It costs the victims the restitution that they should get.
And I want to say the total pardons at this point is over $2 billion. I could be wrong about that, but I keep thinking that in a conversation with a friend on the Hill that it was $2 billion. Again, I could be wrong about that.
It was a lot. And last time I looked, it was a lot of money. Yeah, and I thought at the time, the last time I looked, it was well over $1 billion. So you're probably right. Hell, if not more. I mean, because he just keeps pardoning people. Like that Kreller who took bribes from Azerbaijan's energy company in exchange for legislation.
But Hunter Biden. Why
And
is
his
he getting
laptop.
paid so much money from someplace in Russia? Hunter Biden. What about his laptop? Yeah, but you're
The
gonna
big
pardon
guy.
someone who's
Don't forget about the big guy. I mean, come on. We all know who the big guy is because Biden has always been accused of being a large man.
right. Yeah, right. So I don't know. I feel like we're just living in. You're probably old enough to remember the Twilight Zones with William Shatner. Have you ever seen those shows?
We are in the Twilight Zone. I know the Twilight Zone so well. I have the sound effect on my soundboard.
You do. Why am I not surprised by that?
Now it comes in handy because I mean, really, we're like an upside down world. It really is a bad episode of Twilight Zone.
Yeah, I feel like I'm William Shatner out on the wing of that airplane. What the
That's
fuck
funny.
is going on here?
Now, Miss Chaos, I didn't quite understand what you were saying in the comments earlier.
I was typing and multitasking. That was my bad.
I was
trying to make coffee. But I'm like, you need to know this.
Yeah, welcome back.
So Turning Point is coming to El Paso, which is weird because one, it's a majority Hispanic town, right? We're right here we're also a border town, and we are the biggest blue city in Texas.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
And the safest in Texas. One of the safest. And then, so they're going to UTEP and El Pasoans.
Oh, UTEP. That's where I got confused because
UTEP is the college here. Sorry.
I was like, what the hell is that? I was like, did she misspell a word here or autocorrect? What crazy? Okay,
no,
UTEP.
UTEP is their big college that they have over here. So a lot of them are already starting to protest and get ready for it. And it's very weird to see, because you got military people chiming in on this because, we're forced to be here.
And they're ready for it.
I don't even want to get started on that. The military people here piss me off. I'm like, I can't associate with y'all.
I've been to Fort Bliss. And I swear El Paso is going to be hell when God comes back. He's just going to say, oh, I've already prepared a place for all you heathens. You're going to El Paso.
And you know what's funny is when we first got here, the whole Trump and the immigration thing was going, right? I was like, if y'all could see what they have to trek through to get over here, give it to them already.
Yeah.
Just the walking around here is ridiculous.
They've earned it more than a lot of Americans ever earned it.
Yeah, dedication, commitment. I mean, all the things you've been a really good employee.
It's weird to see some Latino people, I don't know if I'm using the correct word, they're all for it. It's so weird here. But it's the ones that have been here for generations. Like, they didn't have to do all that struggle themselves. Do you know what I'm saying? It's those ones. Like, we've had a guy up on the panel before where he said he's like second or third generation. And he had his opinions. I think his opinions are shit, but...
Wait, who is that? You think whose opinions are shit?
I can't remember what his name was. He hasn't been on here in a hot minute.
Oh, like on TikTok. Somebody from TikTok?
On your panel.
I see. Okay, now I'm intrigued. Who is this person that doesn't know shit?
I cannot remember his name. There's a lot of people you put up here that don't know
shit. We'll go down the list. I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to hurt any feelings. So if it's not the person you think of, that's funny. No, so the gerrymandering, did that affect El Paso also, do you know? Or was that just a different region?
It depends on what generation you are here and how much money you have here.
Yeah.
That's where it comes. And I think they get caught up in, this is also a military town. So they're for military, right? That's all fine and dandy. I love that. I love that for you if you want to be pro-military. But they have to realize they don't realize what kind of shit actually happens with military. So it's a whole thing. So the gerrymandering of people, it's them putting it out everywhere. There's Tesla trucks everywhere. I'm just like, ew, eyesore. But okay.
Those
And then
cyber
some people
trucks
retire
are.
here, so you got those people here, but we're still considered a big blue city.
That is interesting. Yeah,
Mhm.
I didn't know El Paso because is El Paso larger than Austin?
Mm, I don't
Uh,
I don't
I don't
think
think
so.
so. No, I
Well,
don't think
Because
so.
I've
isn't
been
Austin very blue? I thought it was a very liberal city. Well, of course, Joe
half
Rogan showed up and
because my
Alex
friend
Jones
lives
is
there
out
and
there.
she
So,
said that it's very iffy because
Yeah, I would
she's
say it's half and half there.
yeah,
yeah.
because I've heard that in Austin there are places or in just a city where women can walk around topless. Is that true?
What? No.
No,
In
no.
Austin?
Oh,
Let me look it up because that's I mean
yeah.
I've heard that
I've
in
never heard of that one.
let's see
I never heard
topless.
Ooh,
that.
bunny.
Oh
Look at you
shit, that was
go.
awesome. Viking
Four.
hammer. Wow,
Damn.
holy shit! Thank you. Wow,
So chaos.
yeah, thank you, Bunny. Wow.
So chaos. When I was
Mhm.
there,
Mhm.
I asked someone, "Does it snow here?" And they
Um,
looked at me and they laughed and giggled and said, "You're too funny." It snowed
Yeah.
36 inches or thereabout in one day, about a week later.
Yeah. But see,
It was
when we
like,
got here, it last year it like flurried, but then stopped.
okay, so
yeah.
why can you go topless in Austin? So apparently you can't. Let's
I
see.
wouldn't.
It's yeah. Well, these fucking pop-ups. It's not news that you're allowed to be topless in Austin. Barton Springs Pool is often full of topless sunbathers, and Hippie Hollow Park remains a popular destination. How we got here is easy to explain. No Texas laws exist against being topless, and Austin has never moved to prohibit toplessness. If a man can take off his top somewhere, so can a woman. The state's indecent exposure law says you can't show your genitals or anus in public or in a private space with the intent of
So
the
you just
public
can't
seeing
show your
you.
bottom half, but you can show your top half.
Right. The law doesn't mention breasts. Free the free the boobies.
Free the
Okay.
top
Hey,
half.
I'm okay with this.
I'm all about. I always thought it was weird that men could be topless but women couldn't. That
It's the
Yeah,
same
I'll
thing,
tell you
different
what.
shape. They just don't grow bigger.
right.
Well, we'll
And
take
I've
a lot
seen
of
some
topless women
dudes.
over men.
That could use a
I've
size
seen some
B.
dude that have got some. Yeah, they probably need a bra, but they'll call it a bro.
Well, and
Oh, of
thank
course.
goodness that women there can breastfeed openly without being harassed by the police.
As they should be. That
As
is
they
another
should be,
topic.
anywhere.
I saw this TikTok video. This lady, the owner kicked her out of the restaurant, which is even more ironic. She's in a restaurant feeding her child, and this guy gets pissed and makes her leave. And I'm like, that is like, why can't the baby eat? They're all eating. Why can't
Are
the
you
baby
talking about the
eat?
one in Blue Ridge in
I don't
Georgia?
remember where it was, but that old
I
guy
think
was
that was
like
Blue
screaming
Ridge.
at her. Yeah, it was fucking.
Yeah, I think that was Blue Ridge. I'm from the city like right below it in LJ, and they are like that. They're very conservative. That whole north part of Georgia, very conservative, very oh my god. I'm not moving back there ever again. No, thank you.
Good for you. Good for you.
Nope.
Although El Paso, in my opinion, ain't much better.
Hey, I got till 2027, then I'm out of here. I'm done.
Are you at Bliss?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we
It's
live in
been a long time since I've been
the
there.
off post housing.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you know where Dyer is,
now when you say you're out of here, you mean you're going to go to another base or?
yeah.
Oh, I
He'll
see.
get the pick if he does not have to stay here because he just got TC. So because he's a tanker,
What is
so he'll be a
TC?
tank commander.
Oh,
He's in
sweet.
charge of the whole thing.
That would be awesome and scary because you're both armored and confined to a small space.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I
I know
want him
that
to
the
change-
numbers for
I told him he
for
needed to change
tanks-
jobs. He said, "Well, I can be on the Schnook." No, that's even worse.
What
are
is
you
a
doing?
Schnook? Is that a
So
is,
that's
is that
the
a plane?
that's the big helicopter that y'all see.
Oh, I see. Okay,
So like the
like a
bigger one,
transport.
'cause-
Transport.
Yeah, basically. or fuel. They can be fuel too.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that drop that like thing that flies out the back that the other planes,
Yes,
just dip their
they
thing
can.
into.
Yes,
If
That's
they're
but they're
ready
the
engine.
ones with the
right.
two propellers. If
It's
Yeah, they've got the dual rotary blades.
Mhm.
Dual rotary.
that is so cool though. The being able to refuel in midair. That is to
It
me
is cool.
awesome. That I wonder who when that became a thing. Do you know when that started? Like when they invented that?
Ooh, I don't-
That would be a question for my pilot husband who is not here,
Let's
because I
see.
can tell you that he wouldn't even think twice and he would know the answer to that question.
But then again,
I
I
want to
get
say
the thing
that.
of, oh, that's a tank when it's really a Bradley, and I'm just looking at them like, no,
Let's
it's
see.
not it.
When did they first create the ability? June 27, 1923.
Oh,
U.S.
23.
Army Air Service pilots use two Havilland DH-4B biplanes transferring fuel via hose between the aircraft. Oh, so that was like, grab the hose.
Yeah, pretty much.
Throwing the hose over there. Like, one guy's over there.
They got
Yeah.
better practices now.
That was like, I was siphoning it. That's fucking funny.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a little bit different. But you think about that. In 1903 was the first, quote, flight, right?
That's
20 years
crazy.
later, they're fueling. 40 years later, they are dropping, the big B on
Wow.
Hiroshima.
Hmm.
Think about that.
That's
In a
amazing.
span of less than 50 years, aviation went from, barely getting off ground to getting 35,000 feet in the sky to drop a big B.
Hmm.
That is
That's amazing.
that is
from
amazing.
I hate the fact that it went to that. I've been watching that Hiroshima story, and it's so sad, and so that's what brought me to thinking about that. But yeah, it's a very sad situation. But and how Japan and us, how we're even allies, I really don't know.
Well, think about it. The M1A2s, which is the tank before the new ones, those came out right before, I want to say, right before Desert Storm, because those are the ones my grandpa was on when he did Desert Storm. And now they have the M1A2, A3s, which
M1A3.
which all they did was change the inside structure to be more electronic.
That's
So they
crazy.
have
And
different nods on it. They have different, they can pick up some extra things. My husband can explain it better. I just know roundabout half of what he says because he'll spout off a bunch of letters. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. My ADHD's done left the building.
that's funny. I wouldn't be able to keep track, but you brought up the big boom boom, which actually makes me think of Gaza. And let me just show this clip here. This is, like a before and after satellite images. Like, look at that.
Oh,
It
my Lanza.
it literally looks like a big boom boom went off there, right?
Like
One of
Hiroshima.
yes, it like looks just like that, almost just
And
demolished.
this is like my daily question when I come in here. How can people who support this be okay with that? Like,
That's
why are you
crazy.
okay with that? Like, what in your right mind did you miss in a morals class that makes you, oh, well, they're this? That doesn't mean they need to
God.
unalive.
That is
I don't care what
wild.
they are. That does not, no.
Yeah, I just and because you can do that same damage without even using the nuke. I mean, clearly we see that now.
Well,
I
I
guess
mean-
the only benefit is that there's no like fallout for years after where they
Right.
because the Japanese people they had deformities in their children for decades. They probably still to this day are having negative effects of the radiation.
I would not doubt it.
Crazy.
Well, even the practice heat rounds that they use for the tanks now. I can only talk about tanking because this is what my husband does. You get me into another thing, I'm looking at you like I don't know what you're talking about. Those will even catch fire if you do it right. Fort Hood is notorious for catching fire every time the tanks are out there because it's just dry. So imagine Gaza being dry at the same time. It's easy because the artillery that we have nowadays is a lot more, what's the word, potent than what we had back then.
Yeah.
Just the rounds, not even like the BOs, none of that. Just regular rounds. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is. Now you're saying that like they will, because it's volatile, it'll catch fire in the tank. Is that what you're saying?
No, not in the tank. Now I have seen a tank catch fire.
Oh, you
but
mean when it goes off, it'll start
when it goes
fires.
off, and then it goes in, and it, because they have like this ground wall, it'll hit that ground wall, and it'll just catch fire because it's dry.
I see. Okay, yeah, that makes.
And here it's just a bunch of rocks and shrubs and
Right.
little tweedles. What do they call them? Tumbleweeds. That's the word.
Tumbleweeds. That's funny.
That's how west it is.
Hold on, where I got this up. Okay, because I'd like to talk about the pipe boomer, because I don't know if you guys have been seeing like the conspiracies around that, where the Biden administration withheld all this evidence and it was a conspiracy because this person was a liberal.
No.
You haven't
Yeah,
seen
I've
that?
heard all this. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I've seen some of this, but they've been saying, and I've thought this from the very, very beginning, that there were Capitol policemen in on this thing from the very begin planning of this event, which is I think why some of them self exited the earth late after the event, right?
Mhm.
And so I think there is a lot more to this. Do I think that they held evidence? No, I think this is being investigated now for years. And it sounds like they've found someone that fits the criteria or matches the evidence.
Right. Well, so they claim that the DOJ already had the evidence of this person like buying like the galvanized steel and the parts to make it, and that the location data showed that this person was in the areas where these boom booms were found. So they're claiming there was a lot of evidence that Biden had, or at least Biden's DOJ had, and they never brought charges. But now that the FBI. Well, sure. But now the FBI was talking to the guy, and then we find this out because, MAGA's been going on. Oh, it was a Democrat. It was all a setup. But then he let this boom drop that he believed the election was stolen, which was literally the reason that they were there to begin with. And so it destroys that whole narrative. And that's why I thought it was interesting to bring up, because they just keep creating these, like fake conspiracies based on feelings, and then it turns out to be just not true, like with Letitia James, for example, or now Brian Cole, and or Ping Pong Pizza. I mean, holy shit. Do you guys remember when that guy got arrested, when he went in there with that pew-pew?
Yes.
That was nuts. And then he later admitted, he was like, okay, I got duped. Because there was nothing in there. It was just a fucking pizza parlor.
Pizza place.
Right. But they really, 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 truly believe it. So now we know that this guy was an erection denier. I hate having to say that word.
I'm surprised they can
The fact that you had to say erection is hilarious.
You can say erection, but not the other one. Man. We're going to get you. We're going to get you. It's
That's
nuts.
so
but
fucked up.
So dumb that down for me in like the super, super blonde terms, okay?
Yeah, dumb what down?
What the pipe booming.
So they had a picture of this guy that was, clad in like pullovers and whatnot. And they couldn't find the person that did it, right? Or at least they had suspicions, but they never had anything that was like solid enough to go after. That was the claim. So then in comes the Trump administration and Crazy Eyes, Kash Patel. He comes in there, and now they start, I guess, going back to the beginning and reviewing all of the stuff that the previous FBI had looked at, and they find information that might suggest that this guy is the guy. So now they've arrested him, charged him with it, And during the questioning, he told them that he was an erection denier. So, yeah.
Okay.
But MAGA
I hope
has
they read
been.
him his Miranda rights because
Yeah.
free Luigi.
Oh, that one was crazy. So I looked it up and I couldn't find any evidence that he had been released. There was a notebook, however, that Luigi's lawyer was trying to get removed because it was too prejudicial to the case, and it was just overly damaging. But other than that, I couldn't find any information that they had said we couldn't use because of a Fourth Amendment violation. I haven't seen that. I've heard it on TikTok, but TikTok is full of bullshit. You know,
I love it though. It made
do
me
too.
happy for 2 seconds.
Yeah, no, I was like that. No, that'd be awesome.
Because you had that Connor boy up in here, and it made me sad.
Were you here last night when the live got fucked?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was wild.
I was here for a second, but then I had to go do gaming stuff. Like I had to edit and stuff. So I was like, no.
Yeah, that's crazy. But Beth, what are your thoughts on the boom boomer? Like, is it just more par for the course? I guess.
The guy they just arrested.
Yeah, like the fact that he's an erection denier. I mean, is that?
And I think it's anything to distract from the Epstein files.
I think they're going to pick apart every little thing that has happened, though.
Yeah, let me tell you how this works. Okay, they will keep this stuff in ongoing investigations, right? They will keep it going until the prime opportunity. This could be right before an election, or before someone announces or right after they announce their candidacy, or whatever. They hold these stories. They hold the opportunities until a time when it meets with a strategy that they need, i.e., we're not going to let you be a candidate, so we're going to drop the story. We're going to hold off until the president is in office before we drop this story. This is all very strategically done from someone who has been in the political world. There are times that they hold on to these things until it meets a really good timing opportunity, and then they drop it. Now,
right.
We'll see. Again, so far, unless he actually has admitted to it, and they've covered all their bases, and like Chaos said, make sure they've given his Miranda rights, right? Because a lot of this is circumstantial, unless they actually have, a confession. We'll see. But I'm not shocked by any of this. And again, I really think at some point, if we ever get the total truth, you're going to find out that there were people in the police office, the Capitol Police Force, who were part of this whole situation. I hate saying that, but I think it's fact.
Well, and it would make sense because the police are generally conservative, and
right.
Would have supported Trump, I'm sure. And they probably, a lot of them believe the erection was,
right,
not.
And I'm telling you,
real.
People behind Trump, they are very, what do you call it?
Delulu.
Delulu.
They are very. It starts with an M. They are very. Anyway. They get these people to believe their narrative, right? Hey, but we really
malleable.
Need your help. That's not the. But anyway,
okay.
They get these people. Hey, we really need your help. As a Capitol Police officer, obviously, what's on the line here. You face these situations every day. Communism is creeping in. You're going to lose your job. And so they reinforce these stories, and there is no doubt in my mind, because again, we're not hearing anything about these people like the guy from Butler, Pennsylvania, right, who climbed up onto a roof and apparently took someone's ear off, which didn't happen. These people have been convinced that they are on the right side of the Lord's work, and that their help is needed to protect this president, and they will do whatever they've been asked to do.
Yeah, so you think that the self-unalivings of those officers, you think
Yes.
it was because of participation, and
Yes.
and then they were hung out to dry basically, and realized they too got ping
Right.
pong pizzaed, basically.
Right. That's exactly right. It's the Jim Jones effect. It's the fact that look at the general right now who's being hung out to dry. Look at any time anything has gone wrong under Trump's administration, he fires people, he throws them under the bus. Buzzkill Keg's Breath is doing the same thing right now, and they're just throwing people under the bus, and they're going to insulate themselves. And why people don't see this already, I do not understand, because he has done it now for decades.
Yeah.
Decades.
Now,
and what's funny is that Mr. Buzzball, he's the reason why a lot of
Buzzball?
soldiers. Yeah, Mr. Buzzball. That's what I'm calling him.
Who-
Because what
who?
else does he do? What Hex has? What else does he do?
Buzzball.
He has to have his morning buzzball. So a lot of military members now, not even just the ones he's trying to kick out, but even the ones that have, a moral compass about their brain, are not re-signing contracts. They're not coming back because they don't want to be under this thing that they're creating where it's only white tea men in the army.
And they're
Because
being
my
asked-
husband has told his lower enlisted, if you look at a female or any other type of soldier a certain way, since Hexeth wants it back in the old days where you can do things, I'll meet you behind the connexes. So let's not.
Well, also that they're being asked to do illegal shit, like
Yep.
Halsey. Halsey was like, I'm not going to do what you're asking me to do because we cannot boom civilians. Is my understanding of why he resigned.
No, because
and
even-
that within 15 minutes of that meeting with Keg's Breath, he was like, well, I'm going to fucking resign because I'm not going to do what you're asking me to do. So he just replaced him with somebody that would.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to hearing that testimony because
I'm looking forward to Kelly coming to court.
I have a feeling a lot of things are about to come out about what dude was doing, and I think that impeachment is probably going to go forward. But what that does also is take off the heat from Trump, because he's got his scapegoats that'll just, it's like the car is designed to break apart to save the person inside, to deflect the energy. It's just like this. He'll be able to just slough off all of these actors, these characters during his fucking train wreck of a presidency, and he'll be saved at the end of it.
Well, not only
Crazy.
that, it's some companies around here are doing border missions, like they're helping Border Patrol, because Border Patrol is quitting in droves because of how they're treated and how they're used and what they want them to do. The military members, all they can do is send up reports. They cannot fire any pew-pews on nobody. They cannot detain anybody. So what are they there for other than to look scary? That's it.
Right.
So why are you having them do this but not go help somewhere else where shit is needed? It's just weird. But you don't have them on the northern border either. Only the southern one.
Right. Well, and let's not forget Sarah Beckstrom from West Virginia. She was where she shouldn't have been. She had no business being in D.C. And were flags flown at half staff for her? No.
They
Were
didn't
for
fly
Charlie Kirk?
half staff?
No.
Seriously?
No. Only in only in West Virginia.
Wow.
Trump did not
Even though they
order-
were federally activated.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So all you veterans out there that support Trump and you say that he's all about the military, I
No,
want
the
you to
hell he
remember
is not.
Sarah fucking Beckstrom from West Virginia, who was 20 years old, who did what she was asked to do who followed, her commander in chief to DC, the safest city in the nation. She did her job. She lost her life because of his stupidity. And then he didn't even have the balls or the leadership ability to say, we need flags flown at half staff for this proud patriot.
Okay, so
Fuck
I
all of you veterans out there that still believe in this asshole.
okay, so I just looked it up, and yesterday he did. As a mark of respect for the memory of Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, West Virginia Army National Guard, by the authority vested in me as President of the United States by the Constitution and laws of the U.S., I hereby order that the flag of the U.S. shall be flown at half-staff at the White House and upon all public grounds and military, at all military posts and naval stations. So he did yesterday do that. But
Okay,
how long? Well, that's good, but how long was it? I mean, how long has it been?
long.
Several weeks, and so fuck him. And it was probably because he was getting. I'm telling you, West Virginians were fucking pissed about that.
Yeah,
and they should be, and they should be. And so my guess is he caved to the pressure. And they had a big thing in the Capitol yesterday, a tree lighting ceremony, and they did it in Sarah and Michael Wolf's honor. That this tree would forever live on. I mean, it was such a fucking dumpster fire of a speech by the governor. It was, and nobody showed up. And that's because people are fucking pissed that it took so long for Trump to even acknowledge that she's gone. Number one, acknowledge that he won't even acknowledge the fact that he vetted this person and granted them asylum. It's I just don't understand.
Well, and let me point this out. So Kirk was unalived September 10th.
Yep.
And look what day, honoring the memory of Charlie Kirk, I directed the flag shall be flown at half staff the same day.
Same day. Yep.
The same day.
Big speech on the Senate floor. He got a medal. So far, nothing about Sarah Beckstrom. Nothing.
That's, just cannon fodder for him. I'm surprised he hasn't come out and said, and see, this is why women shouldn't be in the military. I'm surprised we haven't heard that.
Senor Buzzball can kiss my, you know what. But what's funny is that when they send the National Guard to these cities, one, very rushed, very, very rushed. I've seen it happen. Super rushed. It don't make no sense. A lot of times they don't have lodging, which they're entitled to per diem if you have orders. Some type of lodging, even if it's an army tent, okay? Don't even have that. So why are these veteran Trump supporters, because I'm going to piggyback off of what Beth said, why are they okay with that? Like, you have soldiers sleeping on the streets with nothing, no food, no nothing. Maybe their Camelback, which has water in it. Why are y'all okay with that? But you're okay with putting somebody who didn't have any service related anything on a pedestal as high as Mount Everest. I don't get it.
No. It's
and all these people, and they're like, oh well, he has a family. So do all these military people. They have families.
Yeah, well,
Sarah had a family. Sarah had a family.
Exactly. She did.
Who loved her very, very, very much. Her community loved her.
Well, it's just more fodder for Trump's, fascistic machine. These things will happen under authoritarian regimes, I guess is, wait, okay. I'm just looking through Google News and I see, and I shit you not, this is the name of the article from New York Post. Women's farts smell worse than men's, and there's science to back it up.
What? They barely have science on our coochies, but they have science on our butts. Okay.
Forgive me.
New York Post.
I know. I'm like, so I'm just like going through there like, okay, what kind of craziness has happened in the last 20 minutes to see this fucking article? And I'm going to pull it up here so y'all don't think I'm just crazy. I'm sorry, but that's hilarious. That's fucking funny. I'm sorry. I say women's farts smell worse than men's, and there's science to back it up. What a stupid article. We're murdering people in the Caribbean, and they're writing about the smell of farts. Okay. Wow.
All right, I gotta go be a marshmallow. I'll be back. I love y'all.
All right, we'll see you. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it.
Okay, hold on. I forgot how to get the heck out of here. Hold on, I got it.
And what's sad is that I am going to leave that tab open so I can read that article later when I get off the show. Anyway, Big Drizzle, what's up?
All right, yes up, man. Good morning, good afternoon, good anybody across the world. Hope you having a wonderful day, y'all. Um, my thing is this. I'm upset. Well, I'm upset, but it's kind of as expected with the Supreme Court as far as the gerrymandering of Texas. But do you think when it comes to California that there'll be big rooms for California that even though they're doing appeals, if it goes that far to the Supreme Court, they're going to uphold us changing our redistricting.
I think this court will, and they'll make some stupid legal argument why there's a difference. So Texas will be allowed, as they just did, yesterday, I think it was. And then, who was it, South Carolina, I think? They allowed. I just have a feeling that California is going to find themselves unable to change their districts. I do think that'll happen.
Now, I have a question. Do you think, because I do predict, and also because I look at ChatGPT, right? I do predict that the blue wave will come, right? Do you think that when it comes to redistricting, it will have no effect of the blue wave coming, or do you think it's going to limit their chances?
I personally believe that what we're seeing is so egregious that blue wave will come no matter what happens. Assuming they don't, find a way to mess with the erection. And by erection is TikTok friendly language in TikTok. You can say that word, but you can't say the other word. Whatever.
You can't say elections?
No. Well, yeah, and careful. Because if you use certain words surrounding that word, and I don't know what those other words are, it will fucking, I've had my shit taken down several times because of it. Yeah. That's a matter of fact, that's one of the most sensitive words on TikTok. Which is nutty, but, it is what it is, I guess. Beth, what is your read of it? Because Beth probably will have a more educated response to that question you just asked. Beth?
I would say that number one, unless people start realizing that the power is within the vote, within the people and people who are going to the polls, and not making excuses. Well, my kid was sick or whatever. I'm just not tolerating that kind of shit anymore. I think they're going to do everything they can to restrict brown and black voters, which is what this is all about. I think it'll have an impact. Yes, I think it will have an impact. That's the whole purpose, right? That's the whole, it's like Speaker Johnson said today, that people need to just chill out because everything's going according to their plan and people just need to be patient. And yeah, you need to be patient because what they're doing is they're dismantling our election process, action process. And so, do I think it'll have an impact? Yes. Unless people say no. And I'm talking about people who voted for this moron, who I want you to understand, if you don't say something, your vote may not be cast in the next term because there may not be another one.
Yeah, like Trump said, all you have to do is vote this one time. You'll never have to vote again. That's what he said.
One more time.
He means that, right? I mean, know he means it. So you realize that Pete Hegseth is not going anywhere. He's not. Watch this. He's not going. He needs Pete in there because Pete will turn the military against us Americans. He won't find another person like that. But I truly believe, watch this space. Hegseth ain't going anywhere. He needs, especially for midterms this close, Watch this.
Yeah, if an
He's not
impeachment
going anywhere.
happens and a removal, I wonder if Trump
Host, I
will
don't think
argue
so.
legally that, Congress is trying to take away my right to have a
Right.
cabinet of my choice. I bet you he'll try to make that argument, but, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but
Host, he'll bring it to the Supreme Court.
well, sure. I mean, that's
Host,
possible.
They're not going to find anyone that'll turn the military against us Americans.
Well, Stephen Miller would.
Right occur.
Stephen Miller would.
Yeah, probably, but it's just too late in the game now. And midterms are so close. Even if they impeach him and try to remove him, they will fight it and bring it to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court knows the assignment. They all know the assignment.
Right. They've worked out some kind of deal, I'm sure. Release it to list. Love the name still, by the way. Funny. Go ahead. I see your hand up. Go ahead, man.
So I have a counter argument. If Trump is playing out of the fascist 101 playbook, the people that tend to get sacrificed at the golden altar first, aside from political opponents, are the most devout followers of the supreme leader. Anyone who starts to build up their own following will be sacrificed. Keg's breath, if he starts getting a large following of people and Trump sees him as any version of a threat to him, he will be sacrificed. And I don't mean, like pew-pew or anything, but locked up forever. And I think Stephen Miller is also at risk of that. Ironically, though, I don't think that the vice president has any fear of it, considering he's a human Teletubby with cognitive deficiencies.
Teletubby.
Really bad eyeliner.
That loves couches. He's like, let me couch that thought for a moment. Fucking eggs that, or fucking JD Vance. That's funny. Teletubby. That's the first time I've ever heard that. That's good.
And host and fellow Democrats on here, it's going to take years to undo the damage that he's already caused. Years.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you think the world, Beth? Do you think the world, or do you think our comrades in the world are ever going to trust us again?
Yeah, depending on the next president. Yeah, no, I think they will. I think that they will reestablish foreign and diplomatic relations with our allies. Listen, the majority of foreign leaders know this guy is an idiot.
I know, and that's what I was saying, Beth. They don't trust the American people. 77 million voted for.
They don't have to worry about the American people. They don't have to worry about the American people. They just have to worry about the American president.
Beth, another Trump, and a smart one. If we had a smart one as devious as this one, our democracy's over. And you don't think that's so?
JD Vance is that guy.
Right, JD Vance. He's not a dummy.
Right.
Okay. So
and he's not an asshole to your face. He won't make it so obvious that he'll be doing this, but he'll be smiling at you at the same time.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm doing it for you. This is for your safety.
77 million people. Fucking wrap your head around that. Voted for this.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I feel like Beth though is probably right, because they've dealt with us for so long and they know how our elections operate and such. So I think they'll understand that this may be a blip in our history, and that unless we don't come out of it fixing it.
Not a blip, host.
Well, this is like a very
this is the way America's going to be moving forward.
Right, but look, this is a big spotlight on all of those problems. It showcases very clearly the problems that we've had. That's really what this is. And so if we don't come out of this starting to resolve those issues, then yes, the world is likely going to turn on us. But if we come out full steam ahead and start saying, fuck that shit, we don't want any of that anymore, the world is going to see that, and I think they may, as Beth would say...
The ultimate goal is the white America.
I mean,
but also remember, Chico, we're not the only country going through this same situation. There are countries all over the world right now who are dealing with white nationalism in their countries. So this is not unique to us. And so they're dealing with those problems at home. We're dealing with ours. And again, I think the majority of foreign leaders who are our allies understand that this guy is, like Loud said, kind of a blip. And I'll give you my take on it. I think he was elected because we've had a Congress that hasn't done their job in decades. I say this all the time. A president has very limited power. Very limited power. It is Congress that passes our laws. How much progress have we made on immigration reform, healthcare reform, other than the ACA, which was brilliant, healthcare reform, taxation reform, education reform? We're not talking about destroying and rebuilding. We're talking about reforming. It's always much easier to build or change what you have, or rebuild, and not rebuild, but to modernize, remodel, whatever you want to say, what you already have, than tearing it down and rebuilding it. We have been talking about these issues within Congress for decades. And again, Congress has done nothing of significance for 50 years other than the ACA. Bill Clinton balanced the budget. You had the CHIPS and Science Act. You had the Infrastructure Act under Biden. But tell me what's happened under Trump. Nothing but destruction. What happened under Bush too? Afghanistan.
Jesus Christ. Iran.
I mean, it's been a dumpster fire under Republican leadership. So until we get a Congress in there that actually starts doing their job, and a president that actually leads Congress to do their job, he's the cheerleader.
The same people that voted for George W. Bush twice are the same dipshits that voted for Trump 3 times. It's not going to end. It's not going to end.
Well,
these low IQ inbreds, you think they're going to say, you know what? Those woke people are right. It's not going to end. It's not. I'm sorry, Beth. I hope you're right, but it's not. It's not, man. We're not going to wake up today and say, yeah, those woke it, even though they're fucking low IQ, poor. 19 out of 21 dumbest poor states are red Republicans. They're already suffering. They don't care. They just want to stick. They hate what I look like. They hate the color of my skin. They hate black people, and they hate you liberals that think you're too smart. That's embedded in their psyche.
Again, I think you are seeing a shift again. I think some people are recognizing, wait, you're going out and you're dropping these big pellets on boats that you have no evidence to support your theory or your claim whatsoever about what they're doing in the ocean, right? It's in international waters. We have no business being in there. There's been no progression. But hold on just a second. Hold on. But then you've got the very same president who's got this war on what, pardoning cartel leaders and people who have done horrific acts against their fellow man, their fellow Americans. It's contradictory. And I think even Republicans are saying that. Yes, I do think there are Republicans who are, I'm not talking MAGA. I'm talking Republicans who are waking up to say, wait a minute. We were promised the Epstein files. We haven't gotten them. We were promised no new wars. And here we are getting ready to go into one with Venezuela for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah. And I've witnessed the changes in these people, like here on TikTok over the course of months. I have watched it. I know that it's happening.
Do you think at the end of the day, they're going to vote for anything other than what they're told to vote for? I thought the whole grab him by the what? No, I thought when he mocked a disabled reporter, okay. You know how many times we were told, okay, no, it's not. At this point, they're untrustworthy. They are void of any empathy or reason. They just are.
I mean, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but like, what do you think should be done to resolve it, or do you think it just doesn't matter? It's all going to work itself out in the negative.
Know. I'm so over, and my hate. I'm with what's the girl that was up on that I like the cut of her jib. She said
Maverick,
how
Luigi,
Maverick.
Yeah,
I like her temperament is exactly what we need. I'm not allowed on liberal lives, Democrat lives, especially Republican lives, because I like the cut of her jib. They are inbreded. They are hopeless. I'm being very serious. Literally, if my president, I would never vote. I wouldn't vote for someone to be a librarian if I knew that they were legally not convicted, but liable for SA. They're fine with it.
Yes.
When it comes out that he touched little girls, they'll say, I guarantee they'll say, well, what would, was she 15? I mean, that's not that bad. I'm telling you, man, these people have no scruples.
Okay, so, sadly, a lot of this comes down really to human nature. Because they've picked a side. They see this as good versus evil. Because a lot of these people, they can't think in matters of nuance, right? It either is or it isn't. And so when their side picks this side, it's a struggle for them to acknowledge the problems that their side has, right? And so even if all of this, they'll create in their minds a different perception that's not based in reality. So 52%. somebody may say that this person was SA'd. They will literally in their mind believe that is just a lie. And so now, even though you and I see this person as supporting somebody who did SA somebody, their perception is not that because they've convinced themselves that it just wasn't true. And that allows them to continue. Now, Democrats also do this. This is a human issue when it comes to generally just not really complex thinking people.
Agree with that.
It is. The simple minds look at things generally in black and white. And so what we saw was that people are fucked. We've been fucked for a long time. Life is hard. You're struggling to pay your bills. You're living paycheck to paycheck. And then you get this flamboyant, charismatic fucking guy come in there, and he sounds totally different from all of the other politicians who have been lying to our faces for so long, both Democrats and Republicans. And they latch onto him because they think he's their savior. And he took advantage of him because he's a con man, and that's what con men do. And so we're in a situation where people are being what humans do, which is to literally not believe what their eyes are telling them to continue. I mean, that's really what it is.
I'm not just saying because I'm Democrat. 52% of the Republican electorate only has a high school education or less. Let that sink in.
Chico, I'm going to push. Hold on, Chico. I'm going to push back because I'm from West Virginia.
I don't even have a high school diploma, for the record.
Yeah. Well, I was born and raised there. I have all my teeth. I have a college education. I own.
I almost spit out my nos, Beth. Damn you.
I mean, the bottom line is you're painting with a very broad brush, right?
Are you kidding me?
Party. I'm sorry. No, I am. I'm not kidding you. Look at these statistics. Am someone. Well, again, you're using generalization terms here when I am telling you I'm from West Virginia and I lean
you're one of the lucky ones, like the host. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, but I'm also telling you that there are a lot of people in West Virginia who are of the same type of alignment. But you also have a lot of very powerful corporate
they're very
entities.
few.
Well, that may be, but we're trying to change that. West Virginia actually has the lowest number of women out of the entire nation in the state legislature. I would say, Chico, that the best bet for us at this particular time is for each of us to individually and collectively focus on our state legislatures and local elections.
What does it have to do with me saying Republicans are generally stupid?
I don't think that's factual. I don't think it's
totally
factual.
52% of them
do I think they voted wrong?
Barely have a high school education.
No, that's not true.
It's
That's
true.
it is not true.
52% of the Republican electorate only has a high school education or less.
Well, they may not have a high school, or that doesn't make you stupid, sir.
I'm sorry, Beth. You're from West Virginia. That's one of the dumbest states in the union.
Again, I'm one of the maybe, like you said,
you're one of the lucky ones.
Yeah, but okay. I'm just saying there are a lot of
you're a unicorn.
In West
You're a unicorn surrounded by fucking hillbilly goats.
Now, I'm careful. I'm also a hillbilly.
Well, be proud of that. So is fucking J.D. Vance. Look what he did.
He ain't no hillbilly. He claims to be, but he ain't no hillbilly.
He fucks Couch. He fucks Vladimir Putin. Fuck that guy. I gotta go, host.
Thanks, Chico. I appreciate you coming up. Lively and up the debate.
I gotta take a phone call, so I gotta get off here. I gotta take a phone call. So, but it was always good. I'm glad everything got worked out for you. So
yeah, well, I'm in the doghouse. I'm in the doghouse. So I'm in the TikTok doghouse. That's okay. Yeah,
friends
no, I
let friends
host alone.
I feel bad. I'm just leaving you here stranded.
Don't worry about it. No, it's fine. Like I knew going in that the numbers were going to be pretty low, and it is what it is, because people that watch the show generally at work, so it's
well,
it's not a big deal.
He still has a zoos down here.
Yeah, well, he's I know. Yeah. Anyway,
okay,
but thank you, Beth. I appreciate you coming up. Always good to talk to you.
Bye.
We'll see ya. So yeah, the second strike. Again, when we're talking about the boats, I can go back to the boats. That second strike, I think when we have these conversations about that, we really need to just even avoid making that as if it's somehow worse than the first, because the first was wrong to begin with. I know this is kind of switching gears a little bit from Chico's argument, but I only say that because I looked up and I saw this New York Times piece talking about the boats. But I don't know, it's just weird that this focus is on the second strike, because these people were injured, but the first strike was just as illegal as the second, in my view. Now to what Chico was talking about, I think when it gets bad enough, they're going to realize they were taken, and the Republicans are going to have to rely on propaganda in order to combat that. They just are. They're going to have to do really crazy tactics. Like, I remember when, I think it was when McCain was running, they were doing these robocalls where they would call people and it's like, if you learned that Barack Obama or whoever it was that they were calling, I think it was Barack, had a child out of wedlock, whatever. They would make these, ridiculous questions. They wouldn't state it as fact and therefore not defamatory. Although one could argue, it could be defamatory per se, but they would do things like that in order to affect votes. And now, since we have social media as such a big thing, they can literally just make shit up. And it'll be geared towards, with the AI, it'll be geared towards each individual person, because they've got psychological profiles on all of us. So they are going to engage in a bunch of shenanigans, because all of these AI pukes that are, generally speaking, working for or to some degree with Israel, they're going to be engaged in this to make sure that their candidate is the one that wins. And I'm not sure how effective, how important it is for Israel's approval for a president to become president. I don't know how much they've kind of moved the ball there, but certainly Israel has had an effect on it to some level. And especially now with the surveillance state that we're coming across, it's going to be so much easier for them to do it. So, that may be a discussion that people should have more often, is the ability for them to be manipulated through social media and these little clips that may come across, and a lot of them could be lies. So, we've got to find a way to defend against that. But I don't know. I think Chico is pissed rightly so. And I think he is not seeing any sort of light at the end of the tunnel. And I guess I can understand it, but at the same time, I don't think that that's very healthy, because then what's the solution? If you notice, I asked him, what do we do? And he didn't have an answer. So it's not the healthiest way to go about it. Now, moving away from that just a little bit, I have this video that I'd clipped from this morning. This is from Gavin Newsom. This shit is fucking hilarious, y'all. Bring a little levity to the show here for a moment. Let me pull this up. While I don't like Newsom because he's a big fat fucking Zio, and he's I think in the pocket of them, especially with these AI bros. This is hilarious.
You said coming soon. You're selling new knee pads for all CEOs, universities, and GOP bending the knee to Donald Trump, and you're actually selling these knee pads.
Oh, we raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. By the way, they're available today. By the way, some of you may need to buy them in bulk, but we have the new Trump Signature Series knee pads on my Patriot site, which is an actual real site. I encourage you, if you're bored, to Google it right now. And they were sold out, just like our universities were selling out, just like our law firms were selling out, just like a lot of CEOs were selling out this country, our future, our republic, selling out my kids, your grandkids.
Now, while I find this funny, this is a strategic move on his part. He's going to run for president for sure. And people are, they're going to love him because of things like this. He's like, the left's version of Trump, but it's performative, but that's fucking hilarious. Gotta say, the fucking knee pads, some of you need to buy in bulk. I mean, that's good shit, but I am afraid that Newsom is likely going to be the front runner. And even if he wins, sadly, he's just going to kick this can down the road. He's just another corporatist, similar to Clinton or Obama. And that I think those kinds of Democrats are the reason that we're here in the first fucking place, because they didn't really do anything in a large way to resolve the problems that people have. And as a result of the problems that people were having in this country, it led to this want for Donald Trump and the ability of Donald Trump to just, lie to people. And so I don't know. Did you see the clip I just played, officer?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did? Okay, I got it. Let me play it again. I know that may seem redundant, but you got to see this because it's pretty fucking funny. Let me cue this back up. Hold on 1 second, and then I'll let you talk after that. I don't know. That shit's fucking hilarious.
You said coming soon. You're selling new knee pads for all CEOs, universities, and GOP bending the knee to Donald Trump, and you're actually selling these knee pads.
Oh, we raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. By the way, they're available today. By the way, some of you may need to buy them in bulk, but we have the new Trump Signature Series knee pads on my Patriot site, which is an actual real site. I encourage you, if you're bored, to Google it right now. And they were sold out, just like our universities were selling out, just like our law firms were selling out, just like a lot of CEOs were selling out this country, our future, our republic, selling out my kids, your grandkids.
Anyway, that's good shit.
That's pretty good. That was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I mean, that's like something Donald Trump would say, although not as clever, right? Trump would mangle that up. Anyway, what's up, man? How are you doing? It's been a while. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, good to see you. No, I was just saying, I got busy earlier, but that video that I put in your DMs, which is good. It is safe for if you're ever bored and there's like a lull in your life. It's good for playing live consumption. It's no political slant. So like the series I'm talking about, which I also sent you the name of, from Just Security. Someone could argue there's a bit of a slant because it's a panel of people. They're all attorneys, though, international lawyers, but they're all discussing, the Venezuelan issue. But what I sent you, though, that specific 33-minute video is the audio version of a long article Just Security wrote, where they're just giving out the facts on like the DoD code, the international human rights laws, how they like interact with NIAC. For people who don't know, that's basically it's a conflict with non-state actors. But yeah, I was letting you know it's got a lot of really good stuff in it.
The
Like a lot of really good
NIAC.
stuff.
So I looked that up. National Infrastructure Advisory Council. Is that what you're talking about, or is this a different NIAC? Oh, and he teacupped. Yeah, anyway, he sent me a YouTube video. I'm going to check that out. But he said there was a 6-part series. I don't think this is part of that. But, well, while he's teacupping, oh, there you are. So is this part of the 6-part series or it isn't?
Yeah. So there's 4 main parts called Murder on the High Sea. Those are like 4, like approximately 1 hour long audios where there's a panel of attorneys. They're all discussing the matter in a legal sense. This though is specifically about the double tap.
Gotcha. And like whether it's legal or not, they're talking about the legality of it. Is right. That okay?
Yeah, and when they say NIAC, they're discussing non-international armed conflicts, which are conflicts they're conflicts with people that are not actually they're criminals. Like they're not state actors, they're not terrorists, they're not military. Like we're striking not in international waters, like we're striking like in somebody else's country's zones. So I don't, but it's a good listen. There's a lot of really good information that you would get out of it. And they don't. It's in. This is for no offense to anyone at all, but for those of you who have not studied international law and you're concerned, Just Security does a really good job. It's in lay terms, like they break it down into lay. They're not going to throw a bunch of like jargon and code at you and then just like move on with the story. You know what I mean? Which is what a lot of legal journals tend to do to people, and I don't like that.
Yeah, no, I'll check that out because I've seen a lot of people making those arguments that like Geneva Convention, for example, doesn't apply to them because they've been labeled a terrorist, and I'm like, if that was the case, the country could just label them as a terrorist and just start unaliving people.
Yeah, they're just huffing copium. That's all they're doing. Like the
right. Yeah, Trump can't do anything wrong. What do you mean?
Yeah, because like the issue is like, even if somehow a group falls out of Geneva, it doesn't. But even if they did, you would still have what they call the IHL, the International Humanitarian Laws, which are specifically laws of armed conflict. Those are your international laws of how you're supposed to treat enemy combatants. So like in the DoD, we follow it. I think if people want to look it up, it's DoD 5.4.7. And there's things in there like what is a horsed combatant, so someone who's unable to fight you back. What does it mean to be not just shipwrecked, but to like refuse quarter, like stuff like that is all in there.
So, officer, may I pose a question really quickly to you?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, buddy? So, if the mission, in fact, like, let's just use this boat, okay, and let's not even pretend it's the rug boat. Let's just say it's a boat in the international waters, okay? And so the mission is to sink that boat because of the contents that are on it. Now, the very first drop happens, and you obviously are understanding that there are going to be people that are on that boat that are going to be unalived because of said, mission. Now, the first one happens. Right. And it doesn't sink, and the people that were on that or that were on the boat originally were in the water, but now have then swam, whatever word I'm supposed to use there, back to the boat to get back on the boat to be able to get all of the things that they need to get. The mission again was still to sink the boat, and it wasn't accomplished. What is wrong with going back? Because those people could have stayed in the water on their flotation devices, whatever it may be. What is wrong with the United States completing the mission and hitting it again for the second time?
So there's 2 issues. So the first issue is sinking a ship is a colloquial term. You want to you render ships inoperable. So once you struck the ship and it blew up and it was rendered inoperable, we can obviously see that it's no longer a vessel that is capable of its intended purpose. That is a sunken ship. We don't have to put it at the bottom of the ocean for it to be considered a sunken ship. We've destroyed the content. We've dispatched the crew. We have eliminated its operational capacity. It is sunk, or it is shipwrecked, right? The other issue is if you're going to engage with a group, quote unquote, even if they're designated as a T group, quote unquote, you do have some insurance of human life that you have to adhere to. So what we should have done is we should have came to the area because they were one, defenseless and unarmed individuals. Two, the ship is inoperable. We should have seized them. We should have put them in the brig, and we should have then hit the boat again. If we really wanted to put it at the bottom of the ocean, hit the boat again. The Navy does it all the time. The Coast Guard's even done this before. You seize the crew, you sink the vessel, you steal you seize its content, you move on with your day. The issue right now, though, is that the specific order was to eliminate people. That's what Congress was hinging on. That's what was verified by the admiral, which was I gave the order to strike the ship, and I gave the order to eliminate the survivors, which is illegal. It's not illegal to sink the ship. You can hit the ship as many times as you want. No one cares about that.
Have you heard the most recent report that came out on it at all? Like where they were saying that the newest information. Let me just play the audio for you really quickly, if I can, and tell me if you've heard it or not. Okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Bear with me 1 second. I apologize.
If I get bars, give me like just really 2 minutes, and I'll be in a better area. But yeah, I can hear.
To a source familiar with the incident, the two survivors climbed back onto the boat after the initial strike. They were believed to be potentially in communication with others and salvaging some of the drugs. Because of that, it was determined they were still in the fight and valid targets. A JAG officer was also giving legal advice.
So that was from the nightly news. And so that was the most breaking information. And so you had a JAG officer in there that was providing legal advice. And now the information is these, and that's why I gave you this scenario, friend. These individuals were, not eliminated during it, but instead of trying to save their own lives and, cling to this vessel like these Democrats, like to say out there, or to cling to a shipwreck, which is the best one I think I've heard so far. No, that wasn't the case. They were actually trying to board the vessel again, try to salvage whatever material that was there, and we just completed the mission at the end of the day, officer.
I thought that we had came to the conclusion as well in Congress, though, that the vessel had no means of communication. So like the original defense by the admiral was, well, they were going to communicate.
You're breaking up, officer. We're losing you.
They had no means.
We have zero idea what you said for the past 20 seconds, or not that long, but for a little bit.
Start over, because from the beginning we didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the area that you might lose me for like just literally 30 seconds. But yeah, so Congress though responded with intel saying, oh, they don't have means of communication. And as far as JAG is concerned, I don't know how I feel about JAG right now, because when this originally started, the head JAG officer for Southcom gave the advice that these strike and that we were going to internationally and domestically, and that person was then fired. So I don't know. I guess we have to reevaluate JAG's orders as well.
But this is also based on the premise that you're allowed to summarily execute somebody for running rogues.
But
we don't do that.
We put that T behind that narco.
Doesn't matter. They're not terrorists. Nope.
But that's what we've labeled them.
That means that they could label Republicans and or Democrats terrorists and just start unaliving them? Is that what you're telling me?
No, it wouldn't be quite the same. I don't think Democrats.
Why not? Because in my view,
people.
if I'm a Democrat and I'm looking at a Republican, I see a violent person who wants to harm me. And so in that vein, I could call them terrorists. The same argument is the same argument, and put a T behind the name, and all of a sudden I'm allowed to legally just unalive you. And if you're wounded and you're hanging on for dear life, unalive you for sure.
If you were able to come to have like this consensus or this analysis out there, where Republicans were, unaliving people in these great amounts, or even Democrats were doing this, and it was specifically because of who they were and what they were doing, then you might have an argument there. Unfortunately, you're trying to conflate that with a known substance that is unaliving people, not only in the United States of America, but in other countries.
I'm
So
sorry,
you just can't quite say the
wait.
same
Is
thing.
it the substance that unalives them, or is it the person that ingests the substance that unalives themselves? Can we be consistent?
Well, it would be the substance that is causing the unaliving, and the
Okay.
person did. It could be either voluntary or involuntary. You never know. I mean, I've heard of people that have been taking things that they thought were okay, but yet had the F in it, and somehow ended up unalived.
Okay,
Whether it's
so
true or not, I don't know.
we have something that the cartels use, and to your point, you believe that the happy powder is somehow unaliving a bunch of people, because that's what they were allegedly running, right? Because we don't even know that that's true. But
Would you
if
suggest
that's the
otherwise?
case, we have a group of people who create and manufacture things that do, and their sole purpose is to unalive things, and that also is being used by CTEL members to unalive people, and that being its sole purpose to unalive people. Do we go after the people that manufacture those things that are used to unalive people?
Absolutely not. So again,
I'm sorry.
but you're-
So
what
hold on. The thing that somebody ingests, chooses to ingest themselves in nearly every case, chooses to ingest themselves and happens to unalive, right? That is somehow worse than something that somebody did not choose to ingest, yet finds it inside of their head or their body and they unalive. I'm sorry. Can you tell me why one is worse than the other?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're talking about, I'm assuming 2A, right? That's what we're talking about here.
Yes, gun manufacturers. Yes,
okay.
and runners, gun runners.
Would you agree that a 2A has a greater good in instances?
No.
At not one point in any part of our lives, whether it's our military, whether it's I don't know, police officers. At no point anybody should have a 2A.
I didn't say that. You asked me if one was more important than the other, and I
No, I
said
didn't.
no.
I said, do you see that the 2A, does it have a benefit at all? That was my question.
A benefit at all?
Yeah.
Sure, it has a benefit.
Okay. Now I want to ask you the
Do
second
rugs
question.
have a benefit? Well, hold on. Whoa. Do rugs have a benefit at all?
This specific drug, let's talk about it. Does this F drug
Yes.
have a
No.
benefit?
Whoa. Do not change the argument to F drug, because that is
Okay,
not
let's-
what is even alleged to have been
Okay, then
in the
ski
boat.
slopes. The ski slopes. Let's talk about the ski slopes. I don't know. Okay, you pick one. I don't give a shit. What do you want to talk about? Pick the rug.
We're talking about
I don't
a
care, whatever.
specific boat with a specific rug. So we have to, in order to be consistent with our argument, we have to talk about the rug that was in the boat.
Okay, well, that would be the cocoa plant, right? Is that what we're going to assume it is?
That's what they're alleging. I
so
don't believe them,
same
but
question.
that's
I'll
what they're
stick with that
alleging.
one. I'll stick with that one. So is there a benefit to anybody, whether it's medicinal or does it have a benefit at all to anybody in society other than profit?
Yes. It has legitimate medical uses. It absolutely does. It is a very powerful local anesthetic. You can look this up. It's been used for centuries, my guy.
So you're telling me that the recreation or that's not the right word. The manufacturing of the ski slope product is going to be used in pharmaceuticals in what country?
Oh, I don't know what they're going to do with it. It's not on me.
I'm asking
It's not on you.
What country,
No.
What country uses that?
Okay. Okay. So you're saying that you believe that the rug was manufactured for bad purposes? Yes.
No, that's not my question. What does the rug at all serve any benefits to anybody?
I already answered you. Yes, it does.
And now my next question to you is you said they use it in medicine as local anesthetics. And my next question to follow up with that, Tim, is what country? What country uses that as a medical practice for their local anesthetic. And I'll wait for your
Have
answer.
you never self-medicated when something was wrong with you? Have you never taken? You've never taken an ibuprofen. You've never taken an Aleve.
Tylenol,
You've never taken a Tylenol. Well, guess what?
Yes.
Those unalive more people than any rug that was on that
Don't
boat.
move the goalpost, buddy. You can't move the goalpost.
No.
That's not
We're
what
comparing
talking
things. You're talking about rugs.
No.
Tylenol, for example, has great medical benefit, but it also unalives people, doesn't it?
Again,
same as ibuprofen.
But again, you can
same as
Aleve. Hold on, that there is a benefit. There is a benefit to it, and there is an accepted benefit to that regardless. But my question to you specifically is about the ski slope, and if there is a benefit to anybody medicinally across the world. Your claim was that they use it in local anesthetics, and then my response still is, what country?
In the United States? What are you talking about? They used to use it. Hold on. Whoa. No. Hold on. Sorry, they used to use this in dentistry work. It was used as a local anesthetic for a long time. It has been used as a pick-me-up. Similar. It is. What do you mean? They used to chew the leaves. They used to chew the leaves of this rug, and it would give them a boost. It helps with cardiovascular systems, and if you are hooked on it, it can help you with what is known as a disease called addiction. So it has medical benefit. So your claim is that one has no benefit whatsoever and the other one does. And I'm telling you, they both have benefit. There are benefits of the rug as well as benefits to the Second Amendment, which is the pew-pews. The difference here is that when they manufacture that, the purpose is not to unalive somebody, it's to make money. And guess what? The same is true for those pew-pews. The pew-pews aren't necessarily created to unalive somebody. It's there to, for self-defense, assumed. But then sometimes people will run rugs down to the cartels, and those, guns down to the cartels, and those guns are then used to pew-pew something. So it'd be one thing if the boat was like full of pew-pews that we knew they were going to go and use to unalive somebody to protect their product, but that's not what they chose. They're choosing to do it for something that, that they manufacture that we then buy.
Well, again, you go ahead, buddy.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Awesome. No, I was gonna say also really quick. I guess it's important to note that actually, I do think liberals' comparison was actually pretty spot on. Like a T group is a group that's seeking ideological or political change domestically or internationally.
Damn it. You get out of the cave. Go to the light. Go to the light. There's a bear in that cave.
Man.
Okay, oh, damn it. It went back down to one bar. Are you teleporting? I almost said the D word.
Let's wait for you to get those bars back before you talk again. That way we can get all of it.
Am I doing what?
We can hear you now.
My bad. Sorry.
Hurry up. Dude, like Bob had a baby, it's a boy, and go real fast. Just kidding.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is my biggest op. Yeah, just but they're profit driven, So we treat it as criminal enterprises. I'm highly uncomfortable with this narrative that we don't want schmugs in our country, but we just released a guy with a 45-year sentence who was one of the largest traffickers of I think that we knew of in South America, a former president. We also released 2 individuals from those quote unquote narco boats that we had on board of an actual Navy ship. We didn't even bring them back to interrogate them, to try them in American court, try them in international court. And I think that the reason why I say that liberal is actually more spot on is because I could argue that Republicans could be considered a T group, right? Like, for example, America signed what's called the Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. It's a long name. It's an actual thing. It's called CEDAW, CEDAW. It's an international treaty for women and the treatment of women. And actually, the restriction of AB access violates that treaty. And so, if a Republican group was going to take control of our government and they were going to do things like make racial profiling legal again, you can get to a point where somebody could say these people are terrorists, they're enacting state violence against me to subject me to their ideological and political whims. This is not how democracy functions. They're not working within our system, and so the issue then becomes, yeah, it's should we just start doing bad things to Republicans, Or what about what's happening in Sudan? Should the Sudanese forces label the rebels as terrorists and then be allowed to dispatch of all of them, not making it a G side any longer? I don't know. I think that when you start playing fast and loose with definitions to garner sympathy or sanctity within your own system, so you can avoid illegalities and bend our rules and break our rules, I think you open yourself up to a lot of lethal blows like that, and that's just not a good place to be.
Yeah. No, I agree. Frugal, please.
The I guess where we were in the argument, so I'm just going to bow out, not because I'm not wanting to continue it. I don't know where we are in this argument. I was trying to get you to understand. Let me just tell you where I was on this. Number one, you would need to be having mass unalivings to be able to be labeled a T group. So that would need to, and it would need to be focused, specifically that it was either a D or an R that was causing that. So then I moved into discussing pew pews and the benefits that they do serve, and then how the rugs do not serve any. So that's why it falls into that category. And so then that's where we were, and I don't know now how we've gotten back into this topic. So that's just where I am on it.
Well, he may have missed some of what I was talking about with the medical stuff. And then he went back to the original stuff because remember I first talked about if we label things whatever we want just because we want to justify something that we want to do, a Democrat could then turn around and say the same thing about Republicans. I don't want to live in a country like that. I don't. And like he was saying, like it's important to have that label for the most terrible people. Because at the end of the day, cartels are there to make money. That's what they do.
I just want to point out you don't have to take a life to be a T group. The threat of violence to effectuate those changes is also considered Tism. And that's why I said Republicans, we could get to a point where if somebody says this group is so diametrically opposed to not only what we've set out to call human rights in our own country, but internationally, but they're using the threat of government to enact those views. Like, for example, if you're a woman who goes and gets an AB, we will arrest you. Well, that's the threat of state violence. You have seized my body without a trial. You have made decisions for me without deeming me incompetent or dangerous, and now you're threatening me with state violence if I break the rules that we have not even come to an agreement on because you hold the power. We have not had an agreement on this. Right.
You described our whole entire constitution, and how it works. So yeah, our whole country's a T group, is what I'm hearing you say.
Well, I mean, a country could make that argument, but I mean,
hold on though.
Sure.
I want to complete this thought though, which is, are you suggesting that that you could be called a T group without just simply by the mere threat and never actually going through with any of those acts? Did you really believe that?
To a degree, yes.
I'd love you to give me an example of any time, any T group that hold on. Somebody give me one example of a T group that has threatened violence that we have labeled a T group that has never actually engaged in such violence.
Well, how about I just use the legal definition of international terrorism?
No, I'm just talking about one.
It's actually really quick. So 18 U.S. Code 2331, you can look this up. It says the term international terrorism means activities that A, involve violent acts or dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the U.S. or of any state, or that would be a criminal violation if committed within the jurisdiction of the U.S. or of any state. B, appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and occur primarily outside the territorial jurisdiction of the U.S. or transcend national boundaries in terms of which blah, blah, blah. So it doesn't, you don't have to engage in those things, but it's a broader scope than I think what you are trying to make it be, right?
I believe that there are those definitions there, but I would love for you to give me an example of a group that we have, in fact, whether in the United States of America labeled a T group or anywhere else outside that anybody else may have labeled a T group that has not.
I can give you a good one from state actors in the United States.
Go ahead.
I can give you a good one. So something that is also recognized in U.S. law is scholastic terrorism. I would argue that when the president of the United States calls for the unalivement of Congress based on not even the adjudication of their actions, but his feelings on a matter. And those people then start receiving lone wolf threats on their lives and attempts on their lives. He has engaged in scholastic teaism. He has propagated violence with his own words, which brought about an actual manifestation of violence in others. That is actually base definition of scholastic teaism. I think if you actually Googled that, somewhat of an example that fits that framework would probably pull up.
Yeah, I mean, and also just just because you may not be able to find many examples of an
I
organization.
don't know if I can mute myself. Hold on. I asked a
Oh,
question. Officer, a question. Did somebody did we the United States label somebody a scholastic terrorist?
I'm
I
sorry, what?
mean, it's
Have we labeled somebody a scholastic? Has anybody labeled somebody a scholastic terrorist? And who was it?
Actually,
stochastic,
yes, technically we have. Or
What?
I might be saying it wrong too. How do you
stochastic,
say it?
Oh,
stochastic. Yeah,
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you,
I heard
stochastic.
scholastic.
No, you're good.
yeah.
I said it wrong actually.
I
But
never heard.
actually, to some extent, yes. If you look domestically, we don't
Okay,
have
no,
like
we're
a
not going
like.
to
Wait,
try to stretch something into it, officer.
I'm
Like,
not.
we're not going to
No, I'm
do
not.
that. No, when you say to
I'm gonna
some
give you a
extent,
real.
that's stretching something into it.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna give you a real example. So I'm prefacing to if I can be as factually correct as possible. Just so we're clear, America does not carry a domestic T list. We have groups that are on watch list. Those are two separate things. I'll make sure we're all very clear on that. However, white supremacy groups are on that because of their rhetoric, which leads to typical lone wolf violence. So there are high ranking members of groups, like if you look up the 14 words, for example, that say things that then
You're being
perpetuate
I
and
got to
foment
interrupt. You're being
violence.
disingenuous. None of those are
I'm
T
not.
groups, dude. No, you are. None of them are T groups. I'm really trying to focus in
They've
on.
been charged
Hold
with
on.
terrorism.
I've asked a very specific question, and now you're trying to wiggle your way into something. And no,
I'm
they're
not.
not. They're not a domestic terrorist. They're not a T group. What was my hold on? What was my question then, officer? Do you remember what it was?
Do we have any groups that have been charged as scholastic theism
No.
in
My
America?
original question. No, you're the one who brought this scholastic terrorism in, or however I'm supposed to say it. I didn't. That wasn't my question into it. So my question was: can you give me one group that has been labeled a terrorist or whatever I'm supposed to say? I apologize if I'm getting your live, flagged or whatever.
No, yeah, but yes, there are a few like the
What?
Animal Liberation Front. Haven't unalived anybody, but the FBI has considered them a terrorist organization.
That's like objective fact. Like I've never heard of this before.
Yes.
I don't even know about this group before. What do they do?
Are they extreme PETAs?
They, I believe they're involved in like dealing with animal rights or something. But
What? Like, all right, hold on. Let me
yes,
look this up.
so
Let's look it up together.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
the Animal Liberation Front is a global tea organization that was founded in 1976. It spread rapidly as well as turned into a domestic tea organization in the U.S. But if you look it up, there are no unalivings by this group
yeah.
in the United States.
I think it's important to see that we just understand how scholastic teism transfers into law. Like scholastic teism could transfer into law into like conspiracy to commit. So if I'm using rhetoric to foment a violent action or using rhetoric that led to the incitement of a violent action, I could be charged as well because those are my words. But the thing about scholastic teism is that it has to come from public officials. That's actually part of the definition. So like if you have like an eco group or you have like a human like a
Eco-terrorism, yes, that's what these are categorized under. Yep.
right. But I think specifically, and you can double check me, liberal. I think I'm not listen, chat. I'm not gonna say the word right. Deal with it. All right. I think it has
Leave
to
him
come from a
alone,
public
guys.
official.
We know what he means. That's like nuclear. I can't fucking stand when people say nuclear. Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I was gonna say I think you can look it up and double check me, but I think that the specific people it has to come from for to be scholastic. I don't like you guys. Scholastic is they have to be public officials. Like it has to be a member of like a standing government.
Yeah, right here. ELF and ALF are terrorists by definition, using intimidation, threats, acts of violence, and property destruction to force their opinions of proper environmental and animal rights policy upon society. ELF and ALF resort to arson, sabotage, and harassment in hopes of using fear to attain their goals of hampering development and free commerce. In fact, ELF and ALF are responsible for estimating conservatively over $110 million in damages and 1,100 acts of terrorism in the past decade. But again, they've unalived nobody. Neither one of those organizations, but they're
agree.
considered.
I was reading that as well. So yeah, it reminds me of like the, I don't know, like the people that would run to the what, the Tiger Farm guy, or the Tiger, what was that dude?
Yes, the Tiger King. Right.
King and let out his tigers and like kind of shit like that.
And it's
so I never thought about that, liberal. So I mean, again, there's learning experiences on this thing, and so this is a learning experience for me.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's just because it's like the intent, I think, is the point. Like, what is your intention and what are you trying to do? If instead of lobbying the government to affect change, you decide to go and, like, you know, tear buildings down or start fires or, you know, do shit like that, you're going to be labeled a terrorist. And under this circumstance, you know, somebody's burning down a building, and when they make sure there's nobody in it, I don't think it should be, you know, execution on the spot. You know what I mean?
So do you think that the same terrorist laws apply because of how they've been labeled, or is this just for like prosecution purposes, is to try to get maximum sentencing? Like, I'd be curious to know the I guess rationale and reasoning.
So when it comes to the domestic terrorism, and I think Officer will probably be able to speak better on this, it is treated differently. However, ALF is also an international terrorist group because they spread into other countries. So they are both a domestic terrorist group and an international terrorist group, which would put them under the same vein as what Trump is trying to do with the cartels.
The issue with the cartel is that once Trump said that we were in an armed conflict, it brought us into domestically and internationally NIAC, non-international armed conflict. This is where a government goes to fight non-state actors within a country. So the issue with that is the international human rights laws, which we have ratified in this country, which is why the DoD reflects that, the Pentagon reflects that. That is now in play. You can look, we can call whoever we want a terrorist and we can engage with them as such. It doesn't make it right all the time per definition, but we can do it. There's no checks and balance on who a country calls a terrorist. But the checks and balance is once you fight them like they're terrorists, once you call them an armed group, once you call to armed conflict, there are now laws. And American service members are going to be now subjected, as we're learning, to these laws. Even if they were given bad legal advice, it doesn't matter. JAG can be held just as accountable. If JAG said, line up all these citizens, it is legal for you to squeeze the trigger until none of them are alive anymore, even though they're unarmed and they're surrendered, and you followed that order, JAG could also go to jail. Attorneys can still do illegal things. You can't. I hate the way we think about law in this country. I think the way we think about law right now is I'm fine to do it until the judge tells me not to. And it's like, that's like robbing somebody and being like, well, it was cool up until I got to court. It's like, it wasn't cool. That's why you're in court.
It's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt, as they say. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, you know, about the JAG officers. And you know, some heads are probably going to roll for this because not even just the double tap being at issue. The boom booms entirely, from the moment they started doing it, it was illegal. I mean, it just, I can't, like, you label somebody a terrorist arbitrarily, you know, that doesn't even really meet the criteria necessarily, because the cartel's there to make money. They're not purposely, there's no religious or political motivation for them aside from making money, right? That's the difference. So,
sorry.
No, you're fine. I don't like, you know, personally, I think it's fucked up, man.
So I had to look this up. So it says the primary difference is this is the difference between domestic terrorism and global terrorism, or like basically what we're doing with the cartels or with Venezuela. So the primary difference is jurisdiction, and legal authority. Domestic terrorism is a classification for criminal acts within the United States borders without foreign direction, whereas a foreign FTO group is a formal designation by the State Department that applies specifically to foreign-based groups and carries severe specific legal consequences. Basically, the ALF, and it talks about the ALF is a domestic terrorism threat in the U.S. because its members' actions arson, property destruction occur primarily within the United States territory, are committed by United States
Right.
citizens, and lack foreign governmental or group direction. And then, I mean, we can go in and talk about it, but the important part is the consequences. Individuals who commit these acts on the domestic side are prosecuted under existing criminal laws, arson, destruction of property, and then often with terrorism enhancement penalties that will increase the sentencing length. So that's the big difference. And I think
Can I ask one question relative to this?
Go ahead.
So if these people are now terrorists and the schmugs are now the issue, why did we release Juan Hernandez, the former president of, I believe, Honduras, who we convicted of 45 years here? He was pardoned by Trump, I believe, in the last few days. Why did we release back into other countries a multitude of people that the Navy has seized after they were shipwrecked from these Venezuelan strikes? Why are we not arresting these people? Why are we releasing these people?
Well, so the first question that you have, I can't answer. I have the same question, and I would like to know the answer to that. So I'm not even going to try to defend it. That is, I will not be a hypocrite. So if we're going to go after them, we should go after them, and we shouldn't be releasing those that have been convicted of said crimes either. So I am with you, sir. With regard to the others, I think that goes back to that jurisdiction talk that we just had. Like, we in the United States doing this in international waters really have zero jurisdiction to be able to pull them back into the United States and then charge them under United States law. So what does that even look like? So even if we are keeping them, do you want to be spending the money on these people, keeping them in the United States, giving them 25-year sentences, paying for all that, and then once they're done, releasing them back? So I don't know the answer to your question. I'm just telling you that that's my concern on us.
Wait, hold on. There is an answer. You would charge them with murder if the government's. I forgot what ranking Republican actually said this on live TV. If actually no, it wasn't a Republican that was ranking. I think it was from Fox News actually. I think it was a woman. She has black hair. I forget what her name is. If you have enough to dispatch to dispose of them, you have enough to charge them. If we have enough to eliminate a person, you have enough probable cause to arrest them. You would arrest them for murder of our laws. They violated our laws. We have jurisdiction. And if we don't have jurisdiction for any reason, we can arrest them and send them to the ICC. The International Criminal Court actually does jail people. People are actually held at the Hague. That's the real thing. It's not like a game, like a make believe place.
But here's the game, though. Real talk is that at the end of the day, that's just a revolving door. And I had this conversation earlier with Vader, who was an ex prosecutor. My question to Vader was like, "Hey, Vader, do you ever see like punishment and those people like really deter them from doing future crimes again?" And the answer is typically no. Like that. Just because they go to the ICC, spend their time over there, once they get out, they're gonna be right back into it again, dude. And so at the end of the day.
I guess this brings into a deeper question that's a little bit off topic. Like, do you believe that we should be executing all criminals?
No. However, when I do believe at the end of the day, if these substances are causing unaliving of Americans, and my argument would be is if we were able to save just one American life. I know the administration claims 25,000. I'm just going to say if it saves one, it's justified.
I would say that we can still jail them because if we bring somebody to the ICC and we say this person is charged with the murder of 110 Americans by distribution of whatever, they're not escaping that jail sentence. There are people that are doing natural life at the Hague for gender violence, actually. Like, not even murder. For people, international law, gender violence is crimes against women such as rape, abuse, and beatings. Like there are people from war-torn countries that are doing a life sentence for that stuff. So I highly doubt we couldn't just try this person again. if you
It wouldn't
have
be
enough,
us. We don't participate in the ICC, so we would hand it over. We got zero. We don't subscribe to that membership. So it would just be us turning it over. Like, here you go, guys. Do what you want with them. That doesn't help us.
So, well, I mean, because I don't know did you understand the differentiation is if you claim that you're in armed conflict with the CTEL members, right? As an example, you're still bound under the rules of engagement in that part, right? Do we understand that at least? Are you on the same page there?
No, Tim. So I like to use it. I like to switch out the product instead of a rug. I like to put the missile in there, and I like to say, do you think that we would allow that missile to make it again on land, or are we going to wait for it to be fired at us before we take it down? Or are we going to take it down?
No.
Hold on. Are we going to take it out? Are we going to take it out in the middle of the ocean? I would argue that we're going to take it out in the middle of the ocean every single time. We're going to do the same with these rugs. We're not going to allow them to be able to get to land, then to be able to be sent over to us to wait for it to get to us.
That's not what I was asking. So you have a criminal, right? And then you have somebody who is in armed conflict with the U.S. We have declared that we're in armed conflict with those people, and therefore we're able to engage in war without being bound by U.S. law. Or we understand this dynamic, right? So a criminal in the U.S. that has rugs would be arrested, right? Versus in this case, we're claiming that we're in an armed conflict with those people, and therefore the police thing doesn't really account. It's wartime, essentially. We understand this? Okay.
Yes, through proclamation, the President of the United States has declared, in the AEA, war on, the cartel, or not the cartel, the Tren de Aragua, which is from Venezuela, which is what we are targeting.
Right. And so in that you can only engage in pew-pewing somebody when there is an imminent threat when you're in armed conflict. Imminent threat, meaning immediate. No. Immediate and overwhelming force where there's no option, meaning they're aimed at you and they're about to pew-pew you. That's what we've always dealt with. And a lot of soldiers complained about this when they went to Iraq because they were told that the wartime, they couldn't fire at them until they were fired upon.
Tim, I need you to stop, and I want you to listen to my argument again. If it's a missile instead of the rugs, right, are we going to wait for that to get to land, get set up on a platform, and be ready to be fired at us before we take them out? Or are we going to take them out as soon as we see where they're coming and trying to go to?
That's a faulty comparison because a missile that is fired at us can reach us within moments. The rugs that we don't even know are getting to the U.S., that are going to another country, and then somebody does something with it. Maybe it gets to the U.S., maybe it goes to another country. That is far different than a missile that is fired at us or able to be fired at us.
All we're doing is allowing those things to become that missile that can be fired at us. And so that's the same concept, buddy. We're just giving them the opportunity to manufacture, do whatever they're doing, and then send it our way. And so instead of us allowing that to be the missile, so let's just, instead of calling them rugs, start calling them missiles. We're never going to let that thing get to the point to where it is pointed at us and has the ability to fire at us. All we're doing is taking those out and never giving them the ability to make it to the United States of America.
Well, I guess the question
that doesn't.
Go ahead, my bad.
I was just going to say that doesn't meet the criteria for imminent threat.
It doesn't. If the missile does, then that would be the same.
No, it's not a missile. It's not a missile. Because you don't. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We're dealing with something that you don't even know will unalive somebody. A missile will certainly unalive somebody if it hits an area where there are people.
That's not true because objectively,
it is true.
Hold on, no,
it is true.
Objectively, we have seen people be unalived because of this rug, and so you can't say
more people
doesn't unalive people.
More people.
You can't say that.
More people are not unalived by that rug, far greater, that are not unalived by that rug than are unalived.
And so again,
do we agree? Do we agree?
No, and so yes, by a missile that more people could be unalive, maybe. But
no. That the rug unalives less people than it doesn't unalive.
I don't know, but let me restate my argument, Tim. Which is my argument is if us taking these boats out saves one American life, I am okay with it. I will take three bad people over one American all day long, every day, hands down, no questions asked. The end.
So we should then get rid of guns in the
Again,
U.S. If it saves just one life,
no. Let's
if
go
it
back
saves
to
one life,
let's
then
go.
it's worth it.
And so that pew
What
pew
about
does
other
that pew
people's
pew
life,
saves a
for
lot more.
God's sake?
That pew pew saves a lot more than one life. It
If-
keeps us all safe in the United States of
But
America.
you don't know if it's going to save somebody's life or take somebody's life, do you?
We don't. But most
And
of us
we
that are
don't know if
utilizing-
if the rug is going to unalive somebody or help them. We don't know.
But again, it does not ever help anybody. We've already
It
come
does.
to that. It does not, sir.
It
not
does.
In the means in
And
which it's coming over. I can't believe you're arguing
here's
that.
something interesting. If we take the happy powder that is allegedly on the boats, because we don't even have proof that there was happy powder on the boats. Let's talk about the other more unaliving rug, the Fent. Let's talk about that, because they do use that in hospitals, and it does have a medicinal purpose, doesn't it? Yes. And so you're arguing to do something that is technically legal in the U.S. and is used by doctors for a very specific purpose. And you're wanting to unalive somebody who is transporting that. And well, not even transporting that, but I mean that unalives far more people than the happy powder. I think you were breaking up. Are you still?
No, I was trying to say
okay.
I did not hear one word you said. The whole thing froze, dude.
Yeah, you were breaking
nothing.
You were breaking up too. My point quickly was that Fent is used in medicine. Doctors do give it to patients. It does have medical purposes, and so we don't know if something.
We're getting that the right. Hold on, we're getting that the right way, Tim. We're not getting it from the cartel. Come on, buddy.
Do we know that? Do we know that pharmaceutical companies aren't buying on the cheap this stuff and then offering?
You think they're going off the market, going black market on that? Is that what you think?
Banks, we have found, were engaged in money laundering. Big banks, they do illegal stuff all the time. So we don't know. You don't know. It's possible.
Yeah, you do, because you can't have willful blindness. As an ex-banker and have taken all those damn tests every single year. Yeah, we had to look out for that, and you can't, if you were ever found to be willfully blind to that stuff, you could get convicted with them. So no, the banks aren't doing that unless they are the Bernie Madoff people of the world that all those people went down, but the bank as a whole isn't playing part of that. That would be a reputational damage of all get out. I mean, look at the reputation damage that even came from the Bernie Madoff fallout.
The banks that were caught engaging in those activities are still around. Many of those banks, possibly even all of the ones that we've caught. So, yes, big, large banks that we put our trust in have absolutely engaged in this. So, if you tell me that these greedy pharmaceutical companies wouldn't buy this stuff from them, I scoff at that, because I don't know if they are, but it's certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. But I mean, we're kind of getting off the weeds a little bit. But the point is this: you don't know it's going to unalive anybody. That particular round of happy powder, if it actually was on that boat, may unalive not a single person. But a missile fired from that location, its goal and purpose is to unalive, whereas the happy powder is not. That's not its goal. Because if you unalive all of your customers, now you have no more customers.
So then you think we should just make it all legal for everybody?
Yes, absolutely. I think every rug in this country should be legalized, and what that will do is deal with the CTEL on its own, because that's how they make their money by the U.S., the consumption of these rugs that we have to go and get from these CTELs that distribute it in the United States, because it's not offered to us in any other way. So if we could walk into a pharmacy and we're addicted to whatever, and we could buy a pharmaceutical grade product that we know is not going to unalive us unless we take too much of it. If we were to do that, the CTELs would all but collapse.
This is the wildest argument I've ever heard. So you're telling me that you want H legalized, you want M legalized, you want the crack, everything. Like,
Yeah.
what kind of society do you think we would be
A
if
good
all
one.
of that happened?
Hey,
Do you really think that?
the society that we would be
Everybody be
in
high as
is,
fuck all day long, and
well,
nobody would do anything.
this is the
Like,
land
what are
of the
you talking
free,
about?
the land of the free, home of the brave, unless you want to ingest something into your body by choice. And then the government says, no, you can't do that. You can't make a choice for yourself to ingest something. Why? I thought we were free.
Listen,
We're not
Yeah,
free when the
you've been on
government,
this app. Hold
we're
on,
not
you've been on
free
this
when the
app long enough to
government,
realize. You've been on this app long enough to realize
yeah,
how
yeah,
stupid
but
people are,
frugal.
right?
Yeah, but frugal. But
it's,
there's also a straw man though. Like just because somebody says it's legal, like for example, places where lettuce is legal, you can't do it and drive, right? Like you can't use it at work sometimes. Just because you're allowed to ingest something, the government can say, look at Singapore, for example. You can ingest this, but you have to go here and ingest this. You cannot walk around and ingest this. You may not drive and ingest this. You may not be at work operating heavy equipment and ingest this. Just because there's a hint of legality or what we would call laissez-fairness to allowing people to do whatever they want with their bodies does not mean we also don't have like constraints, right?
frugal.
I don't know that. And look, I'm all for less government, but man, I don't know what y'all are pitching right now. Just I don't think I could get behind. I mean,
In,
like, look, I'm all good for like the naturals, like the mushrooms of the world, the
Well, then get in
cannabis of the
front of it.
world.
We're here
But
for it.
anything that you're manufacturing that y'all are talking about, like the M, the H. Like, no, is H manufactured or no? One of those isn't, right? The ski slope is manufactured. You got to put
well,
that together. But most of the shit that is just natural, I'm cool with, but not the shit that you're
Well,
manufacturing.
wait, but let me
um,
point out one thing that a commenter said that was really good though, which was Department of Defense. Consumption isn't illegal. That's true. As a police officer, if I go and find somebody who's consumed something, they're like, I just ate this. I'm like, okay, I hope you're going to be okay. Like, did you need medical attention? I can't arrest them for that. It's possession. So even places like Singapore or other countries where they have really loose laws around this, possession actually is still illegal. You cannot just walk around with as much whatever in your pocket as you darn well please.
yeah,
So,
and
you mentioned Singapore.
well,
Wasn't death penalty?
real quick, Joe. They do have some strict laws, but I want to point out that morphine, for example, is derived from a natural product. It is. It's from a
That's
plant.
heroin. H, right? That's H, right?
Well, that's a
Or
further
no?
derivative, but yes, it's all based around the same stuff. Yes. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
fine.
No, I thought it was on a life penalty in Singapore. Whatever you cut with, doesn't matter how much it is,
Right.
or for your use or nothing. That's what I thought it was. That's what I heard years ago. I can be wrong.
Yeah, I believe like China, they will execute you for possession. Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
that was
actually,
solve the
hold on.
problem.
For Singapore, it might be distribution. I think if you're illegally selling, I'd have to check on simple possession. I don't imagine simple possession meets the bar for
So, but
Yeah.
why do you think China? Why do you think China executes people for possession?
that. I actually don't. I corrected myself. I think it's distribution. I need to check that.
Oh, even for distribution, why do you think they would do that? That same question, and I will give you why I
Because
think they would do it.
because they do what we do here in America minus the execution. They link them to crimes and charge them with murder.
Yeah. So
Like
would
in
that not
America,
be
you can
that?
be charged with murder for the distribution of things that lead to the unalivement of people.
And don't you think that that's probably a pretty strong deterrent in China not to ever be in possession or distribute it due to the consequences?
I don't know Chinese statistics. I know here in America, the death penalty does not statistically pan out that it lowers or lessens the crime rate of anything.
Well,
It's
we've
just
never had it in
statistic.
place for rugs. I mean, you know what I mean. So that's hard comparison.
Well, people are still murdering people in record numbers in states that have the death penalty, and
Well,
they're
that's
not
probably
slowing
because they're
down.
on rugs. You know what I mean? Like rugs and pew pews don't mix.
Well,
We have to have one or the other.
we've had a war on rugs for what 40, 50 years now. Hasn't
Yeah,
stopped
something like that.
anybody. I don't think the the unaliving penalty is going to change that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen kids get locked in cages for 20 plus years because they had a pew pew with some smugs, and they
Yeah, but
got
they still get to get
trafficking with
out.
unlawful use of a weapon. Like, I don't know what other punishment you want for them. I think people are going to do things they have to do because of the material conditions that they exist in. If you want to
I'm not.
alleviate crime, improve material conditions.
By the way, I'm not suggesting that we should have the death penalty for rugs in the United States, but what I am suggesting is that if it is working in China with regard to stopping the distribution, why would you think that it wouldn't work for Venezuela? Us doing the exact same, the fate ends up being the same. The determinant is similar.
We have completely different societies. China one has. Go ahead, my bad, Whipple.
Yeah, I was going to say that assumes that the only reason that China has a lower population that does that is because of that, and I don't think that's true. And officer, I think you were about to make that point too, probably. There's a lot of other variables that go into why Chinese society has less all kinds of things. I mean, they restrict, social media use, they restrict internet access. They have a culture of putting the country above the individual. So, it's a totally different society. And we claim to be free, yet when it comes to something, a choice that I want to make for myself, for example, to consume a product, the government says, "Fuck you, I'm going to put you in jail." Like, that's not freedom at all. That's, it just is weird to me. I'm a human being. I am an individual. If I want to use something, I should be able to use it as long as I'm not hurting somebody else. But that's my moral framework.
Would that not apply to everything then, liberal in the United States of America? So if you wanted to have relations with an underage individual, you could, because you want to? I mean, is that okay?
Well, I just said as long as I'm not harming somebody else or exploiting, taking advantage of somebody else.
What if that somebody else wants to do it?
A child does not have the capacity to consent.
So it's no different between 17 years old and 11 months to an 18 years old. It's no difference.
That's a philosophical argument.
There is no difference. You know that 17 and 11 months is no different than 18.
Yeah, I mean, that's a philosophical argument. One can make one case over the other, and that's not going to get us anywhere. But it currently is illegal, and there's a good reason for it to be illegal, because there is a point where we say that these humans, these tiny humans, don't have the capacity to consent because they don't have life experience or, insert whatever reason here. And we acknowledge as society that those people will be taken advantage of if you are doing these things to them. And so using that as an argument against somebody making a personal choice to do rugs is silly.
Okay, Joe, really quick, I would say that just to back up what he's saying, we actually have Romeo Juliet laws, right? Where there's a 4-year gap between 17 and 21. So when he says there's a philosophical difference, he's actually speaking exactly to the legal system. I would actually argue this: if a person who is deemed mentally unfit to have care, custody, and control of themselves enters a bank and says, "I would like a loan," and the bank gives them that loan, but they don't have the ability to consent to that loan, the bank is actually going to get in trouble for that. Just because they want to. I have a 7-year-old. He wants to fly. I won't let him jump off of buildings. No one cares what you want to do.
Correct. So
that's funny.
I get everything that you say, but Tim, how about this part now? I'll give you one reason why it should not be illegal. Some guy or some person, whoever it is, do some rocks, gets behind the wheel, rain the crap out of somebody. It was a personal choice.
Do you think we should ban alcohol?
You should. Yeah,
yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
look, you commit, that person committed an additional crime, right? Which is driving while intoxicated. You can't do that because that puts other people at risk. So that argument doesn't actually go into my claim that people should be allowed to ingest whatever they want. And I'm not saying that they should be allowed to ingest it wherever they want and no matter what they're doing, because if they're affecting somebody else's life in any way, then that's a different story. So you keep bringing these scenarios where it's affecting somebody else's life, but that has nothing to do with the argument that I made.
I get what you're saying.
Hold on. What if this individual has a wife and kids, and these drugs that he's doing isn't by proxy affecting everybody's lives because he's not able to function, not able to be there as a father? Like, could you not?
I think if you do this, you start walking down a period culture that's really weird. So, for example, hey Joe, you got a lot of background.
Joe, you've got a lot of background noise. So
appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
My example would then be, let's switch gears to legal things. We should just ban gambling. Why should we allow mostly men actually to gamble away life earnings, milk money, and their wedding funds because they like to gamble? We should also ban cigarettes. Nicotine itself actually creates an addictive withdrawal process that can make people irritable, unreasonable, irrational. When they don't have enough nicotine, it also is a money drainer. They will go spend money, like a lot of it actually, a year. Takes away from their family. Could start an issue with their wives or their husbands, whatever you like to do. Okay.
Nicotine actually has some benefits. I looked into it. Pure nicotine.
Are we talking like old Smith and Weston, like I'm chewing on the leaf baby kind of days? Because you might be able to get me there. I'm not gonna lie.
I get cigarettes from a reservation. It's pure tobacco.
Nicotine is not addicted. It's not an addiction. It's a habit.
No, it is. It is an addiction. It is absolutely an addiction, man. It's actually harder to get off of nicotine than it is pretty much any other rug.
Let me explain. It is a habit. It is a habit. If you stop smoking for 3 days, you don't throw up, you don't puke, you don't shit yourself, you don't like all the stuff that they have is that the what was the other? Sorry, I lost my.
Yeah, it's not like withdrawing from. It's not like from alcohol or something else. Yes, you don't have a physical reaction in the sense that is so severe you have to go into a detox, right?
It's still a withdrawal, though. Like people who have caffeine, go through withdrawal.
Yeah, but if you get pure tobacco, there's benefits. Is all I was saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Finish your point.
I just went through a query section, and they sent me a video, and they like speak to me and talk to me, and I haven't taken a cigarette for the last 3 weeks, and I don't have any craving, because what happened is your subconscious tell you that you need to smoke, but your subconscious is supposed to protect you from bad things to happen. Right, but now it's telling you bad things to happen. Now they talk to you, they give you a freaking therapy section and all that shit. Now I don't smoke. 2 weeks, nothing else. I get out of that place, don't smoke. I'll send you a video, Tim, where the guy explains what a cigarette is.
Yeah, I understand. I think we understand. Like my mom quit smoking too, but like caffeine is also slightly addictive. People go through withdrawal with caffeines as well. It gives headaches. It's just a different kind of withdrawal. You're not shaking and vomiting and throwing up.
Yeah, and so what you're saying though, Joe, is actually not really true, because what happens is a physiological change in your body. When you increase the amount of nicotine, what happens is it causes your nicotinic receptors to constantly be full. So the reaction that your body physiologically has is it produces more nicotinic receptors. And this produces things like dopamine, serotonin, all kinds of these, happy, rugs within your body. And so now you've got all these nicotinic receptors that are always full of the nicotine. When you take it away, those receptors start to scream at your body. And that's what causes the withdrawal. So it's not just a mind thing. This is a physical, like actual mechanical thing that happens to people. Now, while you may be able to block out what is actually going on in your body, it's a real physical, mechanical thing that's happening to your body. It's not just in your mind.
I get what you say. I'm gonna send you the video. You can, and I don't know.
Look, everything I just said is factual. You can look it up. This is, this has been studied for a long time. It's the same with opiates, because you have those opiate receptors in your body. When you fill them and they're always full, your body produces more of those receptors. And so when you stop it, now you've got all those receptors that are saying, gimme, 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 gimme. And so that's why you'll have protracted withdrawal. It can go out for 6 months to a year. Some people even suffer over the course of a year because they have to wait until those receptors reduce in number. It's I mean that's just the way it is. That's science.
Joe, what's your claim, Joe? What's the claim?
Quick question: how many people do you know get addicted to cigarettes after 30 years old?
After 30
years old?
Yeah, they started smoking after they were 30 years old.
30, like 30?
Yes.
I don't know.
I know one or two. I mean, I don't.
Zero.
No, I know one or two that get addicted to smoking after 30 years.
How
Not just zero.
How is everybody that starts? How old is everybody starts smoking? 17, 18, 14, 12.
No,
Okay, what is your point?
That's not true. Anyone can start smoking at any time.
Correct, but doesn't get you addicted or whatever the case might be.
I mean, honestly, my dad smoked, and I would steal his cigarettes when I was like, little, and then
say smokes or puffs or something. I think if
Okay,
you use
sorry.
the C word, that may not be good.
Okay. Like I would steal his smokes, and but I wasn't addicted to cigarettes until maybe I was 20, like 19, 20, like really addicted, But I had smoked them before that, like here and there. I wasn't going out and like, I need to get a smoke, It was when I like did it enough, and then I was like, okay, and then my body, like he said, it became a physical need in my body. Then I was physically dependent on it. And then after that, it's kind of like really fucking hard to not do it. Out of all the things out there, that is the fucking hardest thing. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it is.
It is, but I can explain even the science behind why it may be perceived that people, like older people, are going to be less like addicted to it. Because think about it this way: when you're young, your brain is still developing, right, and your reward system is still pretty fresh. So when you get this reward, the stimulant that is nicotine, it's going to hit you faster. Like it's going to get you quicker because now your brain is like, oh, this reward is great. By the time you hit 30, things aren't as new anymore. So that reward doesn't come like it would if you were younger, but you can still absolutely get addicted to it after 30.
Yeah.
In the same way.
So I'm gonna be here and not living. I'm just gonna find that video that I had to watch before I got to my therapy session to do this, and this guy can explain it to you. It makes tons of sense. I promise you. By the time I got there, without even start the therapy, I was already thinking to quit it. Right. So
did you get hypnotized?
It's not what you think. No, it was kind of, but it's not. It's not.
No, I'm serious. My mother-in-law did it.
Yes,
did that.
Yes. They call it hypnosis, but it's not. You listen to everything. He's just explaining and telling you everything that it is, and you have to relax to one point that your subconscious has to open to this point. Because I tried to quit many times before, and I quitting more than what I quit, right? Because always like, oh, I can do one. No, you don't.
Well, so that's a different thing because hypnosis can also help relieve pain. They've done studies on this.
Yeah.
This isn't that, but that doesn't mean that it's all just in your head. Your brain can cause all kinds of crazy things. If you notice, like if you see somebody sit next to you on a plane and they start vomiting, and somebody else starts vomiting, you may actually start vomiting.
Yeah.
Because you're watching them and your brain's like, oh God, something's going around. And you can literally start, expressing the same symptoms that you're seeing. It's a very weird phenomenon, but your brain can cause these things and it can also be used to stop feeling the effects of the withdrawal, but they're still going on, right? But it's a matter of like mind over matter, if you will. So it's possible, but that doesn't mean that it's not addictive. Right.
I get what you're saying. And we can call it as an addiction because we can live without it, but it is not a physical addiction because you used to smoke, right?
I still do.
You still do. So when you first started, did it taste good?
No, it was fucking nasty. I used to steal the butts out of my mom's ashtray.
And why we did it? Because we were cool, be cool with the other kids, with the girls. We thought we were.
I wasn't so cool.
No, I don't. I mean, that wasn't why.
That's most kids that's what they do. They think because your friend does
Right.
it,
No,
you're gonna do it.
I
No, I
don't
get the peer
know. Like,
pressure
I
and
don't,
stuff.
I don't even understand why, it's, one of those things, I guess. But
So once I tried to, have you ever tried to quit it?
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah. No, I actually did once for a few months. What I did was every time that I was craving a smoke, I would take a puff off of a little thing, and so I guess maybe my whole days were just a blur, and I was able to get past the
Yeah.
withdrawal because I was just
So
just
now when somebody's smoking next to me, I can taste this nastiness of the freaking thing. And before I wasn't able to because I was used to it, you know. But if you don't like something, you can get addicted to it. I will send you the video. You can like listen to it. Make some more sense once you watch it. I don't know how to talk. I suck at it. you
no.
know.
Well, so your point that I thought you were making was that it wasn't addictive, or at least it was all in your head or whatever. But it's just
It's a habit. It's not an addiction.
physiologically not true.
Okay. The guy that sent doctor something. He said it's a habit, not an addiction. I'll find the video right now and I'll send it to you.
That's all
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
It wasn't a broken
yeah.
leg. It was just misplaced. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's all like it's all the same. I think at the end of the day, like addictions become habits. Habits become. I think we're all just saying the same things, and it's all whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, if I work out, if I start working out every single morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, I create a habit after 30 days. And then I'm just used to it, right? It's like
And when you
it also
don't,
could be an
it will
addiction,
bother you.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if you
because when I
right.
got sober, I said, "Oh, what? Like I need to feel something, right?" So I got really into working out, and then it was like I was there, twice a day. That's like, is that a habit or an addiction now? Like it's all kind of, I don't know. I'm almost 14 years sober, and I've kind of tried to figure that nut out and crack that nut for a long time. And at the end of the day, if you want to stop doing anything, you're gonna do it, but you gotta want to do it more than
And it's going to be work. It's not going to be just,
Yeah.
there are, if you can get in a mindset, you can get your brain to do whatever you want it to do. And
Yeah.
that is true. But that doesn't that doesn't mean that, because this was the case, it wasn't an addiction. It was just a habit. That's just nonsensical.
I think this doctor that Joe's about to send you went to the RFK School of Medicine.
That's funny. Anyway, so we got Shane and Jess has been in here for a while. That was Christopher at the top. We got Shane and Jess that have been here for a while, haven't said anything. Would you guys like to add in on this? Because originally the topic was actually the rug boats, which we ended up over in nicotine land. So go ahead, guys. Whichever of you.
Yeah. The thing with the boats is the problem is we have no concrete proof that there's rugs on the boats. So like how do you justify bombing getting rid of these boats when there's no proof of rugs on the boats? So like I just don't understand his logic behind that. But I guess with the habit thing, I was thinking of like more like reading for me. Like I enjoy reading, but I could not read for a long time and still be fine. Like I feel like that's more of a habit than.
That sounds like a problem MAGA has too. They can not read for a long time and they're fine.
Yeah, they're fine. I enjoy reading though. They probably don't enjoy reading.
Like, damn this fucking book.
I hate
Come on,
reading.
Sam, who had black guy said the boom booms and says erection was stolen.
No,
Who had that on the bingo card?
I know, right? Because I saw all the conspiracies were like, it was a Democratic plot because he actually planted that the day before J6, right? So they thought that this was like some conspiracy, grand conspiracy, but then when he told the FBI that it was the erection that he thought was
And he's
stolen,
a black dude. That's what was.
I know. Blagga, as Maverick would say. It's kind of funny. Anyway, so Jess, were you finished? I don't think
Yeah,
you.
Shane, go ahead.
Okay, Shane, go ahead, man.
Sure, yeah, I found the discussion was fascinating. I joined when you guys were talking about China, and this is what I find fascinating, right? Like, we have such different cultures, but I got a couple people I know from China that I talk to pretty frequently, and so this is what is so different about our culture and their culture. And I just want you guys to imagine you live in a totally different world for a second, because I find this fascinating. One, when you live under a quasi surveillance state, right? Here in the United States, if you have a guy that you go to for, your broccoli, right? You could text that guy. You don't worry about it, okay? But in China, you can't really discreetly do that because their government has a surveillance system that allows them to look into your life. And so even obtaining these substances is pretty high risk. And then there's also a cultural element to it where it's really frowned upon to even do something like that, because they say, well, it's going to make you lazy and less productive. And people who do that, there's this perception of them being kind of dirty or others or not really part of what we do. And so it's a cultural force where even if you wanted to and you knew someone you did, you wouldn't want to be seen as the type of person who does those things. And so the last piece is, when somebody begins to exhibit any kind of a regular usage, the government catches it really fast. And then they look at it like, and I'm sure you guys have experienced this if you ever have a loved one who's gone through addiction. These people usually lose their jobs. They're much less productive in the workforce. They're not, generally good to their families. And so the Chinese government kind of looks at every single person in their government as an investment, a little worker bee, right? And so they put people into treatment really, really fast. Because they want to make sure that this person who they've invested a lot of money in, because they're like, look, I need this person working in this factory because they make the knickknacks that Americans then buy, right? So there's this cultural force behind it. And then as recently as 2 days ago, you guys can look this up, both in Chinese media and also American media, they've recently moved to seal the prior records of minors in China that maybe dabbled or experimented, right? Because they don't want you to have that on your, because in China you have this permanent record. You've got like a social score, you've got a credit score, you've got your permanent record, and they don't want young people who maybe made a mistake to have that impact their adult life, because it would technically make them less productive. And so the whole discussion we have about the United States versus China, I just think that it's so difficult sometimes, especially with something as complex as that, to really compare the two. Because yes, indeed, they have much, much harsher sentences and punishments for people who are engaged in what I would call the business of manufacture, procurement, trafficking, etc. Their sentences are instant, and the reason is they really see substance abuse as and an addiction as things that could wreck their economy. And I, to say that the least, and I understand that there's adults that can somewhat consume responsibly, but if I
Lots of
had
them.
it my way. Yeah, but I'll say this will be very transparent. And of course, I said this on my SF-86. When I was working with, well, still do work with the DoD. I was transparent when I talked about my prior usage of broccoli when I lived in California and I had a legal card. But I also know that in that time in my life, I was a lot less productive as a person. I was really good at Red Dead Redemption 2, right? I mean, nobody was better at video games than me, but as a productive worker, I wasn't doing as much as I do now, as somebody who just doesn't do it at all anymore.
Right. So Shane, wouldn't you conclude that America is of the business of making its people the most addicted population in country? That's their
I think we do a
goal.
very I think we do a very poor job in the United States of substance abuse education and treatment.
Oh no.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I think that, don't you think though, I mean, when we have foods that kids consume that are highly addictive at a young age, and it's, it's regulated by the government. So, moms just think, okay, everything's safe in here, and they go shopping, and maybe they're not reading every label, and then they give it to their kids, right? You don't think any of these things start to mess with the population as they grow up and are introduced to more higher addictive substances?
So I think that, I mean, I don't know. I feed my children Honey Nut Cheerios. I've never tried, cocainos or whatever you're suggesting, but
Okay.
like I don't
Well,
know
sugar,
foods that are addictive.
sugar
Well,
is
actually,
very addictive. Sugar
sugar.
is.
So I grew up where we weren't allowed to purchase anything that had more than 5 grams of sugar in it. Now, that was fucking hard.
Yeah.
You couldn't find
Anything.
anything.
Yeah, and I can say that, yes, it is highly unfortunate that here in the United States we have so many people with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease due to the amount of sugar people consume, how many diabetic people we have in the United States. That's a whole separate conversation. I'd love to have it as somebody who doesn't have much
Well,
sugar in
it's
my
almost
household.
deliberate, don't you think?
I think that, when you commoditize food to the extent we have, um, you know, people who don't have a great health education are going to make decisions about food that are probably unwise. Like I drink Diet Coke. I have 3 a day, give or take, right? But I try not to consume sugar. Now, of course, you'll have people say that artificial sweeteners are terrible. I mean, I pick the vices that I think are going to do the least harm to me. So I'm like, if I was drinking 40 grams of sugar in every single can of Coke, yeah, I'd probably be really damaging myself. Yeah, with Diet Coke, at least I know the worst I'm going to do is if I don't drink Diet Coke one day, I get caffeine withdrawals or something. I'll live with that.
I think
I
think it's purposeful, but it's
Yeah.
just for money. I don't think it's like we want to make America addicted to these things or do bad things for. I think corporations just want to make a bunch of money, and one of the best ways to do that is to put things in that not only taste good, so it's appealing that way, but that makes you want to come back and get it again. And
Well, sure, it's a
and we have
combination of money, right? It's initially
Yeah.
let's get a lot of money, but what is money? Money is power. So once we get the money, now we can control too. So the money's great, but
Sure.
let's get to controlling shit because that's the real nugget we're after.
And if
And
you're
so
big and you're lazy and you can't run more than 20 feet without coughing up a lung, it's good for the people that want to control.
when I
You're right.
have all the control over these fatties that can't fight against me physically because they're on on dialysis or something, it's great.
Yeah,
I don't have a lot of people that are able-bodied to come against me because now I got them sick, I got them fat, and I've got them on my pharmaceuticals for life.
Is this like American Gladiator? Like, what's going on here?
No, it's literally like we are the experiment. And everyone has this illusion that we're like the most, free, and we are the most that we have the best. We're literally these hamsters being given that experiment when they gave them that rug. We're like we're the little mice, coming every day to get our little dose,
Well, and think about it this way, and it's so weird because like we make rugs that people consume to, like make their day a little better, usually is the case. We make that illegal. But if you can trick somebody by putting it into food, and it's probably even worse for them than the rugs, like happy powder. Over time it's worse for them. Like one is illegal and the other isn't illegal. It's and accepted and widely adopted and used by all these companies that make it. It's fucking weird because in my opinion, sugar should be made illegal unless it's in small quantities and is necessary.
I grew up during that epidemic, right? With the I don't know what I can say here. The
Opies?
epidemic. Yeah, the Opie epidemic. And guess what? The Sackler family, all they had to do was pay a fine. They were like, oops, we made it really addictive. Oopsie daisies. They unalived more people than some others, and they were the biggest rug dealers on the face of the earth, and they just had to pay a fine.
Yep.
You know,
And
oopsie daisies, we
you're
made
on
it
a
addictive.
boat. You're on a boat, and they claim that you got rugs in them, and boom.
Yeah, right.
And why is one okay?
Right.
Because it was to gain money for rich people, and the other one isn't because it was to gain money for rich people.
Oh, and those rich people were also in pharmaceuticals and also in our government. So it kind of was this mutually exclusive, great partnership, right? But the guy, traveling from wherever the hell on a speedboat, yeah, we're gonna nail that guy. What?
Oh, here, check this shit out. Let me. 7 tons of happy powder seized off Colombia. 11 arrested, unarmed. Navy says it was the Colombian Navy in the Caribbean. They were able to arrest these people. Huh? It's weird that works that way, right? You don't have to just boom them.
Well, I think the bigger discussion here, and to be very clear, my opinion's not the opinions of the DoD, but we have people who fulfill this mission, the Coast Guard and the DEA, where there's two pieces to this. One, the people who are on those boats have valuable intel information. So if we're able to apprehend them, to question them, and give them interrogatories to say, where did you come from? Who do you work for? How is this happening? That's valuable information that actually prevents future boats from getting in the water. They could perhaps get to the manufacturing locations. And so from a tactical standpoint, this doesn't make sense. The second piece is, when I consider the mission of the Navy or the Air Force, or it could have been the Army too, because they do have vertical takeoff capability, but when I consider the mission here, we typically align the DoD with state and non-state actors who pose a real harm immediately to the American citizens, American assets, anything and this just didn't meet that. And there was a lot of different reasons for it. One, we know there were no other boats in the area because this was a UAS that carried it out. So it's not like that boat was an immediate threat to any other boats in the area because we don't have any Navy ships nearby. The second piece is, you have to believe, in order for their actions to be real, that the people who survived, and I made a joke about this in a video a moment ago, but these people are beyond Ironman triathlete level swimmers who can traverse dozens of miles over open ocean to swim back to shore. Like the types of things you have to believe for them to be a threat. To me, as far as I know, and maybe I could be completely wrong here, I don't know any human beings that can do dozens of miles of open ocean swimming. I just don't know that these people exist. So to say that these two random people are, how?
Yeah, so
why
did they do that?
Because when you have people like Hegseth and Trump and some of the other people, because obviously they've gotten rid of a lot of the JAG officers. I think what they are trying to do is intimidate Venezuela's government, because Venezuela is not a net large source of these particular products. It's usually Colombia and Bolivia. This seems to be attached to recent statements that were made by Trump and his administration about their willingness and eagerness to overturn the Maduro administration. I can't think of a real good reason other than that than to put social pressure on him. And it also completely misunderstands Maduro's power structure.
It's working because, look, Maduro asked for $200 million in deal with Trump to flee. So he's even talking to them about leaving, voluntarily in exchange for safe passage, what have you. So it is working. But again, that's it is not our job to go around and dictate to somebody's country who runs it.
And also to intimidate the people that is jumping on the water with the rugs, or not.
Like what? Like
you would think twice to get in the boat with drugs.
Say rugs, I think. But what are you saying? What do you?
Yes, you would think twice before you get in a boat with rugs heading that way.
Well, that assumes that the boat had rugs in it.
Yeah, I mean, actually,
I don't know why we assume that those boats have rugs in them, because not a single one of those boats have had any retrieval of rugs. Not one.
Yeah. And I also think that, I don't think it's going to stop. I mean, I don't know how people view members of C group, I don't know what to, I don't know what
CTEL?
Yeah. I don't know what people view like or have like an idea. These people, are going to unalive you if you don't do what they tell you to. So, I mean, I don't know if it's going to stop, their little operation like in one swift,
Right.
yeah.
And to Shane's point, look, if you get it, now you're able to get intelligence. And you can provide restitution to families who are harmed by these rugs, but they aren't doing that. So there's nothing to gain from it, and there's no way to like get your money back essentially. But instead of doing it, because it's not about that. It's never been about that. That was a pretext. That's it. Well, in my opinion, I mean, but I think I'm right. Now, Andy, you have not spoken yet, and then Mud. Andy, go ahead. Did you want to weigh in?
See, first of all, I don't think it's the U.S.'s place to be pew-pewing boats and eliminating their crew in international waters nowhere near us. Like, no chance those boats were going to come here in one relay. And you'd have to believe Donald Trump in the first place. And since we sent home survivors to Colombia, I don't believe him.
Oh, like Obama's drones?
Obama's sons?
The drones, when he was sending the drones to the Middle East.
Yeah,
Yeah,
What's
that's
that got to do with what we're talking about now?
no, but I want to be very clear on this because I've been consistent, and this was way before any of this went down. There was a major, an Air Force major, Ryan something. He was pretty well known. So anyway, during the Obama administration, he was a pilot that was asked to carry out an extrajudicial assassination of an American citizen who was in Yemen. So he had left, but he was still a U.S. citizen. And this pilot said no to the order. She said, nope, that would be a violation of his Fifth Amendment rights. He is an American citizen. Even though he's in Yemen, he has the right to be held before a jury for if he's guilty of crimes. And so there was this big moment in the Obama administration. They're like, oh, dude, this guy's going to get court-martialed. He just refused an order. And yet they didn't court-martial him because the Obama administration kind of knew that if it became a public spectacle and they court-martialed him, then they would have to explain, wait a second, yeah, we just assassinated a U.S. citizen in Yemen, even though we think he's a bad dude, and even though we think he's working with in that particular time Al Qaeda, like they didn't want to do it, and that's to be very clear on this. Like the people on this boat were not U.S. citizens; they're not protected by a right to a fair trial. But like, what I want to impress upon you here is that it doesn't matter who's in office. The most dangerous thing that can happen here is that we set a precedent where now this is okay.
Yeah.
And once it becomes okay, that means a future president can say, well, look, it's been done before. I now want to do it again. Why can't I have the same power? And that's why it's so important to check people in power when they do the wrong thing so we don't set a precedent.
Isn't there,
Yeah.
and I'm not
the
defending
guy's
this.
name was Anwar Awlaki, I believe, or Awlaki, I think. And then a couple of weeks after that, they unalived his kid.
I wanted to ask, and this is not because I'm saying this is like a valid point for this to happen. I just am curious in international waters, there's different laws, right? And is this what they're trying to get around in a sense? Like, because they weren't attacked on land or something. Isn't there something that kind of is a loophole?
It is different, but they're still bound by international human rights.
Yeah.
So like in no matter how you look at this, every time they pew-pewed one of those boats and blew it up and unalived those people, it was illegal.
Yeah.
Every single one of those orders were illegal.
Were they, even though they have this like thing that they keep saying about international waters, it's like what Trump's
legal bullshit. That's
Yeah.
they're trying to put a square peg in a round hole, which they of course are going to try to do that. I mean, they would have done that under any administration to try and justify what they did.
Right.
Like with Lockie when they did that to him, like I remember that. I lived through that. I remember that happening, and it was it was like Well, what the fuck are we doing, guys? And this was one of the reasons I was very critical of Obama. It's because of that right there. Like, that was a big deal to me. I'm like, so we're just going to unalive U.S. citizens without any court order or anything because we labeled them a certain way.
I would like to point out, though, that Democrats also protested Obama for doing that.
Yes,
Like,
we
liberals
absolutely
are
fucking
very,
did.
are very clock your own type people. So just like we're out here protesting Donald Trump, we protested Obama. There were things he did that caused the masses to go out and protest.
Including
Republicans
immigration.
don't do that.
Right,
Republicans
including
No,
immigration.
I actually think that like, and I'm just being objective, Andy. Like, I didn't see the uproar, to be honest. I think there was people that were not okay with him and called
There
him
were
the
plenty
butcher.
of people protesting. How
Well,
old
I
were you? How old were you when Obama was in office?
I was in college. I was 21.
Now, what did you not see an uproar over? Which part? Because there were several things he did.
Yeah,
Like
so like in my like college or in amongst like my young groups of people that I was surrounded by, you know, and I was in politics. Like I had internships at that time with certain
well, sure, but
organizations.
what was the thing that happened that you didn't see uproar over?
No, I'm just saying, like, people had utterances of their disappointment of this, you know, but there wasn't
protest.
There wasn't like
there were full on protests.
There were.
Well, it wasn't to the level like we have like now, where like you have literally his approval rating. Like,
but Obama wasn't doing several things to piss off the public.
That's
Obama
true.
was doing like one or two things, and the protests would erupt. Trump does something every damn day to piss off the public. There is why it's different.
Well, I mean,
to be clear on the target
okay,
here, too.
I don't know. I think that in terms of like the party that's voting for their candidate defecting from their candidate, I feel that like Republicans like really do a good job of like not going and worrying about supporting them so that they'll get reelected.
Then how did Donald Trump get elected after J6? Because after
we can
J6,
disagree about that.
Republicans should have
Those are American citizens in my mind.
Can I finish talking?
Well, we'll disagree on that.
They
I view
just
those people
said
as
no.
political prisoners.
Let Andy make her point. I don't think she's made her point yet. Go ahead, Andy. Please.
My point is if Republicans left their party so quickly or corrected their own, why is it that y'all elected him after J6? That there's no self accountability after that.
Okay, so because I don't view those people as what you view them as, I view them as Americans that were political prisoners. So we're not going to agree.
They weren't political prisoners. They tried.
Oh, they sure were.
They took fake electorates and tried to like. We can't even talk about this on here. What Donald Trump
Yeah, I
did
don't think
was
we should
wrong, and
talk
it was
about
illegal.
it, to be honest.
It was illegal, and that's why he got impeached.
Yeah, we did protest Obama. And matter of fact, my YouTube channel was mostly me being very critical of Obama. And so whenever I started criticizing Trump when he came into office, apparently my entire audience were all Republicans. So they started reporting everything that I put out, and it got my channel.
Well, I guess this is what I would pose to you.
Let me
what
jump in here when I
pose.
can.
I'll just finish this. I guess I would pose this to you. When you're talking about these protests about Obama, I just wonder where all of these informants were in your protests, you know, like it was on that day that you brought up.
What are you talking? Okay, first of all, those informants were already with those groups. Second of all, who was the president when that happened? Whose FBI was it when that happened? It was Donald Trump's. So you cannot sit there and act like the FBI was against him when he was literally the one in office. Stop it, doll.
Don't be so naive.
You're making yourself look bad.
No, you're actually. You're
Can
actually.
I jump in here real quick?
Sure,
I
Dina,
want to
go
make.
ahead.
Thank you. Give me just a minute because I'm not going to be up here long. I've got things to do. But let's talk about Venezuela. I want to point out to everyone that there was a law passed in 1986. It was called the Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act. Okay. And basically, the protocol was that the Coast Guard would approach these ships. They would aboard these ships. If there was any contraband, it would be removed. The suspects would be arrested. Due process was put in place. This is how we handled contraband on international waters. What Trump is doing is wholly illegal. And anyone that even wants to try to say that this is okay has got to be out of their minds. Let's not forget Juan Orlando Hernandez, the president of Honduras. What did he ship? 360 tons, almost 400 tons of the sugar into the United States. Let them shove it up their noses. That was his exact words. He was convicted, and Donald Trump pardoned him. I'm sorry, people. How you can support this man? No, I'm not finished. How you can support this man is beyond me. And oh, by the way, January 6th, that was an insurrection. That was an attack on our capital. That was an attack on our democracy. When people can bust windows, harm policemen, shit on the floor, and wipe it on the wall, and you're okay with it, there's something wrong with you. With that, I land my plane.
This is what I think. I'm actually happy that someone took a shit on these losers' desks because I think they're fucking losers. I don't think Americans are the losers. I think
then you're not an American, are you?
Finish?
You're a fascist. No, you cannot because
Okay.
you have talked and talked and talked.
Okay,
Go ahead and drop me down level because I can't stand to talk to the bitch.
Yeah, go fuck off.
Thank you, Dina.
Fuck you.
Dina, I agree with you.
I won't drop you, but if you need to go, you're welcome to. You can drop yourself at any point.
See, when you keep blaming American citizens for the theater that you keep following in your Democrat, Republican playwright, and keep blaming other Americans and being divided and calling us hateful, get a fucking clue. Get a fucking clue, bitch.
Okay, hold on real quick, guys.
On the American desk.
Hold on. So what exactly are we arguing about here? Because I understand that I can laugh about shitting on Pelosi's desk. I can't laugh about them smearing on the wall because that makes no sense. But shitting on the desk, I understand that. But breaking into the Capitol is not okay, right? That is not how. No, they broke the windows. We have videos to back up what I just said as being correct and proving what you just said not to be true. So some of them did walk in, yes, but that was after they broke in and after they opened the doors and let the people through.
Oh, when the informants were breaking windows and pushing people.
I don't understand why you.
See, this is why Dina doesn't like her liberal.
Yeah, I don't.
And it's why
I don't
get
understand.
annoyed with her. It's because
liberal,
she has
can I
no.
finish?
And that's fine, but I don't really understand because.
Can I finish?
Finish.
Can I finish? The reason
I was
why,
the one talking actually, and
fine.
you interrupted
I'll wait till
me.
you're done, sorry.
I mean, I just don't really understand what the argument is about because I think all of us generally are fed up with the way the system is working. You may see it a different way, but I think we can all agree this shit needs to change, right?
Yeah.
And look, Dina is not okay with what happened on J6, and neither should you. And let's assume for the moment that there was some plot. It still happened, right? It still happened, and that's not okay. I'm not talking. I'm not talking. Like I don't get the argument between you and Dina. I don't know why it got so heated because
she hates me. Because I am on the other side. Now, if
you're not on the other side, though.
That's
you're
right.
on
but
America's
she thinks
side.
That. She thinks that, and that's the fucking problem.
It's based on the fact that you see those things like J6, for example. You see it in the vein that a MAGA would see it, right?
No,
that what
I don't.
you're believing is what MAGA spewed for a long time. So that's why people can look at you and say you're on the other side, even though I know that you're generally not. I get that, but Yeah, I don't look. Getting pissed off at each other and arguing about. I don't know. It just I don't get it.
I don't know what side you've talked to her on that she's ever been anything but MAGA, but I've talked to her multiple times. She's always defended the MAGA point, and my point is that on J6, I don't care what your party thinks of who's in power or what's going on. You don't do that to the Capitol. You don't. Because then you're taking a crap on all of America, not your political opponent's desk or whatever. You're saying fuck all of America because I didn't get my way and I don't like it and I'm
That's what you.
unhappy and I want
Yeah,
to throw
I
a
get
fit.
it. That's what you're gonna think till the end of time. That's fine.
Well, you let her finish her statement, please. Go ahead, Andy. I think that was
you're
Andy.
right because that's a true statement. What I said is the truth. So yes, I'm going to believe it because it's corroborated by evidence.
Okay, and
Thank you.
that's what exactly it was created to do. So you could be botted into fighting with
Oh,
me
brother.
instead of the people that are all on the same side against us. Good job.
You
Good job.
you really
can
have
I ask a
detached
question?
yourself from reality, doll. Like when I think you
Yeah,
can't get
yeah.
further out from the truth, you walk off a cliff. Congratulations.
Well,
Can I ask
let me
some
reframe the
questions?
context here. I want to
Well-
reframe the context here, and then this is why I get upset about it, Noel, so you can understand my perspective.
Sure.
My perspective on this has always been the reason that it upset me the most is because if you can't observe the outcome of my vote, right? It means effectively you're saying, Shane, I don't think your vote should matter, right? And that's what I saw the people who went to the Capitol, because I live here in D.C. I had a lot of friends who were in pretty unfortunate, scary situations that day. Good friends, close friends. I was scared for them. My vote matters, right? Just as yours does. But if after the votes are counted, you can't observe that we were that our side got more votes than
So
your
then
side.
should I say when people are doing no kings protest that they're not respecting my vote?
Shane, where do you live that you think that your vote counts? Please explain.
Well, no, can you answer my question, Shane?
Literally
Like,
all of our
I
votes
don't
count across.
when
Yeah.
people are protesting and holding up traffic while I'm trying to get to work and they're doing a no kings protest in every corner, should I be like these people don't respect my vote?
No,
So let's
because
talk
guess
about
what?
well, let's talk about
constitutionally
you
protected.
Well,
you
that's
mentioned
all these
traffic.
people were
You mentioned
doing.
you mentioned
That's
traffic.
all
No,
these people
Not
were
true.
doing.
So there's a big difference in location, right? If I'm protesting in a local city at a local street, right? Americans have freedom to protest. There's a very, very big difference between that. Hold on, so you understand this, because
What
the
happened in
intellectual.
LA?
Well, hold on, doll. Hold on.
Okay,
Let him make his point. Okay.
There's a
Let him
level
make
of
his point.
intellectual dishonesty that I want you to make amends with here. Can you acknowledge that we don't pass law? There are no lawmakers passing laws in the middle of Wilshire Boulevard in LA.
Oh, so all of a sudden, this building to you represents, something
The building,
like
the people in it, the
Wow,
elected
you are
representatives. Yes.
you guys are lost.
Doll. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's worse when people actually
let me say this.
destroy our
Doll.
cities that we
Doll.
use. Yeah.
Yes. So the reason
it
I don't give a
wasn't.
shit if we destroy
Can anybody
their
hear
fucking
me?
building.
Can
Yeah.
anybody hear me?
That they've
Okay.
been sitting
got
in.
you.
That
Okay.
they've done nothing
Do I
for.
need to start muting? Doll, can you hear me?
Well, I would like to respond at some point.
Well, I just want to make the point that it's not even just the location, right? This is what they were doing. What they were doing that is very problematic because what they were trying to stop was certifying the votes. So they could have done it at the local Hardys, and if the fucking, insurrectionists came in there and tried to go to the Hardys and stop them, that is problematic. They were trying to stop what we've done for over 200 years now, which is certify the election. So the location is irrelevant in my view, right?
When you
it's
realize-
it's adding insult to injury.
Okay.
Right? You're trying to stop the function of government, and that's a problem.
Okay, so what I believe is these people were dumb for going and being in a location where they could be used as pawns. That's the first thing, because
Like
when
Donald Trump.
when you have been censored by this previous administration, we've had all these types of things done to just shut our conservative voices out, right? The last thing we should
Brother.
have done is put ourselves in a location where some narrative could have been created, and then put in 200 plus
Oh, brother.
informants to incite
There were-
something that
there were
wasn't going to
24.
happen. Yeah, you've
There
just
weren't
created,
200,
and
there
I
were
can't fucking
24.
finish without
Okay.
anybody fucking interrupting me.
Yeah, go ahead and land your plane.
So the bottom line is, yeah, those people were dumb to put themselves in that situation, knowing that these things could be portrayed about them. The problem is none of you want to acknowledge the fact that this was hijacked. This wasn't their mission that day. And these Americans that were rounded up and put in isolation for 4 years, and that is a political prisoner. They were never charged with these things that were claimed on them.
Wrong.
They never got due process.
Hold on a second.
And
Hold on a
you
second.
guys are all like, they can go to fucking hell and
Doll.
rot. And I got a problem with that.
Okay.
You're making
I
it
address
such
it?
an extreme claim that, like, I voted for Trump and I still don't believe what the fuck you're saying. Like, that is not.
When you
the
start
case.
realizing that these people are both controlled opposition for each other, they both work on the same side, it'll all make sense to you. But until you want to keep yelling at me, you're not going to get anywhere.
Doll, real quick, let me go over this because I think this is. Yeah, well, sure, but let me go over this because Doll, you said some things that it was, there was all this plot and it was this and it was that. But Enrique Tarrio, right? He got I think the worst sentence of them all. This document was distributed with his group, I think it was the Proud Boys or Oath Keepers. I can't remember. I get them all mixed up. This was a plan that they had in place to go in and take over federal buildings in the fucking Capitol. Right? Fill the buildings with patriots and communicate our demands to maintain control over a select few but crucial buildings in the D.C. area for set period of time, presenting our demands in unity. See attached list of demands in Patriot Plan, which was even a separate document that got distributed. The targeted buildings were Russell Senate Office, Dirksen Senate Office, Supreme Court, Hart Senate Office, Cannon House Office Building, Longworth House Office Building, Rayburn, and CNN At Least Egg Doorway. This was a concerted, coordinated effort that they put plans in place to go over. It even has directions.
What is the difference between any other protest that the leftists, they took over cities?
Well, what's the difference between any other protest and a coordinated plan to take over federal buildings in D.C.?
Yeah,
you don't know the difference?
No.
Okay.
If you don't know the difference,
in Minneapolis,
there is no point in having this conversation.
Because when they took over a police precinct, wait a second. When they had a riot in Minneapolis and they took over a police precinct, what is the difference?
Because they weren't trying to replace the votes of the elected official that was president.
You guys are
so
fucking
Doll,
botted.
So Doll, I want to explain something to you, and I mean this in the kindest way I can. And I'm a published subject matter expert in this area. It is really unfortunate that we are not going to be able to have a conversation with you about this.
Right.
And it's because based upon everything you've just said, your views have become so extreme that you.
What is extreme?
Everything you just said.
No, name one extreme thing I've said.
I can't. I'll put it this way. I can't name one normal thing you've said.
What is the difference between the Minneapolis taking over the precinct and shooting and
When in Minneapolis?
What is the difference?
When in Minneapolis?
And listen, Doll, I want to be very clear here. I love Arby's as much as anyone else, and it broke my heart to see that Arby's burn in Minneapolis. But I can see the difference between
I'm talking
Arby's
about a police
and the Capitol, the United States.
What is the difference between rioters taking over that building, right? They didn't go to jail for years.
When was it done?
What before this, actually?
When was it done? When did I don't know about this. When was the police precinct attacked in Minneapolis?
I'll get it up on the computer for you.
Yeah, I bet it was during the Trump administration.
So you're arguing that taking over federal buildings.
It was in 2020.
Yeah, see, so Trump causes chaos whenever he's president.
Oh my God.
He encourages it.
Oh
he He encourages it. It doesn't happen during Biden's administration. There were none of these big protests, none of these big problems when
That's not
Biden
true.
was president.
No, that's not true.
Before,
What about all the riots after George Floyd? How about all those riots? They burn business, they burn streets, they burn cars, they kept people out of the cars, they hit innocent people. So it did happen on the Joe Biden. And guess what?
no, they didn't happen under Joe
Kamala
Biden.
Harris collect money to get
They didn't
people out of
happen
the
under Joe
jail.
Biden. They happened under Donald Trump.
No, no.
Yes, they did. Go check the dates, Joe.
No, the
Go
riots.
check the dates, Joe.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. All of the people, the 4 people that did it, it was 4 people that did that. And they all went to jail. They
I'm gonna
went
pull it up.
to jail.
They didn't
I'm
get
gonna
away
pull
with
it up.
it.
It wasn't 4 people, dude.
The only
those are
thing
the
that
ones
they
that
got
were
away with is
yes.
labeling
Let
the
me. I'll
entire
pull it up for
Democratic
you.
Party
It's
as
okay.
the problem.
We can all just keep making.
Little
And-
did they get a
like, you know,
pardon?
No, they did not get a pardon.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No,
What
it
Dahl
wasn't
does not
4 people
understand,
that took
and I'm
over an
speaking,
entire.
Well, what's the
precinct.
job
Well,
of the
here,
FBI?
let me do, Dahl, let
Well,
me
what's
do,
the job
let
of
me,
the FBI?
Dahl, let me do what you did. That was actually an FBI plot by the Trump administration to make Democrats look bad. Those were FBI informants that went in there and pushed those people inside of that building. That was the government that did that. It wasn't the people.
Was a false flag.
They did that.
Now
They
you're
did that.
getting it.
They
Now
did.
you're
No.
getting it.
What I'm
Now
was a
you're
no,
getting
no,
it,
flag
buddy.
by
no,
Trump.
no,
Now you
no.
get it.
Yeah, but you didn't apply that to Minneapolis, did you?
Well, because you guys can't see the difference because it's only about
There's
who
no
voted
difference.
for Trump.
It was
That's all
Trump
you
both
worry about.
times.
People who
all
broke
you
the
focus
law.
on
Both times.
is Trump
People broke the
voters.
law.
It was
That's
Trump
all
both
you care
times.
about.
People broke
You
the
don't
law.
think about
Both times.
what happened amongst your side.
Okay, well,
or
let me
what,
let
you
me
know,
ask the panel
how
this.
things happen
Let me
or
ask the
whatever. You're just like, yeah, those
let
Trump
me
voters.
let me ask the
Yeah.
panel
Trump
this.
both
Hold,
times.
hold on, guys, hold on.
Trump was president both times.
Let me ask the panel something. Do you guys agree with the people that were convicted and arrested and put in jail for taking over the precinct in Minneapolis? Does anybody disagree with them doing that?
Nope, I think they should be.
Yeah. You take over a police station, you committed a crime.
Go to jail.
You go to jail. Yep.
People commit crimes,
Yeah, but
Dahl.
guess what? They didn't.
People commit
And
crimes,
what
and
happened
people go to
was-
jail for it.
That was
No,
during the
and-
Trump administration.
I'm gonna pull it up because you're not even making any sense. This is
That
ludicrous.
was during the Trump administration.
And he just
It
said they
was.
went to jail.
They
And
did.
The difference between
Rightly so.
that protest and what happened at the White House was they were trying to take away the electorates that were actual, votes and replace them with fake ones so that they could keep somebody in the presidency.
Trump
That
uses,
is a challenge in itself.
Trump
At least we
uses
would've
the
had somebody.
chaos he creates against Democrats. That's what he does. He creates chaos and then he uses it as messaging.
I'm gonna pull it
against
up because
Democrats.
you're not being correct. So let's.
No,
go
I
back
am being
to what
correct.
we're talking
Pull it
about.
up. Let her pull it up. Hey, we had a puppet for 4 years.
Yeah,
You
Donald
didn't
Trump.
have a prophet, you idiot.
We had a puppet for 4 years. Joe
Yeah,
Biden
Donald
was
Trump.
shit. No, Joe Biden. He
Oh,
won.
Joe Biden was a good man.
Joe Biden is a good man. The one that takes shower with his daughter. Really?
Everybody
call that
takes
good man?
showers with their daughters.
Oh yeah, he used to take shower with his
It's
daughter.
a normal part of parenting when you're a busy parent. Your kids
Yeah,
hop
man.
in there, you get them clean, you get them dressed, and you get them off. Not every shower is sexual, Joe.
No,
And funny thing
Not
is, Joe,
every
is she
shower
said
is
that
I have
sexual.
a 3
If
years
you
old
think
said
boy.
it
every
wasn't
shower is
sexual.
sexual, then you're weird.
Oh, let me tell you something real
She
quick.
said it wasn't sexual.
Let her pull the
And
It's
I
not
have
sexual.
1.5
He
years old
never
daughter.
abused his daughter. God, you're just
I
sick.
will never shower with my
Nakedness
daughter.
is not sexual, Joe.
You're
I will
not
never
listening to
shower
the
with my
victim,
daughter.
Joe.
Nakedness is not sexual, and you don't have a daughter, or you would know that every
No, I
parent.
do have a daughter. I do have a
Well,
daughter.
then you're weird for thinking that a shower with your daughter would be sexual. Then you've
It's
got a
not
problem,
right.
Joe.
It's not right.
The
That's all.
fact that he thinks that makes me worry for his daughter.
I worry
The
for
fact
his
that
daughter
you have
too. I
thoughts
think
like
he
that
would.
about
Okay,
I
my
think
child.
he'll
okay.
abuse
I
her.
can't, guys. I cannot hear anybody. Okay, I just can't hear anybody because you're all talking at the same time. Let's just do it one at a time. Let me and of course the live just got restricted. for misinformation. It doesn't say who or what.
Yeah, it's probably Connor. Is Connor in there?
I don't know. Either way, I can't even hear what anybody's saying anyway, even if they were to say something crazy. I don't see Connor in there. Anyway, so let's do one at a time. Let's get the old timer out here. And we'll do it that way. I'm gonna start start at the holy fuck. I'm gonna start at the top left. OG, welcome in. Go ahead.
Hi, OG.
Okay. I just walked in. I don't know what we're discussing.
Oh, okay. Then I'll go to Andy if you want to. I'll come back to you at the end. That way you'll.
That's great.
Okay. Yeah, Andy, go ahead.
The difference between some of those protests is they just wanted to stop police violence. They weren't trying to, replace the candidate that was elected with somebody else. And if you don't see that, doll, I don't know what to tell you.
50 seconds left. Do you need them?
Let Doll present her position. She said that she had evidence.
She already did.
Let her. That's all I'm saying.
She already did.
And I'm not. I had 50 more seconds. I let it ride. Somebody else can have my time.
Okay.
Andy, it's good to hear your voice. I haven't heard it in a long time.
Okay. Well, let me pause it. Who would you like to have your time?
Poetivity hadn't said hardly anything since I've been.
All right, then I'll add the minute and 5 seconds to your stuff. Go ahead, Poetivity.
Okay, first of all, about the J, whatever. The job of the FBI is to identify criminals in the United States and to keep the American people safe. That's their job. They're not international. They are local. They came into being when there was a serial unaliver between states, and they needed to coordinate the law enforcement information between states, and that's how we got the FBI. So when something like J6 occurs and the FBI had been circling around the outside of the crowd, kind of watching what was going on and trying to see how safe or unsafe the Capitol building was, they identified that some people were in trees with actual pew-pews and coordinated that. And they put up the magatrons that, or whatever they're called, those magnet things that identify metal. And Grumpy had said he didn't want that, let them in, they're not here for me. So he knew they were here with their pew-pews for somebody else that wasn't him, and he felt safe having them close to the stage. So when you talk about the FBI being in the crowd or, doing these things, they are doing it in a law enforcement capacity, identifying, probably had body cameras on or whatever, to identify people who were there, who were doing violent things, who were willing to do violent things, who were going to get close. Also with the 2016 election, the investigating like foreign countries that were trying to interfere in that. They investigated the Grumpy campaign. Our FBI was doing its job, and Grumpy holds them negatively accountable for doing their job, and he feeds that misinformation to all the other people, and you take up that narrative. Shame on you.
Okay, cancel. Go ahead.
First of all, that's not what they were doing. All right, that's not like I have no idea why you have that impression of the FBI, because that's not what they were doing. All right, let's be real. Right, they were. First of all, the FBI was. They were.
It's very hard to talk about this subject because you can't actually say all of the evidence that was provided that you all are privy to look into and see that this was a manufactured event.
Okay, hold on. Cancel culture. Go ahead.
The point making is that the FBI, first of all, I feel or at least I feel that they are against U.S. culture. Like they're not, like they don't work on the benefit of our behalf, right? I have a large distrust of the FBI, right? And that's all I want to say.
Okay. Lucat, welcome in, welcome aboard. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, when it comes to the January 6th thing, I don't really consider it an insurrection because I don't think the people were competent enough to pull off such a thing. When you understand that these people actually did have firearms and left them in the next state over, you start to realize these aren't serious people who can really enact any sort of action. What happened was these were just idiots who were told, "Hey, this election was not legitimate. You should go protest by breaking into the building," and then they did. And of course they were let in by the government. This was under the Trump administration still. After all, he was still president. The Biden and Kamala were only the president and VP elect at the time. So this was still under a Trump-controlled government.
Okay. Doll, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm trying to find the amount of arrests still that I'm trying to get the article that I had. So I know that you guys think 4 people were held, for their crimes of taking over an entire police precinct in Minneapolis, and you don't think that there was any other people that could have possibly been involved to do such a thing, right? And they're just out free essentially. Meanwhile, in this scenario, which was orchestrated by our government on Americans that weren't in, and like he said, weren't in the intention to do any type of harm, being they weren't armed or anything like you guys have exaggerated these people to be. Instead, you want these people locked up, not seeing their kids for 4 years and in isolation and not given proper due process. And I say that is on you to figure out. If you are so messed up that you are like blaming American citizens just because they happen to disagree with you politically and they get to just pay somehow, and you don't understand that the government is all working together against us to pin each other, to fight each other and divide us, then I don't know what to tell you, people. If you don't see it now, you never are.
Okay, so to your point about there was only 4 that were convicted and charged. The reason is that it's not actually illegal to go into that building. It's a public building, and people are allowed to go in there. Right?
Make excuses.
This was no. This is what the prosecutors.
He lit it on fire.
Well, hold on, and that's where the 4 people came in. They were the ones that did that. Those 4 were the ones that lit the fire.
What about the people that were shooting?
Hold on, doll. Listen. I just gave you your full fucking time. You're going to sit there and let me fucking rebut what you just said without interrupting me. Please. There were 4 people that were fucking charged. You can look it up. The rest of them, there were less than a dozen, I believe, that even entered the precinct at all. The issue is that they didn't commit any crimes when they went in there. The precinct is not a federal building. It is not federally restricted. It is a public building that people can enter. The police had already left the building entirely. There were no police in there at all. They had already left. So when you're referring to this, there were not federal lawmakers in there certifying an election at the time that they went in there. The people that went in there and committed crimes, they were found guilty and they went to fucking jail. That's it. This isn't
why they left the precinct?
Holy fucking shit, doll. This was not some grand conspiracy, but what we did see was on live TV, these fucking dotards going into the Capitol, breaking the windows, shitting on the fucking stuff, going into the Capitol, and then even one of them was so close to them that they had to pew her because that was the last barrier between them and the representatives that were in there. These are two totally different circumstances.
Unbelievable.
And sadly, this administration pardoned all of the people that broke into the Capitol and did all of those things that day.
Yeah, I wonder why. Because it's one big fucking orchestrated psyop that they should have never been in jail for because they were never guilty in the first place. And guess what? The people that were leaving, the police officers that were leaving that precinct, you know why they left? Because they were getting pew-pewed at. Ashley Babbitt didn't have a fucking arm on her whatsoever, and she got fucking shot in the chest. So shame on you for celebrating
and she deserved
the
it.
fucking
She deserved it.
justification of
It's not
another
She
person,
deserved
another
it.
fellow American. Shame on you, motherfucker. That is fucked.
It's not a
Okay.
psyop, dude.
Now, Shane, well,
What's
I
up?
don't. Yeah, go ahead,
I'm
man.
up.
Yeah,
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
So I want to be very clear here. You can start the timer up. Here's directly from the DOJ website, the people who are armed, who had firearms and other things. Lonnie Kaufman from Alabama. He has found multiple firearms on his person, loaded, multiple firearms on his vehicle. He had several hundred rounds of ammunition in his vehicle. A truck held ammunition, large capacity ammunition, crossbow, machetes, camouflage smoke devices, a stun gun, and 11 Molotov cocktails. This is the person you're defending, doll. This is the person you're defending. Continuing on.
Ashley Babbitt?
Hold the fuck up and listen, you
She was
no self-control,
unalived for
anti-patriotic.
no fucking reason.
You are an enemy to the American people, doll, because when
No,
violent
you are.
motherfuckers,
You
when
are.
violent motherfuckers
You are.
go to the Capitol, listen
You
to me.
are.
This person
You
went to the
defend
Capitol with 11
the
Molotov
fucking-
cocktails and
Yes, you
intended
are
to
a
harm
fucking
our
disgrace.
democracy. No, I've served in the intel community. I put my life on the line for this fucking country. You've done fuck. Do you understand? Have you ever gone away to a foreign country to serve in the intel community? Have you ever worked that fucking position? I have. You've attacked the FBI. You said the FBI
Ashley
is a bunch of
Babbitt
fucking
was
operatives.
a veteran.
The FBI
fucktard.
prosecutes financial
Ashley
crime,
Babbitt-
drug crime. They protect children who are being trafficked. The FBI is not the fucking enemy here. Okay, the FBI is full
Babbitt was
of
a
professionals.
veteran.
who
Dog,
give
hold
a fuck.
on.
You are an insane conspiracy theorist. Let me continue. I would like to go through all the people because you didn't shut the fuck up. If there's one thing you do in this world, doll, listen to me.
And I'll
Learn
never
to
shut the fuck up. I'll
Learn
never
to shut
shut
the
the
fuck
fuck
up.
up.
Learn to listen.
Never.
You
Never.
will never be
Never.
half the person, a quarter, a tenth of the American that I am. Because when you are burdened with facts, your fucking little brain breaks. Because every part of you is so fucking addled with conspiracies and bullshit.
Hold on, doll.
You are incapable of absorbing facts. You are incapable of thinking anything other than the bullshit that Donald Trump feeds you. When in reality, motherfuckers went to the Capitol with Molotov cocktails, hundreds of rounds
Keep
of ammunition.
saying all this stuff that you can
It's not
justify
up
your,
for debate.
your
He admitted
okay
it.
and
It was on his person, in his vehicle. But I will continue. There were not just one, not two, 19 people found with firearms on their person that day. Then when they went home, these people admitted that they brought more weapons with them. They didn't even have to admit it, and they did. These people went there armed with zip ties and all kinds of other shit. You are a bad fucking person, doll. Every part of you sucks your soulless dog shit. I wish nothing upon you
for
but
Ashley
fucking
Babbitt.
hell.
To the day I die. Justice
I
for
fucking hope Ashley Babbitt fucking happens to you, you fucking chud.
Okay.
And I'm the hateful person.
I
hate you with the fucking
Hold on,
passion.
guys.
I'm not fucking
Hold on.
saying I don't. I
I'm the
think you
hateful
fucking
one.
suck and everyone else does too.
Yeah, it looks like you crashed out, buddy.
I don't know. This isn't correct. This is called patriotism. Patriotism is identifying enemies.
You know
Patriotism
that
is
you are
identifying people who
Hold
can't
on,
fucking
guys.
absorb facts.
Guys. Hey, you guys are starting to hurt my ears, both of you. I've got headphones on, and it is hurting my ears.
I'll take it down a notch. Can I
Thank you
respond?
so much for your service.
Did you just
Can
use
I
shut
respond?
as an
And your
actual
sacrifice.
insult?
So Ashley Babbitt was a veteran. Ashley Babbitt didn't have any of these things on her. And she was a fellow American that was unalived. And these people want that to happen to me. But
yes,
there's a sympathetic
yes,
left.
yes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, you heard it
you
right.
are a fucking
I think
idiot.
that because you are the type of person who would justify it, you would have showed up if you had the fucking ability. Everyone here knows it because you don't think any one of them did anything wrong. You think it's cool for Ashley Babbitt to try and jump through a window and harm members of Congress. My elected representatives, your elected representatives, they deserve to do their fucking jobs and observe democracy, and you don't observe democracy.
You know what,
You are a
Shane?
threat to democracy.
Good for me because I'm gonna do it no matter who it is.
That makes you a terrorist. You're a terrorist.
You.
Okay.
Unlike you, buddy.
Shane, Lonnie Kaufman's from Alabama. Like, he came home in a world of hurt. He came home and bragged about those Molotov, you know what, and bought himself even more time. And, Dawes, you don't know who you're defending. Lonnie Kaufman is a bad man. Lonnie Kaufman was a bad man before he got in his car
Ashley
in Alabama
Babbitt.
and
I
drove to the
said
polls.
Ashley
I thought it was
fucking
Ashley Babbitt she was talking about.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you all talking about?
Shane-
I said Ashley Babbitt.
Shane had brought up the other guy, the Kaufman guy.
Kaufman, Guy Reffitt, Christopher Michael Albert.
I think the point he was making
Who were
is
they
that
associated with?
I think the point that he was making, and correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, was that there were people that came there with bad intentions. And that was, I think, maybe your point, Shane. Is that right?
Yeah, if you show up to the Capitol with Molotov cocktails, I can't help but think that maybe you're not a good person.
Buddy, in LA, I think there was yeah, you're right. Only people in LA showed up with great intentions.
Okay.
There was no, fringe anything.
Hold on, democracy.
Yeah, and you know what? Because there, was maybe this fringe thing. Let's do what happened to Ashley Babbitt to those people in the LA riots, right? That would have been cool. No, it wouldn't have.
Okay.
No, it wouldn't have.
Okay,
and that's
hold
where
on.
you're hypocrites, and you'll never fucking win because you have no consistency with humanity.
Okay, now we're spending 20, 30 seconds on insults. I don't mind like insults so much, but if it's wrapped inside of your argument, that's better, right?
Well, that's what I was doing. I'm showing him that he would have never been okay with another Ashley Babbitt situation happening in the LA riots that we saw go on.
That would have been awesome.
If that had happened.
If somebody was breaking into the governor's office,
it's the government building. We gotta all fucking cower to the government building. The windows of the
you
government
don't think that the government has a right to protect
destruction that happens to our neighborhood.
Okay, let me read. Doll. Okay, I don't think you quite understand because the people that we elect, they are us. They are supposed to be us. They represent us. And hold on, doll. And so when somebody goes in to attack those people, they're actually attacking us. That's what they're doing.
They're not
you're
yes. The government's corrupt.
That's a side point.
Who corrected
the fact of the matter. Can I finish a thought?
Let him make his point, dude.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, doll, I'm going to move on. Democracy, and then I'm going to get to OG. Actually, let me jump to...
Run away, little boy.
Doll, hold on. Let me go to OG because OG had just gotten in here before, and then I'll go to democracy.
Make your point first, and then move on, please. I'm listening to you.
I don't even remember now. My brain doesn't work like it used to. It's easy to get me to lose track of what I'm saying. OG, it's probably all those broccolis that I've ingested over my years. OG, go ahead. OG, go ahead.
Okay, let's set some records straight. Number one, if the FBI was in the crowd, that would have been Donald Trump's FBI because he was still in power at that time. So I don't want to hear.
You're getting there. Good job. You're getting close.
Doll, quit.
You got it. You're almost there.
Doll, stop.
I don't want to hear that there's some conspiracy. There is not. Number two.
All right, I'm out of here. I've had enough.
Insurrectionists.
I'm
literally enough of you too.
That's exactly what they are.
These people, they're like.
Okay. Hold on. Real quick, I'm going to give your time back, OG. Doll, please don't interrupt. She's got a timer. I'm trying to use this timer so that people can hear what somebody wants to say. And what you're doing is you're trying to filibuster by continuing to talk over people. I appreciate
Sorry, passionate. Sorry.
I get it. I appreciate your voice, and that's why I have you up here. And I don't want to drop you. But if you continue to do that, I have no choice because I can't hear what other people are trying to say, whether you agree with them or not. Okay, go ahead, OG. I'm going to give you your time back.
Number 2, they are insurrectionists. No matter if they're bumbling idiots or not, if somebody goes and robs a bank and they bumble through it, they still go to jail. So they are insurrectionists. Call it what you will, but that's what they are. And number 3, they're traitors to this country. The lot of them. Every last one of them are traitors to this country. And to be perfectly honest, when it comes to Ashley Babbitt, I'm sorry she's the only one. There should have been more. What happened to we back the blue? Because there were officers in there that day that got hurt protecting our congressmen. But nobody said anything about that.
Yeah, I mean that's actually a great point because it's you back the blue until you know who. And thank you, OG. Are you
There
good?
should have been more Ashley Babbitts.
Yep.
Wow.
Yes, based on the
America deserves everything that's
Doll.
coming.
Doll,
America
think
deserves
about
everything
Doll.
that's
I
coming.
mean, just think about what she's saying though, because they did attack police officers. When have police officers ever been like, "Oh, he's beating me and spraying me in the face with mace and beating me with an American flag, and I'm not allowed to do something about it"? When has that ever been true? Never.
Ash Babbitt broke into he broke into or she broke into the window and was actively threatening politicians' lives. Okay, so I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure.
That's
Okay,
what she was doing.
let me tell you a little story. If I went,
No,
and
I don't
tried
need to hear your story, dude. That's
okay, then
what you
I'm
did.
not allowed to respond. Okay, great. I'll
No,
go
no,
back on
I'm
mute.
telling you,
I'll
that's
go back
what
on
I
mute.
did.
Well, democracy will be next, but I was just going to let that play out for a second. But if we're just going to argue, then I'll just go to democracy. Go ahead, democracy.
Okay, so I'd just like to ask her if it's your job to protect congressmen, and there's a mob outside, and they're pushing their way through the building, and they're yelling "unalive these people" and "hang these people." At what point are those people supposed to stand there and let the mob come in and unalive everyone? Doll? At what point? Or do they need to do something?
Well, besides the fact Ashley Babbitt was a trained unaliver. Like, that's what our soldiers are.
She knew better.
She did know
but
better.
Doll doesn't want to answer that, and I'm going to bring her some more information.
Wait, what was her
I'm
job
waiting for your
before?
time to end. Do you see there's a
matter.
timer?
All
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay, Doll.
She was a soldier?
Let me.
Yeah, she was military.
She was, but
Ex-military.
Doll, you have engaged in interruptions this whole time. When somebody
I said I
asked
was
you a
trying to
direct
listen
question,
to you, what you asked me to do.
He was asking you a direct question,
Okay,
and
so
it wasn't
I don't
rhetorical.
know. Every time I
So-
open my mouth, I'm wrong by
no,
whatever
no.
I step in. So I'm just trying
no.
to.
If somebody asks you a question directly, you can absolutely answer, and there's no problem.
Okay,
At
so-
what point were they supposed to help? Because that was their detail.
Okay, so when you watch the video, these people were let in.
They were not
They
let
walked through red
They were
velvet
not let in. I'm asking
ropes.
you.
Is
So
that why
avoid
they
all
were
of that. When
climbing
you
the
have an
walls?
angry mob yelling and chanting, unalive them. At what point do you open fire? Do you let them come into the last door?
Okay, so let me tell you, right? So if I am doing something, right, like let's say I'm at a store, right? And I am going insane and I'm telling everybody, if you don't give me what I want, I'm going to unalive you, right? Okay, the cops are called. I'm not. I don't have any type of what's the word? Pew pew on me
It
or
doesn't
anything. I don't
matter.
have
A
any
violent
weapon.
mob
I
is
don't
a
have any
weapon.
weapon, right?
A
And let's
violent
say
mob is
Yeah,
a
it's a
threat.
riot.
Do you not understand that?
sure I
A
do, but
violent mob
right.
is
So
a
we
threat.
don't we
So at
don't
what point
we
do
don't
you
pew pew
use
down. We don't
at
pew
what
pew
point
down
yes you
mobs.
do.
No,
Yes
we
you
We
don't.
fucking
should.
do.
No, we don't.
And I have some other information here. Roger Stone met with the Proud Boys and had them
See, I
fully
wasn't allowed
fucking
to even
planning
fucking finish.
and
This is a
had
But the
them
joke.
Proud Boys
fully
didn't do
planning
that. The three
on
See, he
breaking
lieutenants did
into
it.
the
interrupts me,
building
and you
and
say
leading the
nothing, host.
protesters
He
That was
interrupts
the three
Well,
me.
I
lieutenants, not
thought
the
you had
Proud Boys.
answered.
That's a
No,
different
I
group.
was still talking, and he interrupted me.
Yeah,
So
he
so when
answered the
I didn't
question
hear
and
that.
continued to
so
talk.
so when I don't have any type of weapon on me, the cops just don't
an
walk into
angry mob
Target
is a
and
weapon.
say, "Oh, we got to call this individual is threatening to unalive, and she's knocking all of the gum down and
An
the
angry
racks of
mob
clothes."
is
You
the
know,
weapon.
she's not has any thing on her, but we're gonna come in
Oh
and
Jesus Christ.
unalive her. They don't do that. If I
So
had a
also
weapon
Roger
on
Stone
me,
met
They
with the
don't
can
do
Proud
I
that
Yeah,
if
Boys.
fucking
well,
you're
finish,
white.
yeah,
dude?
And it
yeah.
was
Can I
Just
Donald
fucking
Trump's
finish?
plan.
If I had
let
a
her land her plane.
if I had a
Go ahead
pew
quickly.
pew,
I think
if
we
I had a
all
pew
understand your
pew,
point.
they would have had every right to do something because there was imminent threat. Now, when we have mobs and protests, because they're violent and they also even are pew pewing the other people, and we saw it in LA. These people still weren't even pew pewed at. We don't do
Okay.
that in this country.
Well, actually,
You don't know what you're talking about.
we do.
Yes.
Many times, mobs that were, threatening and or intimidating were considered a deadly group, and therefore, when the people started pew pewing at them, and this has even happened. I mean, you could even argue, what's his fucking face, the 17-year-old. This was true there. Right, where he was allowed to shoot even before
Because
he was pew pewed
they
at.
had pew
Before
pews
he was pew
too.
pewed at.
I mean,
Before he was
historically,
They
pew
they
had
pewed
did it
them
at.
to innocent
too. If
people.
There
if
are
they
other
didn't,
instances
then it
of
wouldn't have worked
groups
out.
that are coming at somebody else where deadly force is allowed and is allowed for self-defense. So what you're arguing two separate things here, right?
Lindsay doesn't know what she's really saying,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to point out to everybody that Roger Stone met with the Proud Boys before this happened with the plan that they were going to lead people into the Capitol. Donald Trump's aides that were with him, his whole administration that were there with him in the end, pled with Secret Service, do not let Donald Trump go to the Capitol because we do not want to go to prison for sedition. Let that sink into your head. His own aides pled with Secret Service, do not take him to the Capitol because we don't want to go to prison for sedition.
Can I sum this up really
The
easily for
National
you?
Guard was put out a memo on January 4th. It's called the January 4th memo, and it was from the Pentagon telling all law enforcement and everyone else there the only people that had chain of command was Donald Trump over the National Guard. This was a coup. They planned 3 months ahead of time to tell everyone the election was stolen. It was not. It was their plan. This was a
But they
attempted coup and an insurrection.
Well, they still
Okay.
did actually believe
So
that it was stolen, and so
It don't
believing it
matter.
was
It's the
stolen, that
president who
makes
stole
it a
them now.
riot.
no, it doesn't. No, I mean, come on.
No,
They were
the
trying
intent
to
does matter.
they
I
were
wanna.
trying to cease a government function.
This
That
is
was
where
their purpose. They were
No,
literally
they legitimately
chanting
believed it was
to.
stolen.
I don't care what they legitimately believed or not. If it's not true, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
No,
what you
it's to
believe.
divide people,
And
dude.
well, it's done a good job of that,
No,
and
yeah, right.
they went in there to do
They
it.
did their mission.
But
But
you're
yeah, the ultimate
attributing some
intent
kind of
matters,
a
And all you're
John.
you're
blaming
attributing some
is the
kind of a
civilian
conspiracy to it,
that
though.
was part of it and not the people that
No.
orchestrated it. And that's
Well,
the
not a
problem.
conspiracy, a
Nonsense.
conspiracy theory that they
Well,
genuinely had
whatever.
and genuinely
Well,
felt,
if
and
somebody
they were
conspires
protesting
to do
against.
something, that's conspiracy semantics. Anyway,
The point
Andy,
is, Donald Trump and his fucking buddies did this.
Andy, go ahead.
I love the fact that she keeps trying to say that she was unarmed. She was a U.S. military person who was trained in hand-to-hand combat and was just as dangerous without arms as she was armed. So to sit there and continue to say that when she was repetitively told, do not enter here. She got told 3 separate times. She did it anyway. And what happened because they're not going to let her that close to the sitting Congress because she was a danger to the sitting Congress. And that's all there is to it. All this other stuff that Dahl and the guy in the corner want to like feed into it, that's all bullshit.
I
Okay.
wish they had
Well, I
MP5s.
think it's
Because they went
actually
there
my
with a
bullshit,
goal in
right?
Hold
mind
on.
to swap out the electorate and take the government.
Okay, great.
They had MP5s.
All right. Can I respond?
Well, I mean, she's Andy. Are you finished?
They can't wait. Let them go.
Okay.
Childish.
I will give 45-second rebuttals. Dog, go ahead.
Okay, so this is what I want you to understand. I am no longer demonizing fellow Americans like you, Andy, and OG Nerd. Okay? What I'm focused on is the bigger problem, right? While you piddly dipshit argument and name call MAGA, and you spend your day and night, saying any type of pejoratives to other Americans.
I didn't do any of that. You're going to stop right there. You're not going to sit here
Okay,
and
hold
point me at
on.
me out
Hold
doing
on.
something I wasn't doing.
Hold on.
wish there was more Ashley Babbitts, right? Like, you're just sick motherfuckers.
I didn't say that.
You're hateful. The things you should be worried about is the government that plays on your emotions, that divides our country and has us fighting with each other and not them. The day you realize that you are not my enemy, okay, and
we're
I'm
enemies.
not yours, then you can actually go and attack the real one. And
But I
because
didn't
you
attack you.
continue
I gave
call
you a
us
scenario of what
conspiracy
happened, and
theorists,
you chose to spend your
you know
time
what?
attacking
It's
me.
never gonna
That's
get
what
better.
you did,
And you know
doll.
what? I hope that America fucking falls because of people like you. And I voted for Donald Trump because I knew that if Kamala Harris won, Andy and OG Nerd would never get off their fat ass to go
Please.
after
What the
her
fuck
if
did
she
you
did
just, dog?
something.
You can
They would
shut
be
the
more
fuck up.
worried about running cover for the candidates that they voted for than calling them out. And thank God that the conservatives won.
I'm sorry.
So
Did
that
you hear
they
us
could
say that we
actually
protested
do
Obama
something
when he did things
unlike
We
wrong?
did.
your ass
We do
that
hold our
runs
party
Okay,
cover
accountable.
doll. Okay,
for
doll.
every fucking
Okay, doll.
candidate
Doll.
that they
I'm
voted
not
Doll.
going to let her
Doll.
sit here and
Doll.
continue to
We get
insult
it.
me that way.
We get it. We get it.
Mental illness.
All right. Let me move over to cancel. Go ahead.
Yeah, this argument is man, this argument is so ridiculous. Like, and I hate this because you know what? I voted for Trump for different reasons, right? I voted for him because he economically does better for me, and then I have people who come up here and like they have this totally different view or this different view on how his on how his administration is working, and it makes me look bad, dude. It makes me look bad. It makes me look so terrible because you know why? Because because yes, I voted for.
You don't even know what you think. That's the bottom line.
No,
You don't
look,
even
look,
know.
look, you're
Yeah,
part of the
we get
problem.
it.
No, you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You specifically are part of the problem because
Because I want to call out the
Stop,
actual
doll.
problem.
God,
Unbelievable.
you don't have to always speak. You can let other people speak.
Doll, you make me look bad because when I come up here and I present
Make
myself
yourself look bad.
for
You
voting.
said nothing, and you had 40 seconds, and you said, I don't.
Okay. Okay. He was speaking. I could hear him until you started yapping. Lucat. Well, is there more that you'd like to say? Cancel. I'll give you. You
Yeah,
know.
can you not fucking talk about my stutter? All right, can you drop that?
Is that
Okay.
what she's doing? I didn't even know you had a stutter.
I
Doll.
didn't even know
Seriously.
it was a stutter. Yeah, I thought you
Come
just
on.
didn't know like what you believe in.
No, that's exactly what she's doing.
Doll. What the fuck?
I'm not.
Whatever. Dude,
What? No, I
it's
wasn't
fine. It's
making
fine.
fun of a
It's fine.
stutter. I was making fun of that he couldn't articulate what he believes in. He's just like, I think that you're actually a bad rep.
No, it's because I have a set
make
of.
me
It's
look
not.
bad.
It's not because I can't present my opinions. Okay.
No, doll, that's
come
not
on.
what you did. You went,
Yeah, right.
you actively made fun of his stutter.
I didn't even know he had a stutter. I thought he was
Stop
at a
it.
loss for
Stop
words.
it,
Okay.
doll.
He
Well,
doesn't know
now you
half
know. Now you
from his
know.
face.
Can we
Now
move
you
past
know.
it?
Now
Can we
you
move past
know.
this, please?
Now you know. Yeah. Go ahead, cancel. Did you want to finish what
All right.
you were
The point
saying?
that I was trying to make is that every time that I come up here and argue in support of Trump, I have people like Dole who come up and say things that are absolutely
Insane.
opposite of the point I'm trying to make. Which
Okay, well,
is,
I'm
first of
not
all, I
you.
voted for him.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
you're your own
Can you shut the
person.
fuck up? I voted for him because he economically he provides he does things for me economically. Okay, that's why I voted for him. It's not because of these other reasons that you're explaining, and that's what I wanted to say. All right, I yield.
Thank you, cancel. Okay.
What a
Look at.
shocker. We can have voted for somebody and
Look
be
at.
completely different.
I
Wow.
I don't
Look
think I
at.
get to talk.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Look at.
Well, I'm completely of the opinion of a different narrative that really this was just violent idiots chimping out as they do every so often. This was just another American riot, just like all the others, and the police just acted as they should with violent rioters, and they quelled them by any means necessary. I refuse to consider it an insurrection because, again, I think an insurrection requires a certain level of competency that these people simply did not have.
Jesus Christ.
These were just violent idiots doing the same violent idiots shit they always do.
Make Democracy Great does not comply with our community guidelines. This restriction will be removed once they are disconnected.
Oh boy.
I don't.
2 p.m.
What the? I've got to drop Democracy.
Written plans they had. Well, there was a variety of different groups. The major one being the three percenters who didn't do much planning, and they're the ones who I was talking about that left all of their firearms in the next state over and didn't do anything of real note, despite being the ones who were kind of leading the charge. They were the ones who went into the building initially. But ultimately, I was completely just let down by it. I kind of hate to say this. I kind of wish it was an insurrection. That would have been cooler. But no, these were just people who can't do anything, trying to oppose a corrupt government and failing miserably because they can't. Because they're dumb.
Well, I mean, definitionally speaking, it was an insurrection. Let me just pull it up here. Not only did I offer a plan earlier, I think that we're going to have a hard time doing anything as a country if we can't even agree on like the most basic fucking shit, which is what our laws say and what they mean. Rebellion or insurrection, 18 U.S. Code 2383. Let's read it together. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or in prison not more than 10 years or both. Against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof. That's what they did. It was a rebellion against the laws thereof. And how we can not see and agree just generally.
Yeah.
Well, Enrique Tarrio was, what was his charges? I mean, that dude was going to be gone for a long time. That document that I put up.
Definition, there's a lot of people that can be tried and found very guilty for insurrection.
Sure.
For,
like
housing,
Ammon Bundy. The Bundys could have been charged with that, but they didn't.
Pretty much anyone who's housing illegal immigrants or would-be terrorists, anyone housing, frankly, even people who just
a rebellion or
right
insurrection against the authority doesn't mean disagreeing with a law. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, well, that would only work
maybe
if they were charged with that. Yeah,
like,
so
I don't.
Yeah.
Well, look,
Wouldn't
we're
it be
talking
cool
about
if they
what we
were
call
actually
it.
charged with the thing that you brought up?
Doll.
That
What
would
we're
be cool.
talking about is what it's called. He's saying it's just a riot. And I'm saying definitionally, by our own laws, it is an insurrection.
Then why weren't they
or a
charged with
rebellion.
that?
I
Then
don't
weren't
know.
they charged?
Ask
Because it
the
wasn't.
ask
Because
the
it
ask the
wasn't.
you asked me a
Because it
question.
wasn't.
You asked me a
There you
question.
go.
You hold on. You asked me a question. I began to answer, and then you started screaming over me. Do you see how you do that? And because you did that, and because you've talked so much, I'm actually going to skip you because what you're doing is like ridiculous. You have spoken more than anybody on this panel, including myself. Kara, go ahead.
Well, I had all kinds of stuff to say, but now it just seems to be a drag sesh for our friend Doll here. Girl, I don't even know how to explain you. You serve your fake facts on a plate labeled your feelings. You're defending a scumbag like Ashley Babbitt. You're defending all the people that stormed the Capitol on that day, beat police officers. Not many of them, I won't say that, a few of them unalived after. And then you're going to go ahead and compare that to BLM. You're insane. You have pick me syndrome. You can't shut up and take criticism. I'm just flabbergasted at the fact that you have a platform here, which I appreciate Lib for giving everybody a platform here because everybody deserves to speak. But when you're speaking non truth and when you're speaking on your feelings, in my opinion, you don't deserve a spot. I'll land my plane.
Thank you, Kara. Now I will give you a rebuttal, Doll, if you'd like. 45 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, well, actually, the way I view you three hateful women is you wish unaliving
Girl, you don't even know me. You've never even heard me speak.
No, you
because
said it. You
can't
said
shut up
all
to
you
do
needed
so.
to. You think that Ashley Babbitt deserved to be unalived. That's all I need to know about you, sweetie pie.
100%. What do you fucking mean?
You're an evil, hateful, liberal woman.
She did.
Well, Doll, let me ask you, and I'll pause your timer so I don't take up your time. Do you think that George Floyd, do you think when he was unalive, do you think that was just on the police officer's case?
He unalived himself.
And see, there we are. Because Ashley Babbitt, guess what? She unalived herself. She was told to stop. She was told to stop many, many times. She broke through a window because the door was locked. They broke through a window where somebody was standing. She even knew that the person was pointing a gun at them. And she continued, and she unalived herself. So I guess by your logic, she did too.
Well, Ashley Babbitt didn't
I can agree with
throw rugs into her mouth or anything like that. That ultimately ended her life. She was shot in the fucking chest.
No, you goofball.
Well,
she tried to storm the Capitol. What do you mean?
Right.
So George
hear what
Floyd
he's saying?
ingested rugs,
That's
and
not
that's
what
why
he
he
passed away
unalived.
from, though.
Ashley Babbitt was pew-pewed in the chest. Little different.
He didn't pass away from the rugs,
He
though.
did it.
George Floyd unalived because a cop had his knee on the man's neck.
No, go look up the case.
Host, I'm going to because of the definition you said, I will concede with a caveat. I will say it is an insurrection. I will also say things like the L.A. riots, BLM, frankly, even the coal miner wars, which some of my ancestors were in, were all insurrection. And
Okay.
I will even say that in certain circumstances, I may even support it.
Yeah, like when slaves rebelled against their plantation owners, that was also rebellion.
No,
an insurrection.
Before you go there, you said that Ashley Babbitt went through the window. She knew that she was going to be shot, and she still went.
She knew she was going to be.
I'm not sure.
Yes, she did.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You guys
I'm not sure what your argument
are off
is.
to a good start. Keep looking.
Well,
Keep
no,
looking into it.
think about this, Doll. If an officer has a pew-pew pointed at you and he says stop and you keep going, did you do that to yourself?
Listen to what he's saying.
Well, I'm asking Doll.
Yeah, so let's tell that to all of the people that unnecessarily get alived, right? That you guys protest for, right?
Huh?
Right? So if it's all based on if a cop has a gun, he gets to unalive you, right? Let's apply that
Well,
to
okay.
all of your scenarios, right?
Right,
You're
but
you're
those
like,
people
yeah,
also
let's
weren't.
okay, so when
They
all these
also
other
weren't. Hold
scenarios,
on.
right? Yeah, there we
Right.
go.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's
So what did
add to.
George Floyd do?
Let's add
Right?
to. Okay.
So shouldn't it be so wait,
So
we should
doll.
have really just shot him, right?
Doll. You
Instead.
can't win an
You should
argument
have
by
shot
yelling.
George
And
Floyd, right?
I
Yeah,
mean,
being loud doesn't make you
The
right.
cops were standing there with a gun, you know?
actually, no, they weren't.
Oh, they
Pointing
weren't?
it. They weren't pointing it at him. No, they
The
they
cops
had
weren't
him
around
on the
him,
ground with their
Oh,
knee
so
in
they
his
should
neck.
have shot him like Ashley Babbitt instead.
Who, you're saying that? Nobody here said
No,
that.
you did.
No, you
did.
saying
If a
this.
cop is pointing a
You
gun
are
at
saying
you,
this.
you deserve to get shot.
That's not what I said.
they're
That's not
not
what I
supposed to
said at
pull it
all.
out unless they
Okay,
intend to
let me
use it.
hold on. I'm Doll. I'm going to mute you because I know you're not going to be able to stop because this is really going to piss you off. If a cop is aiming a pew pew at you, and you are doing something illegal. You are trespassing on federal property, and you have been screaming, "Hang the vice president!" and he's aiming a pew pew at you, and you continue. You did that to yourself.
Okay, so George Floyd was
why were they
committing
calling
a crime. So
why were
there
they
you
calling
go.
to hang Mike Pence?
The reason that they were calling to hang Mike Pence is because somebody got on a loudspeaker and read a tweet from Donald Trump that he tweeted out while the riots, the insurrection riots, whatever you want to call them, were going on. And once they read that and they knew that Mike Pence was going to certify the election, they all got really fucking pissed and started screaming, "Where's Mike Pence?" And then it turned into from "Where's Mike Pence?" to "Get Mike Pence" to then hang Mike Pence. And they brought gallows with them. And so these people who were threatening to hang the vice president of your goddamn country, Doll, they entered the building where he was just at, and maybe he was
I've
still
seen
there.
Kathy
I'm pretty sure
Griffin,
that he was
remember
taken
any
have
out.
of
like
that when I
bloody
was
head
watching
It
from
happened.
Trump.
It
What's
yes,
the
it
difference between
absolutely.
Kathy
Hold on,
Griffin
doll,
and
doll. Hold on. And they did all of those things, and then when she was told to stop, and somebody even screamed, "They've got a pew pew!" Somebody screamed that, and she kept going, and she found it, the bullet inside of her chest. Rightly so. She did it to herself, doll.
And so did George Floyd.
No, he didn't.
You know what? And we were light on him. We should have
I
done the
thought you
same
said the
thing.
rugs unalived him.
Yeah, yeah.
So now you're admitting that the cop did it?
We should have just shot him.
Breakthrough.
Yeah, we should have shot him like Ashley Babbitt.
Instead of unaliving.
They put their knee on his neck until he was unalive. They already did the equivalent of that, doll. The fact that you keep saying that just shows.
And
that
Kathy
you don't really
Griffin
care.
and her bloody
I
head
am
of Trump.
speaking.
Yeah, that was
You've
weird
been
too.
talking this entire time.
Yeah, and you've made
Bro,
no.
why are you bringing up Kathy
No.
Griffin?
Can I please
Yeah,
say
her
something
bloody
before I'm
head
being
of
very
Trump.
patient?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
nice.
we get it. Yes, we know what satire is too.
Yeah.
So-
and now it's satire. And
Yeah,
now
it would-
Ashley
it
Babbitt
is.
is a criminal, and George Floyd's not. Ashley Babbitt
can I
gets
point
to
out
get
something?
George
shot.
Floyd was
George
historically
Floyd is not.
somebody
It's
who committed
always this-
crimes.
if you're not consistent, it doesn't
What
work.
are you talking
Your
about?
arguments
Well,
don't stand up. That's the
Okay,
problem.
doll.
So
you
I'm gonna-
listen, doll. You can't win arguments by just not letting people talk. That's called filibustering, and that doesn't work. It annoys everybody, and it doesn't actually make you look good at all.
Well, it's one against everyone. So
I-
sorry if you don't want to.
One
hear
again.
me.
No.
There's nobody else here.
It really
Okay?
isn't, doll, because every time somebody says something to you or about your argument, what do? I go back to you for a rebuttal, don't I? So you're able to individually make
you're the
these
only
arguments.
Ones talking. It's because I'm the only opposition.
No,
everybody.
you're the only one interrupting. That's what you're doing. You're interrupting.
And you're not the only opposition, because Cancel didn't vote like me, and Luke's not expressing my opinion. It's actually a balanced panel.
No, dude, it's not about who
just
you
are
fucking
mad
vote
because
for.
even the people
It's about what
on
you
your
believe
side.
in.
Can I
Stop
please?
putting
Yeah,
Just
everybody
see,
in
finish
doll,
saying
camps.
once.
you just did it again. You're helping make my point. Andy, go and finish your
These
point.
people put everybody in camps. Everybody is
Holy
an
fucking
individual.
doll,
And they look at
stop.
everybody as you're either my enemy because you voted for.
Okay. And we get it, doll.
Yeah.
And let Andy make her point, and then you can respond to it after she's done. Go ahead, Andy.
It is just wild to me that they don't understand that the crime that committed was trying to take the presidency. It wasn't all this other nonsense. And it wasn't how competent they were. And they brought those gallows for a reason. If Mike Pence had done what they wanted, who do you think they would have used those gallows on? Be real. It would have been Congress.
I don't see. This
I'm
is
trying to
Andy.
make
I just
sense
want
of
to.
the
All right, let me know when
timeline
I can
there.
respond.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the timeline there. So the gallows were brought in
That
before they
morning.
heard the stuff about Mike Pence.
I
No,
believe
the
Then they were
gallows
going
were
to
there
use it
since
on Mike
that
Pence, and it was
morning.
for Mike Pence.
Yeah, they were originally talking about doing that to Nancy Pelosi. I believe that was the reason that they brought the gallows in was for Nancy. That's why that dude went in there and shit on her desk. Because they just couldn't stand Nancy, even though she engaged in the same thing that fuck all the Republicans and the Democrats do too, the stock trading.
They just
I'm
shat
gonna
on her
go
desk
eat some
instead.
lunch.
What
Have a
They
nice day.
shit on her desk, yeah. Which and for the record, I do find at least slightly amusing, and I understand that as a form of protest. But smearing on the wall, that's a different story. Shitting on the desk was kind of funny.
Smearing it on the walls, just continuing to do that. I think the something else would have been if they had done what they actually set out to do.
Right. I mean, it's like I don't know. It's just
It's amazing.
Here's what's funny, guys. When Dahl dropped, everybody that was requesting up, there was like 6 people. They all left. So I think they all wanted to come up and yell at Dahl.
I mean, mostly when I was wanting to join, it was back during the Venezuela thing. I was wanting to say, I don't think at all this is the high IQ move that everyone's thinking. I think it's a very simple thing. The Donald Trump administration, at least in this current administration of his second administration, is mostly just a right-wing grift campaign. At which point, what was going on with Venezuela is, let's be real, nobody really cares about Venezuela except for the Venezuelans. They found a weak boat in a country of a history of smuggling and narcos. So they decide to take out that cheap, weak,
then stop talking
barely
about
an enemy, and then bloviate about it. This wasn't in opposition to any Democrats. This was simply just to look good to Republicans, which love to just take out weak targets and bloviate.
I have a different opinion about it entirely.
Well, let's hear it, Potivity, because I'm not sure that you actually got to talk when you were up here earlier. So
well,
please.
I was my grandson called, and then I couldn't see the room anymore, so he just hung up.
Well, it was kind of crazy for a minute. For the
So-
record, guys, I did not boot Doll. I try not to boot anybody. She left. She's welcome to come back if she wants. I know because Chuck was asking, bring Doll back, but I can't force somebody on my panel.
She left.
Got mad because you allowed someone else on the right to speak that wasn't her.
Dude, can we not talk about this issue which you're talking about, which I understand is a big deal. I understand that, but it's not like.
You talking about J6? You talking about J6?
So
No,
I think he's talking about Venezuela.
I'm talking about.
So my opinion is this: okay, so
There's not
this
a winning argument here.
the
I don't disagree.
Grumpy's son-in-law was sitting being interviewed with somebody, and basically during that interview we found out that Grumpy's son-in-law had been working with a bunch of land developers to do this thing in the Middle East that a certain country is wiping out another country for over 2 years, like longer than it's been a problem. And Venezuela, if you Google Venezuelan beaches, it's got this huge, long beachfront property, and it's absolutely gorgeous beaches. Like the
I
sand is
don't.
white and beautiful, and I believe that this current corrupt and grifting administration maybe got the no-no from the Venezuelan government that they weren't going to allow them to build resorts there. And so they picked any reason whatsoever to deploy the American military against Venezuela. This is what I believe, because they're trying to pressure the Venezuelan government into giving the Trump organization the right to build resorts on their beaches. That's what I believe.
That's an interesting theory. Yeah, you offered that yesterday. I mean, there's, I'm going to look into like how big of a push they were making into resorts, but that, given what I know about Trump, that wouldn't surprise me in the least bit. Now, let me get around to people that have not spoken yet. We've got Chico and Greg. I'm not sure which of you got here first. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, I came up to talk to the woman about. I assume you guys were talking about J6. I'm not sure what the issue there was, but I mean, okay. So I've been up on your panel once before, liberal loudmouth. I'm 55 Maryland Harris. Sorry, 56 Maryland Harris. My brother was there. Okay, he's MAGA, and
I think I
I went.
remember you talking about this. Did you talk about this when you were up on my panel before?
Yeah, I was the one that I
Yep.
turned him. I
I
called the
remember
FBI
you.
on him.
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I wanted to educate her with respect to a few things about that particular incident. They were absolutely there to cause harm. They were absolutely there to hold people hostage. They were absolutely there to do all of these things and to interfere with the election. They were going to try to. That's why. I mean, why do you don't bring a gallows if you're not intending to strange fruit someone? So it's to me, it's just amazing to me that so many people come up here and say, oh, it was just a day of love, or it was this, or they were just taking a Capitol tour and shit like that. No, they were there to unalive people.
Craig,
period.
Can you at least
now,
admit that?
Positivity. Thank you for the $25. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Greg, can you at least admit that, like, that's not what everyone is trying to do, right? Like,
That's
not
true.
what I'm trying to do.
Not everybody that was there had bad intentions. They thought they were protesting. You're right.
Okay.
I agree with that. Oh,
Well, I mean,
I've got to take this real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm
you
sure
guys go
some
ahead.
bad actors probably went with them. They always do.
Greg, he's making a point that I'm trying to say, where like, dude, I'm not out against you, dude. I'm not here doing this. Like, I'm not sure why you think that I am.
Who, me? No, I don't think that. I don't think that you're. I just think that. I mean, one of the things that what's her name
Yeah,
said
I'm
while she was up
misinformed.
here.
Maybe, probably. Yeah.
No. I don't think that. I just think that there are a lot of individuals who do, and it
You're
upsets
not
me
wrong.
because it upsets me because I know different. I know different because my brother was there. He taught. He confessed to it. He wasn't
Dude,
put in jail, but he was one of the ones that helped to inform on others in order to keep himself out of jail.
So he's an informant.
look,
Yes, he was.
my brother works a different job than you do, right? He works in federal government, right?
Hmm.
So I see what he does. I see. It's a little bit different, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that, like, I understand what you're saying. And I'm trying to make a difference, dude. Like, that's what I do every day. Honestly.
No, I get it. I mean, the other thing I wanted to say to that woman, and I don't know if you voted for Trump, but anybody who did, she said something like, "Oh, it's like if you voted for Trump, we're your enemy." I got news for you. You are.
Yep.
2016, I voted for
100%.
Trump. 2024, I voted for Harris because I thought Harris would be the accelerationist candidate, and oh boy, was I pleasantly surprised that it's actually Trump instead. I was going to jump on you because I thought you had said you had turned your brother in, but if he was just an informant, that makes more sense.
No, I did.
Because I voted for
Okay,
Oh,
I
that's
did.
terrible.
No, it's not.
Good for you,
Because
Greg.
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
No, you betrayed
Here's
your
the thing.
family
He's a
member. I don't
fucking
care.
traitor. He's a traitor. A
Good for you,
traitor.
If you
Greg.
betrayed your family, you're more of a traitor than
No,
anyone
Greg,
who's a
good
traitor
for
to a
you.
country.
He
He's
served,
a domestic
Lucas.
terrorist. Good for you,
He
Greg.
served. Thank you, Chico. He served. He betrayed his oath. He's what I call an oath breaker.
Now
Dude,
you're fucking wrong,
dude, my family's mostly left wing, and if they had done anything on the opposite side of the aisle, I would have still protected them to the bitter end.
Okay,
because they're
because
family,
they had gone
and
against
family
the
comes
If your
before.
family member
Hold on one
unalive
second.
Because
somebody,
family comes before
no. If
any
your family
government.
member
Because I'm
unalive
not a
somebody,
fucking bootlicker.
you're gonna cover up
Hey.
that crime. Is that what you're telling me?
Hey, Lucas.
Yes, absolutely.
You're just a
Guess
crap piece of
who?
human.
Guess who turned in the Uni Bomber or Uni Boom Boomer? Guess who did?
Okay,
His
explain.
brother.
Yeah,
His
another twin
brother.
traitor.
His brother.
Another Niffinger.
And if he hadn't, we would still be having to worry about people being unalived on universities. Congratulations,
I'll
Lucas.
never find it not funny that the J6ers got turned in by their ex-wives. Like, that's hilarious.
Like,
I think there's a lot of moms, stay-at-home moms that did a lot of work turning those domestic terrorists in.
Yeah,
Good for them.
I'm just saying, if you're going to pick some flag over your own family member, you're not a person.
You know
I
what
picked
you're
my
doing,
trans. I picked my country. I picked my allegiance to democracy.
You're a bootlicker.
No, you're a bootlicker. If you
How's
voted
that
for Donald Trump
bootlicker?
and you went over there and you went into the
And then
Capitol,
I voted for
you are a
Kamala Harris.
bootlicker. A bootlicker.
I'm not a bootlicker, dude.
I am an accelerationist. That's why I voted for Kamala Harris.
Dude,
You
I'm
know
not
what,
You're
a
an essential.
bootlicker, first of all.
No.
You're kinda
Let
dumb.
me
No,
Who
it's not
muted
Greg.
me? Who muted me?
You're kind of dumb, Lucas.
Look at her name is Kamala.
No, I'm just loyal to my family members.
No,
If somebody in your family,
I don't even
I'm sorry.
agree with January 6th.
Okay.
But
What
I
do
would
we
never turn my family members in.
You know, you're thinking wrong, Lucas, entirely. Like, what are you trying to accelerate? The destruction of the planet? Because you're right, you
No,
did
I'm not.
effectively. Trump
No,
is
I'm not.
effectively accelerating that.
And I want to
So,
point out
yeah.
as somebody who has a relative who is unalived by a murderer.
So okay,
when
that
you
was
say
hold on, guys. Okay, that was my mom. She's in the hospital. All I could hear was you guys screaming, and I didn't know what was going on, so I started muting.
I don't want the world to end.
Who-
by the way.
Who?
That's
What
not
are
what I
we?
meant.
What are we arguing about? What's going on?
Well,
No.
apparently,
You
apparently loud. Hold
You
on one
voted
second.
for oil and gas.
Apparently loud. I'm a bootlicker because I turned in my brother.
I'm not calling him a bootlicker, dude.
Bootlicker for turning in your brother. How so?
I don't know. I'm still waiting to have that
No,
explained.
because you side with a government that barely represents you over your own flesh and blood. and I don't care about political position there.
Okay.
My family members disagree with me on almost everything.
Liberal, I also asked him.
I will side with my leftist family members
Would he protect
before
his
any
family
government.
member
Okay.
if his family member was a murderer?
Why do you
And
think
he said
that
yes.
I turned my brother in? Honestly, you honestly think that I turned my brother in? Really?
Well, if you
No,
don't,
not
Okay,
you,
if you
Cancel.
found
I was
out,
talking to
if you
Greg.
found out that your
Because he
brother
said
had
he
committed,
literally did.
okay, yes, I literally did. If you found
Yeah.
out your brother committed treason, would you just keep your
He did
mouth
not
shut?
So
commit
you gotta
treason,
put
Yes.
the
dude.
timer up.
Absolutely.
yeah.
He did not
Okay,
commit
100%.
treason.
In an
okay.
No,
What
he
did my
instant.
didn't.
brother did? My brother committed seditious conspiracy. Close fucking enough.
True.
If he
Okay.
had just been there,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have turned him in. He was one of the ones breaking in.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Did
Let
your
me.
brother actually commit treason? Honestly.
He broke into the Capitol. He helped to break one of the doors down through one of the windows.
Hey, Greg C. I know that was hard for you to do, bro, but thanks for standing up for our country,
Mhm.
man.
Literally.
Thank you.
All right, thing, Greg.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Thanks
Greg. We
for
appreciate you.
thanks for
Much
throwing your own blood in the
patriotism.
dirt.
Luke,
Hey,
shut
anybody
up
You're
then.
welcome,
I
Luke
judging?
asked
Cat.
you.
You're
Look at.
welcome.
Yeah. Look at.
Hold
I
on.
like
I asked
that.
Luke,
Is
Eat
weird.
would he
shit,
turn
Luke
in
Cat.
his family
Hey,
if they
it's
were
not weird. It
smurderers?
Well,
means I
And he
actually
said
love my
no.
family.
And
to
as
that.
a person who has a smurdered mother and who got lucky that the guy's brother did tell me where he would hide a body, and I got to find her, I find what Luke says to be absolutely egregious.
Well, I mean, I personally don't think it's
Well, of course, I'm
egregious
going to
to
put a little bit of
criticize.
disclaimers there.
Getting
It's going to depend. I'm
turning.
going to have to judge the
Okay.
actual action of the family member
Like
first.
getting
But
Okay.
police involved? Is that what you're
Am
Yeah,
I
saying?
still
I would
muted?
consider my family first.
Am I
No,
can hear you.
Luke
You're
Cat.
not.
Well,
I
You're
did
we're just
not.
judge his.
ignoring
I
you.
did judge
Okay.
his action, and I found it wanting.
Lucas.
So I reported
Okay.
him.
Okay.
Can I
So
say something,
let's.
please?
Yes, I'm going to start back over. We're going to start on the top left and go around. And somebody has echo. I think that's Cancel. Let me mute you real quick. Cancel. Stay muted if you're not talking, please, guys. Mr. Wednesday, welcome in. Go ahead.
Hey, bud. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Go ahead.
Sorry to hear your mom's having issues, bro.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I just, this devolved into the usual clusterfuck that we have here on TikTok, but Greg's basically standing up for ethics and morals that are greater than just who you're standing beside.
Clusterfuck.
That's a wonderful thing to see in this country. I thought I didn't know I didn't know I'd stop talking. And that's a good thing to see. I mean, my mom told me if I ever did something wrong, she'd call the police on me, which made me realize there are greater things beyond our family structure than, your moralities go beyond that. Apparently, Lucat doesn't understand that in this world, and he wants to destroy the economy. And he thinks Trump's going to do it because he's one of those accelerationist types. That's probably a tech bro, probably in the Peter Thiel vein and all those guys and Curtis.
Oh no, I hate Peter
all
Thiel.
that
I would
happy horse
destroy
shit,
Peter
that
Thiel.
acceleration. I'm not done, fuckface. And acceleration is horse shit that they are preaching now rather than trying to have a soft landing. Okay, I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wednesday. Andy, go ahead.
I don't understand how they don't understand that they run around yelling they're the crime party of law and order. We want to kick immigrants out of the country wholesale for just crossing the border. But you mentioned somebody that they know might commit a crime and they're all over you about you turn them in. Oh my God, how could you be such a horrible person? Their lack of
If
accountability
you
for
listen for a minute,
themselves.
you would understand.
I am
That's fine.
still talking. That timer still got my name on it.
Go ahead. I
For
added
Christ's
time.
sakes. So the problem is Republicans don't have accountability. They don't believe in accountability. They don't like. This is why they didn't want Donald Trump held up accountable for anything. They called it lawfare and all this other
Yeah,
shit.
spew your bullshit.
Realistically,
Yes,
it's right.
spew
I
your
am still
bullshit. Sure,
talking.
whatever. Yeah, spew your bullshit. Okay.
Never mind.
Nope. I added time, guys. Every time you interrupt, even one word, I'm adding 5 or 10 seconds. So if you want
Thank
somebody
you.
to keep talking, then I guess interrupt and they'll just talk in perpetuity. Go ahead, Andy.
Thank you. So realistically, because they don't want to hold anybody accountable, because then they'd have to look at their party and say, "Hey, look, this is a problem." They don't want to do that. And they think that holding everybody else accountable is wrong too, unless you're a Democrat. It's wild.
10 seconds. You good?
I'm good.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Greg, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I believed when I found out what he had done. I couldn't. I had a long time that I had to think about it, in order to determine whether or not what I was going to do. All right. I decided that my allegiance to my country was stronger than my allegiance to my brother. That's right. Stronger than because there are some things that are bigger than family, as Mr. Wednesday said.
No.
Okay. Here's the thing. Okay. Hey, can I have more time? Can I have more time? Can I have more time?
Sorry.
I guess I'll be talking forever because I know I'm going to say some pretty upsetting things. So here's the thing. So I decided that he needed to be held accountable. And Lucat, to you, I said, you said I need to judge the actions of my family member. Well, I judged his action. I found them to be wanting, and so I reported his ass. Period. He was held accountable. He committed seditious conspiracy, and he deserved what he got.
Just seditious conspiracy? Did he no murder?
That's not enough.
Thank you, Greg.
No,
Yeah,
no,
appreciate
it's not.
that.
Okay.
You can only schmurder. I'll give you a little bit of extra.
Something like that, yeah, I wouldn't support that, but and I would probably turn them in for that because that's not treachery. That is an actual moral judgment. If I was saying that they're betraying the U.S. government, which is basically just BlackRock
the United
Walmart,
States,
my loyalty to BlackRock and Walmart is nothing. Because they don't matter. They are soulless corporations that don't give a shit about us.
That's not what I'm talking about.
But that's not what he did. You're adding in BlackRock and all this other shit. These corporations that have nothing to do with what Greg did.
Bought and paid for by corporations.
All right. Okay. It's Cancel's turn.
Oh yes. Wait, Lucas.
Hold on.
Bought and paid
Hold
for.
on.
By
Hold
both
on.
of those companies.
Yeah,
Cancel.
I don't support Trump. I'm anti-Trump.
Yeah, I'm pro Harris. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay.
Can you stop for a fucking second and listen
Cancel.
to me?
Go ahead.
I'm coming to here, to you guys clean, where I'm telling you I have a federal agent as a brother, and you're telling me to give him up, bro. That's so fucking wrong. I will never give him up. I will not. I will not do that. Okay? And I'm just being real with you guys, right? On this topic where you guys are asking me to do something where I cannot do that. Okay? Is that fair to say?
I think so.
I mean, that's only your own personal thing, dude.
Yeah.
That's
Sure. Yeah, because you don't give a fuck about your own family.
Yeah, that's
right?
like I can't. That's you being you, right? That's authentic.
Right, dude. You don't give a fuck about your own family. Sure, whatever.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that I will not give up my own family for these reasons.
What did he do? What did he do?
Well, here's the thing, though.
He's a federal agent, dude.
Okay,
I told you.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't judge you for not turning your brother in. I wouldn't judge you for that. But what's happening is Lucat is judging Greg for turning his brother in. I think both have valid arguments. But the fact that we're judging somebody for making a judgment call for themselves is stupid. I think it's fucking ridiculous. Go ahead, Lucat.
Yeah.
It was just the principle of the thing. I now just have a petty disagreement with his reasoning for the judgment, but ultimately it was his judgment to make. This isn't my brother, after all. I am going to say that if my sister was in, say, Antifa or some group like that, I would never turn her in. Ever. No matter
but then
what.
you understand. You understand
Okay,
where
well, hold
I'm
on.
coming from.
Lucat
You
has
understand
still...
where I'm coming from, right?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going, Luke. It's your time.
But, yeah, I mean, turning in someone who was clearly an informant, as you said, that's what your brother actually was, so he probably wasn't doing any actual violent things.
I told you he did. I told you he broke in. I told you he helped.
He broke into a government
fuck
office.
up, bro? You have no idea what my brother does. All right, so can you shut the fuck up?
We're not talking about your fucking brother right now.
We're talking about Greg's brother. Your,
Yeah,
your,
cancel.
bro- your
I
brother
Okay,
want to
so
say
broke
wait,
into a
wait.
nobody
building
ever
with
Let
a
me
told you
public
to do
building.
anything with your
let me
brother.
let me
Like
pause
we
this
were only
timer.
talking about Greg's brother.
Wait, cancel. Are you saying that your brother also was at J6 and you did not turn him in?
No, he was not at Jesus.
Then
Obviously,
why did you just bring up your brother? We're talking about Greg's brother.
I don't know.
I don't either. Okay.
Okay,
Luke,
let me ask you something. Cancel. Is your brother above the
Would you
law?
like to address this at some
Is my
point?
brother what?
yes,
Is your brother
it'll
above the
be
law?
guys, stop. It is not your fucking turn. Luke, go ahead and finish.
But yeah, I mean, if I would never over something like just breaking into a building of a
Dude,
government
you're not.
institution, I'm not going to turn in my family for that. The only reason I would turn in a family member is to personally hold them accountable, utilizing the state to do so,
Yeah,
not
but
and not in service of the state, because I'm not a bootlicker.
Okay. Thank you, Lucat.
You are a
Kara.
bootlicker if you voted for Trump, dumbass.
Okay,
You
Kara.
are a bootlicker.
2016, when I
You
was
are a
18,
bootlicker.
when I
You
was a
are
fucking
a
kid.
bootlicker. You
Kara.
are. You are.
Okay,
You're not a
bootlicker.
bootlicker, dude.
Holy fucking shit. Kara, go ahead.
I don't really have anything to say because I won't be able to gather my thoughts against the nonsense that Lucat is projecting here. But Greg, I can only imagine how hard that decision was for you. I myself am forever my brother's protector. Um, that was probably one of the hardest things that you've ever had to do. And the word patriot is thrown around a lot these days. I think you are a patriot, my friend. I think you made the right decision. And you know what? Fuck what the other people think, right? Because it wasn't a simple breaking in to a government building. What it was is intentionally storming the barriers of the seat of our Congress and trying to disrupt an electoral certification. It's not just breaking into a building, Lucat, at all. So thank you, Greg.
Thank you. I don't
Yeah,
give
good dog,
I don't give
Greg.
a shit what I don't give a shit what people like Lucat think.
Thank you,
Because
Kara.
because you couldn't be brave enough to do what I did, Lucat.
100%.
Thank you, Kara.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't
Positivity.
talk to pigs.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Well
I don't talk to
stop
morons
talking.
like you,
Okay,
Lucat.
well then stop talking. Okay, Positivity, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to do a little quiz, and I would like people in the chat even to participate. And type the number 1 if it's billionaires, type it 2 if it's the people,
Please,
okay?
oh, please. All
For
right.
the answers to these questions. Number 1, who destroyed our lawmakers? Number 1 would be the billionaires. Number 2 would be the people. Which
Dude,
group of people destroyed?
you're talking about shit that you have
What?
like literally zero
Okay, so
idea about.
everybody's saying 1 in the comments, except for somebody who doesn't know how to follow instructions. Okay, and then what makes it so that they don't do what they want? In this, you don't have to do 1 or 2, but we can all agree that it's money. And the billionaires are the ones who have the money. So who pays the lawmakers to not do the will of the people? We know it's the billionaires. What is Donald Trump? He's a billionaire.
Yep.
Who did he put on his cabinet? He put on billionaires. What are they doing with our taxpayer money? Oh, they're grifting money straight into their pockets now, even with no
I do
benefit
not know why you
to the
keep going back to money because it
taxpayers.
has nothing to do with money.
So you guys voted to put criminals who corrupted our lawmakers in charge. That's like saying, I hate all these flying monkeys and all the bad stuff they're doing. Let's just go straight to the witch and put
Dude,
her
you
in
don't know
charge.
what the fuck you half
Okay,
the
so
time
Can
you
I give
talk shit.
breaking news?
You have no
And when
idea
it
what
comes
you're
to the
talking about.
question of
You literally come up here
when
every
it comes
day.
to the question,
You have
cancel, can
no
you
idea
shut
what
up?
you're talking
what are you
about.
Cancel,
talking
can you
about?
shut up?
Cancel. Yeah, what do you
Quit
like
interrupting her.
I don't
Shut
yeah,
up,
go ahead
cancel.
go ahead and land your plane.
Okay, so the landing of my plane, I'm going to say cancel culture, that the biggest problem in our society is individualism and selfishness and greed. And
Yes.
and when it comes to like whether or not to turn in somebody who's done something wrong, The biggest problem, I mean, the last question I was going to ask if I had more time was, are those billionaires YT or are they
No, you don't.
people
You don't
of
know what you're
color?
talking about. You don't
And
know what you're
They
talking
have
about.
dual
yes, I do
citizenship to a
cancel.
certain
I'm getting
country.
there. I'm
You have
getting
no
there.
idea what
Cancel.
you're talking
Cancel.
about.
Can you shut up?
I'll let
So
you rebut after cancel because I don't even know what you're complaining about.
so the problem is that that we have a YT male problem. And we are not holding them accountable. When are we going to hold them accountable? When are they going to have to pay the price for the things that they've done to all of us?
You're
Every
talking.
single woman I
You're
know,
talking about shit
every
that you don't
single woman
understand.
I know, every single woman I know has been raped
You're talking
at
about shit
some
that
point in her life. And the YT males are the ones grifting and breaking our government,
dude.
paying for no action on climate
You think I
change,
come up here
Well,
and
only
no
and,
action
and,
on
1%
and,
of
and
them.
talk bullshit?
Only
cancel
1% of them.
culture. Stop talking and listen for a minute. You are part of the problem. So you have a family member who has done something for which you would consider it a crime, and so would the law that we all live under consider it a crime. In China, that person's mother would
No,
turn
no,
them
no,
in.
no. Can you shut
In
the fuck up for a minute?
China, that person's father would turn them in because society matters more. When we let people who choose to break the law get away with
Talking
breaking the
about
law,
fucking China. Like, honestly,
when
is that
Okay,
when we let
positivity.
people
Land your plane, please.
when we let people break the law in our society, then our society becomes a criminal society and none of us are safe. And I think
True.
that it's time that we start holding people accountable when they choose to do that. No matter who they are and no matter
Like
how much
like
it
Greg's
breaks
brother.
no matter how much it breaks our own heart.
I
Okay.
think we're already
Tim,
in a
I've got
criminal
breaking
society and we
news.
can't turn it back.
Okay.
Tim, I've
Well.
got breaking news.
and
Okay. Well. Yeah,
strongly
who has
disagree.
breaking news? Who?
Me, Exeter. Chris.
Okay. What's the breaking news? And then I'd like to hear what Cancel has been bitching about
Sure,
this whole time.
absolutely.
Go ahead.
The Supreme Court has decided that they are taking up cancel. Can I say something? The
Sure,
Supreme
yes.
Court has decided they
Cancel.
are
Mute.
taking
You've
up
got background noise and echo. Mute when you're not talking, please. Which means stay muted until you begin to talk. Go ahead, Chris.
Supreme Court has decided that they are taking up the birthright citizenship case. They just
Wow.
announced that. And that was
Well.
all I had.
All right. Thank you. Now, Cancel.
Talk
Go.
now
Go
or
ahead.
what?
Go ahead, Cancel. What was it that you were, jumping in there about? I didn't understand.
Well, the point I was trying to make is that first of all, a little bit bullshit was being talking by people on this panel, right? And specifically positivity. Like you're talking about shit you don't know about. Like I'm coming up here. Like I'm being so fucking honest on this panel. First of all, okay, and you're acting like I'm just lying up here on the panel, and I'm not. I'm not.
Did she
I'm
address
saying
you?
what?
I don't
No, she
remember
did
her
not.
ever addressing you at all.
No,
What
she
do you?
did. She did. She absolutely did, dude.
When?
Dude, like 15 minutes ago.
What did
What are
she
you talking
say?
about?
What did she say about you? Because maybe I missed it, but I don't think she said a single word about you.
Okay, positivity. What did you say about me? Okay, can you please explain to the panel
I did
what you
not say
said?
anything about you,
That's some
Cancel. No,
fucking
I
bullshit.
addressed. No,
Hold on,
I
okay,
Cancel. You not
positivity.
listening.
Hold on. What
You're
she
not
did
listening,
was she
Cancel.
opened with asking the fucking comment section to type in one or two. What was our problem, billionaires or the people? And then you start yapping while she's talking. She
Dude, I'm
didn't
not
even.
fucking.
She
Dude,
didn't
you think.
even make a. Are you drinking? Have you been kicking
Dude,
back on the
you
sauce?
think. Do you honestly think that I'm yapping, like, just for,
Yes.
like, random
Tim,
reasons?
Broccoli makes you
Yes,
paranoid.
yes, because
Broccoli
Dude,
makes you
I'm
you
not.
you
I'm
centered
not.
yourself during a conversation that had absolutely nothing to do with you, sir.
broccoli makes you paranoid.
Look, dude, I'm being honest with you here, and
Okay.
like, I'm not sure why you, for some reason, think that I'm not being honest with you.
Because Cancel,
Okay.
you can't tell us what she said
Nobody.
about you.
Yeah,
We
nobody's.
asked you what she said about you. You asked her. You couldn't even tell us. So if you can't tell us, then obviously, because I didn't hear it, you didn't say anything about you.
Okay. The point that I was trying to make was that I'm here on this panel being honest. Okay, that's it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, I'm
Okay.
glad that you didn't come up here and lie. Okay, so moving on. I don't know why that required you to interrupt her like 4 times, but okay, thank you for being honest. Um, got I look, the live ended 48 minutes ago, but we'll just, I guess, keep going for a minute. Open discussion. Go ahead, y'all talk. Just try not to talk over each other.
No, it's just anarchy.
Well,
Also,
if you can't engage, listen, if you can't engage in the conversation without interrupting people constantly and starting to yell, then I can drop you if that's what you want me to do.
Why
Fair.
the fuck do you
oh,
think
That's
that I'm
fair.
doing? I'm not doing that. I'm not
also,
doing
Holy
that.
fucking, hold on, cancel. I was not talking to you.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I
Stop
apologize.
making everything about you. What the
I'm
fuck,
sorry.
bro?
I apologize. All right.
the
Okay. All right.
CDC also ruled that they shouldn't be giving the Hep B vaccines to infants now. They ruled that today too.
Do they say what age that it should be moved to?
I didn't look. I think it said 2 months, I think, but they're saying it's newborns because newborns automatically get it, that they are stopping that.
Wait, which
And they're
shot?
saying that two
Hep B.
thirds, Hep B, that
Hmm.
2/3 of infants that get it don't even get it from the mother. They get it from being out in the wild, being out. So yeah, that I mean, this whole RFK bullshit.
Okay.
So that was it.
Well,
Thank you. So the birthright citizenship case, what do you guys think that the Supreme Court is going to rule?
I know the argument. I can't tell you how they're going to rule, but the argument was that the 19th Amendment was created and only intended for freed slaves. That's the argument they're making. Now, if the Supreme Court buys that or not, with the MAGA majority we have on there, dare stasis has to have something. It has been this way in this country since the 19th Amendment was passed.
14th.
14th Amendment was passed. So to change that is asinine to me.
they're repealing the 14th Amendment?
I think that they're going to have to put some parameters on it because there are people like from Russia that are 8.5 months pregnant that get a 1 month visa just so they can have their babies in the United States, so they have dual citizenship. And a lot of people do that. They come in right at the end so that they can be U.S. citizens and citizens of whatever country they come from. So they
Anchor
might have to
babies.
put
The
parameters
baby,
on
the
where
ba-
the
the baby
pregnancy has
wouldn't be a citizen of the previous country if they were born here. They would be citizens of this
Oh
country.
yeah, it's the same as the United States. Like if a United States citizen goes someplace else and has a baby, that baby has U.S. and German citizenship.
Well,
So
it's going to depend on how the citizenship rules specifically act. In America, it's if you are an American-born citizen, if both parents are American-born citizens, the child is an American-born citizen too, as well as if they're born on the magic dirt of the U.S.
yeah, I think they're gonna maybe put some parameters on it or some definitions around it. I don't. think that they'll probably repeal it. I think they'll just put some parameters on it.
I do know that Donald Trump wants to make people give up dual citizenship.
I hope that
Yeah,
that's actually a thing I might support. Huh.
Why? Why are y'all for making people give up?
That doesn't make any
The only way I would support it is if the caveat was if you're going to run for elected office. But I think just general, just your average. Oh my God, cancel, please mute when you're not talking. I think just your average everyday person should not have to, renounce a citizenship. I just don't. I don't agree. Because if you're going to run for office, it's kind of a conflict to have both. I would say, because where does your allegiance lie?
Well, if
Dr.
we're
Oz
really a
did it, though.
democracy, we're still going to have
Liberal.
that bias in our voters. We're going to have a conflict of interest in the voters because
So were you
they
upset when Dr.
belong
Oz
to two
ran?
countries.
So?
Because Dr. Oz votes in Turkey, and he ran for U.S. Senator because he is a citizen of both.
Yeah, I don't think we need Dr. Oz to have dual citizenship. I think he should be an American or a Turk, whichever one he wants to be. He should pick one or the other.
That's wild to me that y'all are that way. Like the fact that y'all want to take away somebody's citizenship to another country that has nothing to do with you at all, like zero.
Well,
And y'all are on board
I
with
have
that.
to live in
It's
the
just
same country
wild
as
to
them.
me.
It's a conflict of interest.
But it's not.
It's not unless you're running for office, and then it could be because your allegiance that you're supposed to take under oath is to this country. So if you take an allegiance and an oath to this country, then I believe you should have to renounce your other citizenship if you're elected.
Yeah.
But if you're not elected, you shouldn't have to do any such thing.
See, I'm against the whole idea anyway. Like right now we need to be united as people of the world because climate change is going to destroy all of us. And I kind of feel like citizenship between some defined borders is just stupid at this point. Like I would love to be a world citizen where because I have no criminal record and because I haven't whatever, I can go anywhere I want and it doesn't matter. I would rather change it that way. It's absolutely ridiculous that we define these borders, we fight over them so hard, and it's just, I don't know. Climate change is going to unalive 75% of the life on this planet, and we are already past the point of no return without radical change. And it's like we need to get on board and we need to pay attention.
Well, if we're already past the point, what getting on board is there to do? It sounds like we're just gonna.
We need to
bite
be
the dust.
planting trees like our life depends on it, because it does.
Yeah, just because we reach some magic marker doesn't mean we just give up on the earth and say to hell with it, let it all burn. Like that's I don't understand
Well, if
that
the
logic
magic
at all.
marker is the point beyond return, then if we can't return, why try to return? If we know for a fact we can't.
Well, because we can try. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's like you're like 3/4 of the way through a marathon and you sprain your ankle and you're just like, oh, I'm just not going to do it. I would crawl across the thing just to do it. Like, let's do it.
Well, no, it's more like someone is going through cutting off each limb, and now you're at the end with no limbs and pretty much on death's door, and it's gonna happen anyways.
But
and you're
it's
saying
going to happen 100
no,
million
keep
years
me
out.
suffering.
So we
Keep
have
me suffering
time.
for longer.
We
Please.
have time and we can develop new technology. You're just saying because we hit some magical point here and we've got new technology coming out every day that we're just done. That defeatist attitude is the whole problem of this country.
The very
You
technology
try
causing
for
the
your
problem.
children, you try for your grandchildren, you try for the giraffes, you try for the elephants, you try for the butterflies, you try for the lizards, you try for the frogs. We try because it's beautiful enough to try and save it.
I say what we should do is just stop actively destroying the world and just with the state it is, we adapt. like all living things ever have for all of the existence of life on Earth.
We can't adapt to not having air to breathe. We
Well,
can
that's not going to
adapt to
happen.
burning
We
off
can
the
adapt.
That's
ozone
also
layer
not going to
that
happen.
We
protects
can
us from
adapt by stopping
radiation.
oil and gas. God.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
lot
what we
that we
should
can
do
do.
is we should change to nuclear. We should get rid of all of this dirty energy and go to nuclear, and then we don't have to actively repair anything because the Earth has a
What are we going
system
to do
that
with
has
those
worked for
rods?
billions of years,
What are
and
we going to
we'll
do with all those
just
nuclear rods? We don't have a clean, safe way to get rid of them. We were
yes,
facing
we
that
do.
problem 30 years ago, and now they found a way to get a little more use out of the rods, but we have figured out no way to safely dispose of them other than some jackass saying we should shoot them into space, which I think is a horrible idea. I mean, it's just.
Actually,
no, we
this needs
have
to be put into perspective. Here's the thing. Would you care to guess how much nuclear waste has ever been produced in the entire history of mankind? Ever.
I mean, why don't you just tell us? It sounds like you know.
Okay, sure. It can fill one football field. Nuclear energy
Okay.
is a very clean energy. Okay, so when you say that we can't dispose of it very cleanly, we actually can, and they're actually finding ways to reuse the rods that have been spent. So,
And
I
Greg, I
mean,
said
not
that
only
in what
that.
I
yeah
said.
decay reactors.
Okay.
No, I said that in what I said. I said we've gotten some use out of them, but we haven't fully figured out how to get rid of all of them. And it's more than a football field because we have a whole mountain buried full of them. This was a debate they had in the 90s, and we've gotten a little better at it. But realistically, if we go straight to nuclear and generate all those rods, that's going to be a problem very, very quickly.
Well, we've
And the
gone
fact that
massive
we need
strides
to
since the
see that
90s.
ahead of time is important.
That I mean, the 90s was like 30 years ago. We've done massive strides in nuclear
Yes,
technology
I
since.
said that we figured out how to get some more off of them. But even
Yeah, we
now,
figured out
we still
nuclear
have
decay
nuclear
reactors.
waste.
We have decay
Okay,
reactors
whatever.
where we literally put those same spent rods in another kind of reactor that just pulls energy from the decay, which is what causes that residual radioactivity.
But we have how many countries around the world making nuclear waste?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an answer. Nevada is no
Yeah.
longer accepting spent rods. They don't want them anymore. They cannot be safely transported across our country. We are definitely making strides in nuclear, but it is not the answer. Like, the answer for humanity is to stop consuming. And I am with Poetivity that nothing else matters. There is no economy on an unalived planet. Like, we have to take care of our planet first, and people are not doing that. All of this other stuff is a distraction from what is going to be our ultimate demise at the end of the day. Like, nothing else matters. And
well, how are you going to reduce consumption?
Well, that's what our government is planning on doing for us. That's why they want so many of us to unalive, voluntarily or otherwise, because
that's
cognizant
evil
of how terrible the planet is at this point. They know full well
Holy
that they
shit,
cannot
that's
continue.
evil.
That's absolutely.
And here's the thing, though. Like, nuclear energy costs a lot more than people think it does. Yeah, you may pay your energy bill, and it seems low cost, but when the reality is that taxpayer dollars are paid to store that. The federal government pays for that, not the energy companies. If the energy companies were to be responsible for paying for the storage, we'd be fucked. Right? It would be extremely expensive. Not only would it be extremely expensive, those companies would not do it properly, and then you'd end up with leakages. And the claim that all the nuclear waste that we've ever had fits on a football field is a fucking lie. That is a bold-faced fucking lie, and you know it, or you've been propagandized. That is a very specific type of nuclear energy that you're referring to that doesn't cover all of the other types of nuclear waste that is held in the thing. We have, matter of fact, I think 15 sites in the United States to hold nuclear energy. An entire fucking mountain, Yucca Mountain, was created to hold it. We have a lot of nuclear waste.
Salt mine.
We have a lot of nuclear waste, and we're paying for that, and the government hides that information from you, built into the Department of Energy. So you acting as if we've got it figured out is nonsense. Now, can we figure out how and what to do with that stuff? Yes, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. So that's not
Thank
the
you.
answer.
It
Actually,
needs
sorry,
Not only
I
that,
looked it up. I looked it up. I was wrong. It is 32 million meters squared, which means about 450,000 metric tons of nuclear waste. So it's hell of a lot more than I thought. You're
And
right.
none of it
Made in all of history.
Made in all of
Made in
history.
where
Yes.
most nuclear reactors would need to be placed would be along our coasts because we cannot cool them otherwise without that amount of water. And with sea level rise, all of that's going to be impossible. We already have ones that are built that need to be retrofitted in order to be safe for the future. So, like, we're not even retrofitting our old infrastructure. We're going to build these futuristic plants. Like, it's not happening in the time frame that we need. So we
the
really
water
gotta
isn't
focus.
just
and let's
for
clarify something. When y'all say
the
all
water
of
isn't
history,
just for
we've only had
cooling.
nuclear power since the 40s.
It's for the power production.
So let's not
Data
act like we've
centers.
had it for since
It's not
eternity.
for power production. It's not for us. Our rates will not go down. It's for data centers.
No, I'm saying the water that they put in there, yeah, we get power. Basically, certain forms of nuclear reactors, specifically the ones that use water, are mostly basically giant steam engines. Actually, funny enough, what happens is they use the radioactive, or what's it called, the nuclear fission to make steam out of the water, to superheat the water to produce massive amounts of energy.
Yeah,
through turbines. So the
Like
water's not
right
just for
now,
cooling.
Well, I think
right
the
now we're
important.
still dealing with Chernobyl because Russia dropped a drone in there accidentally and screwed up the incredible structure. The $6 billion structure they had to build to try to house this fucking problem.
They popped a
Yeah,
And
hole
now
in
there's
it.
been a drone drop through it. There was a fire inside of it because of where the drone went through. They had to cut more holes in it to put out the fire, and now it's just leaking. And they have no idea what to do about it.
What
Yeah.
do you mean it's leaking again?
Yeah,
It's
there's
no
a hole
longer
in the roof.
contained.
The concrete slider roof over top of Chernobyl. Brilliant piece of architecture. It's got a hole because of a drone.
I mean,
I thought you were saying it was a hole in the elephant's foot, which is the thing actually protecting us. That would have been bad. I
There's
don't know how
one in
you'd even
that
do
too.
that.
They said it's all the way to the bottom.
How is there a
So yes,
hole
there
in the
is.
elephant's tooth or
There is
foot?
one
No,
in the
there's
elephant's
not.
foot.
It's
Yes.
there's no. It's in the thing that covers the sarcophagus. It's in the
Right.
sarcophagus.
Yeah, the sarcophagus. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's
I have a
just
question.
a amount of
From where they tried
radiation
to put out
outside
the
of the
fire
elephant's
all the
foot.
way to the bottom.
somebody had a question.
Yeah, I had a question.
What's up?
So, would it be a good idea to rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement?
Yeah.
At least that's a good start.
I mean,
And
the reason
then
why I ask is because that's probably one of the most direct things a president can do in terms of like climate change without actually like passing a bill.
honestly, I
That's why
believe we should do a joint venture with China over the thorium reactors. They've made great strides.
Actually, they've come up with something called pebble reactors, which are much safer and actually
I saw
shut
that too.
themselves down if there's a problem.
One of the greatest things that we could do in our country personally, really quickly, would be to stop deforesting our country and instead focus on our infrastructure. Like, we're spending billions of dollars deforesting the West, and it's still not protecting our communities. And if we took all of those billions of dollars and invested them in the infrastructure needs that we have, upgrading our utility services, all of those things, we would be in a much better space than we are right now. So we are directly contributing on both ends to harming the climate, increasing climate change, and all the other issues that go along with it, because it's not just climate change, it's not just deforestation, it's biodiversity loss and like a ton of compounding things. And we just need to shift the funding away from destruction and into infrastructure.
Well, that's why I would give Biden some credit because he did pass an infrastructure. So, but I do
A
agree with
whole
you.
lot. He did more towards it than any other president. And the president that we have now, unfortunately, is like taking down everything and accelerating the problem of climate change. Like every decision he makes is for oil and gas companies. It's absolutely
Franklin Roosevelt. I wouldn't say more than every president. Franklin Roosevelt did more.
Damn near.
Action more than any other president that we've had.
I mean, if you think about it, he has passed an incredible amount of legislation.
Yeah, he did.
And
This picture, guys, really blows my mind because this report is talking about how to clean up a lot of the sites, and they put this in it like they're literally just digging holes and then like dumping the shit in it, and it's inside those containers. Yeah, it works until those containers leak.
You have to put salt in them. It's best to do that in salt mines because salt is known for It does a better job of dissipating radiation.
I don't know, something to be about like, oh, we've got this nuclear waste. Let's bury it into the earth that gives everybody life. Let's do that. That's a great idea.
Well, yeah, that's where most of our radiation comes from, is the underneath us and from the sun.
Yes, let's add more that wasn't there before. That's part of waste. We're not talking about background radiation, man. We're talking about spent fuel and the various things that create nuclear waste. You comparing it to the Earth's natural radiation is kind of silly.
And it's crazy because, like, I live in California, which everybody considers to be this environmentally wonderful place, but we removed our rooftop solar subsidies. So while we're talking about building all this crap to support data centers, which are depleting our groundwater and stuff, we're not even subsidizing rooftop solar anymore. Like, we could do this at a community-wide level easily. I don't understand the difference. Like, do you want your utility bills to be cheaper? Then we should have windmills and solar on our roofs. And if you want the billionaires to get richer, then we build more data centers and nuclear power plants.
Dude,
Well, the data centers
well, no, I mean,
water.
the billionaires don't make money off of power. They make money off of fractional banking and investments and various little tiny things. Data centers, yes. I would not lump in nuclear energy with data centers. They are different things, and they are different people at the tops of them.
But the reason we lump them together is it's going to take that nuclear energy to run all these data centers that we have put all over the country, because currently we're not making enough power to satisfy the AI demand.
And I have a question for the panel.
And well, hold on, I'm almost done. So, and on top of that, they're also polluting the water at a horrendous rate. Alabama's going to lose 2 species of fish that are only indigenous to here, so they're going to go completely extinct, and and some waterfowl, all because of the new plans for the data centers and the small reactors.
No, I would say probably oil reactors are going to be doing a lot more to the water supply. A lot more of traditional fossil fuel power
They've already
does a
come
lot
out
more
and
to the
said that it's the
groundwater.
data centers cooling that is going to destroy the waterway.
The
It's not a
data center
guess.
cooling,
We're
yeah.
not guessing at why. We have an ecological report. They've gone out there and done the studies, and the studies say if they build that plant, that now even Kate Britt, who is a Republican, is standing in the way of, because she was all for it to begin with. They build that plant, they're going to destroy the Cahaba River. Like, you can try to change it any way you want to, but that plant is
Maybe
going
they
to
should just get
destroy
rid
the
of the
river.
data center, not avoid upgrading energy, but instead just say no. You can't build this massive data center that keeps letting out all this cooling. They
Do you
shouldn't be
realize
doing
how
that.
many nuclear plants are in America right now? Like, do you realize Alabama has 2?
Do you realize how many of these data centers you're complaining about exist? A lot
I
more than
absolutely
nuclear
know.
thing. Why are we
There's 3 going
conflating
into
them?
almost every state, if not more.
But
I do
you're
know.
conflating them.
Please quit
You're
trying to change
conflating the
the
two.
subject of what I'm asking you. You're really good at that. You
I'm
change
not
it
changing the
around so
subject.
that you're
I'm
not
saying you're
answering the question.
conflating the two.
Never mind. I'm not.
Well, I
need the new
I have a
building all this.
question for the panel. If I
What's up?
Would you say, and I'm not an Elon Musk fan, so not to accuse me of that, Like, would you say that Elon Musk, with what he's done with Tesla, his solar, has had a better impact on the environment or a negative impact on the environment?
I think it's a net
We
zero.
don't. Yeah, we don't know
Yeah.
yet because what, in my opinion, Tesla did that was good was he made it mainstream. The usage of electric vehicles. Now we aren't to the point yet where because we still have to mine this rare earth minerals and shit that they need for it, but it's gotten people to
Yeah.
the point to where they want to buy those things. So I don't think we've gotten to the level yet that we need to go to because it's still harmful. But as technological innovations come with the money that is that they gain from the purchase of those vehicles, will eventually be used to get there, and I think that's a good thing. My
I think
opinion.
it's complicated because, like, if people went out and bought a new EV when their vehicle was running fine, you were just harming the environment. Like, it's a good idea in concept, but really, I think it was just a way to keep us buying cars rather than focusing on public transportation infrastructure. So we really,
I mean,
I agree.
cars are
I mean,
always going to be an
also,
issue. And with, like, solar is a great thing, except we have implemented it in the wrong way. Like, solar farms destroying our open spaces and public lands were never a good idea. That never was the way to do it. So
Plenty
all
of
of these things
parking
are
lots
great
for
on
that.
practice, but we should have electric buses and electric trains and stuff, and not
Yes,
a bunch of electric cars.
exactly.
We
Well, the
need to
reason
figure
why I
out
say
that
that is
battery
because
I don't
solution.
think it's going to make enough of a difference. What we would need to, what would be better, is to crack down on big, big, what's it called? The big logistics companies that put in way more pollution. These steamboats that just put in ungodly amounts of greenhouse gases into the thing, so much that farming and transportation of goods combined dwarfs all combined pollution from cars on the personal scale.
Well, let's be honest. Like, one of Tesla's biggest problems isn't like, yeah, they solved the gas problem, but they didn't solve the battery burning on the highway for 7 hours problem.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
that's not
true.
good for the environment or you.
And
Well,
all the stuff coming out of that battery going up into the atmosphere, very, very bad for all of us.
You
So,
know,
like, that's a catch-22 because they only solve portions of the problem.
It's going to
yeah,
be much worse
Andy.
than weather change when that starts getting up in the air.
Well, it's
You
still
know,
I just
still
said
better
I
than like your
just
regular vehicle because they don't have oil that leaks in parking spots on the
Yeah.
grass in the what I mean. So like and
No, they just have lithium that does it instead
Well,
and
and then there is a
destroys
big
every
problem.
lithium
crop.
is leaking out of the battery. Is that what you said?
Well, the main problem is that the tires break down faster than on a traditional vehicle.
I
Oh,
have a
because of the
Tesla,
torque.
so
Because
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
torque
the
of course you
converter.
can fix that by throttling.
yeah, they need to
Yeah,
fix
gear.
that because the
Yeah.
the microplastics are a huge issue right
the,
now.
like I can admit that Elon Musk is an absolute shit person. And the fact that he's like I don't even know that he's announced that he's officially a trillionaire with his new pay package with Tesla. I don't really care about that.
Dude, a
And the fact,
trillionaire.
well,
Yo.
yeah, I mean, if you look it up, he
He's
got a
on
new
track.
pay package from Tesla. He's on track to becoming the first trillionaire. He's not a trillionaire now. I'm just saying that he will be.
Unless we take it from him when Democrats take off.
Yep, next year, by next year, he'll be a
Get his
trillionaire.
ass, Mr. Postman. Sorry.
Look, I
Well,
truly believe, like, I was one of those people when electric cars came out, I was 100% on board. And then I saw one burning in downtown Birmingham all damn day. Screwed up traffic all day, caused multiple wrecks. Like I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Like, because that wasn't just a small problem, and they couldn't get it off the road either. That was the other problem.
Yeah.
well, liberal loudmouth, can I ask you, and this is just a genuine question, why do you want Elon Musk to like give some of his money to like causes, or what do you mean?
What do you? Well, first I was being sarcastic, but he
Oh,
did
sorry.
commit crimes. He did commit crimes, and I believe that they should investigate him for the crimes that he did commit.
And
I'd
was
also
that
like to
under
say, I
Doge,
think
right?
I think if he's going to be a trillionaire, he should be basically just giving everything to his community. I wholeheartedly agree with I have Ben Franklin's view on this, that wealth isn't just a privilege, it's a responsibility. Uh, if you are going to be rich in this country, that's fine, be rich, but you have to give back to the
Well,
community that gave
Luke,
you
the
all this
problem
well,
wealth.
I know
They
the
this is a
used
problem
to
very
with
have
that
to.
is
unpopular
that the
unpopular
problem.
take with
Yes.
Republicans, but Elon should not be getting corporate subsidies. He should not be getting all this corporate welfare. We don't want to feed the people, but Elon's on track to be a trillionaire, and both of his major companies get huge subsidies from the government.
Well,
Yeah, we need
look
to
at the
stop
problem.
subsidies.
The problem with that is that I do agree that, like, people with massive amounts of wealth should get back to the community, and I do hope that they do. And I don't think Elon Musk has done shit for the community in terms of, like, charity. But I wouldn't say like adding a law or a requirement for like billionaires or people to have to give a percentage of what they make to charities.
Oh
I
no.
hope.
No, it used to be not a percentage. It used to be like you actually were expected to do programs.
That's right.
Before yeah, all the
Real?
robber barons, for everything bad we
Mm-hmm.
said about them, you have like Carnegie Hall, you have the
Rockefeller
you have
Center.
yes.
Yeah.
They had to do programs, and they were required by law to do this because of how much wealth they had.
Carnegie
And
Mellon University.
I would say more so now than back then. We need it because here's the thing: we don't operate under real laissez-faire capitalism anymore. Every major corporation is subsidized, all of them.
Agree.
They are
I
they have a responsibility not only just because they're so wealthy, but because we literally give them our money.
Yeah, I mean, they used to be.
yeah. I mean, look. Sorry.
I was just going to say they used to actually have to serve a public good. They could only exist temporarily for projects that they were going to do, and then they would become defunct. And this is how it operated for a long time. And if they were going to be like a long-term corporation, that long-term corporation had to give back to the community in certain ways. And if they didn't, if they found that they weren't doing that, they removed their charter and removed the corporation from existence. That's how we used to do it when the country first began, and they did it for a long time. But then states started like competing with each other, so then one state would relax its corporate charter system, so then those businesses would move over there because then they could just stay forever, and so then other states started following suit. But it actually, it worked to a large degree back then because the corporation should not have this personhood and exist in perpetuity while being able to claim personhood. Fucking ridiculous to me. But
The claim that we ever were laissez-faire capitalists is false. We have moved from managed capitalism to subsidized capitalism. We've moved from having power over our millionaires to having to be subservient to our billionaires.
And it's at a more basic level than that. Like, we do not have a truly free market anymore. We don't have options to go to another business when they're not treating their employees well, when they're, bringing the environment. What is it, 88% of companies owned on the S&P or traded on the S&P are owned by the same top 3 shareholders.
Yeah.
So every business is owned by the same person. So we don't even have a free market. So we're not living in capitalism per se. This is like some corporate capitalist weirdness.
Well,
Yeah.
it is capitalism, but it's just not laissez-faire.
yeah, we've certainly gone to this weird fucking. It's an oligarchy now because for example, like fucking Netflix just bought Warner Brothers Warner Brothers. Did you guys see that? They're about to. It's like
Yeah.
80 some billion dollars. Yeah. So they're literally just consolidating, and before you know it, you're going to have 5 companies that literally own everything, and they write their laws for themselves because they buy the politician. This is a problem. It's a huge fucking problem.
Well, the thing
Crazy.
is that I would think I asked my buddies of mine whether they thought that Elon Musk earned and deserves his wealth, and the majority of them said no. And I'm wondering what you guys think about that.
He's government funded. He definitely didn't earn all of it. A
Right.
lot of that is our tax money.
I thought the
Yeah,
majority was in stock.
SpaceX and the carbon. There's a market where carbon credits are sold and bought, and Tesla's number one revenue producer is carbon credits that they sell to other companies that do not curtail.
Well, the majority of the money that Elon Musk has is actually in Tesla. It's not actual cash.
Yeah, it's investments.
Thank you, Babs, for the
And
hot chocolate.
I would say
I
the
don't think
entirety of his
investors earn
fortune
their
is
money.
based off of
And Bobby.
stolen public property. Like I don't. He didn't earn anything. He didn't come up with anything himself. He had no creative idea of his own. Like he took other people's ideas, and because he had money to invest, he invested, and that's not something that's an option for the vast majority of people. So I guess he did something, but people talk about this a lot, is who takes the risk when you're forming a new company these days? It used to be the person that was investing. It used to be the owner, but it's not the owner anymore. They're not taking any risk. They're forming LLCs. They file for bankruptcy when they fail, and the labor is taking all the risk. So we are providing the intellectual property, we are providing the tax dollars to fund not only what made the intellectual property, but then the business itself is funded through subsidies, and they're profiting off our labor. So, I mean, I don't think that he earned a damn thing.
Have you ever seen
what Elon Musk has bought the IP, right? Intellectual property of the original creator of the quote unquote Tesla. That's all he did. No, that's not true. Secondly, what he did was the remarkable thing was he was able to market it to the mass market, bring it to market. But did he invent anything? No.
No, he just bought the companies, and the thing is that Elon Musk is on the board on both of SpaceX and Tesla, so it's theoretically impossible for him to get fired from the.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys know this, but corporations used to not be able to own other corporations. Did you guys know that here in this
Because
country?
they didn't have personhood.
Right.
Yeah, they couldn't own another corporation. They had to do one thing. So like Pepsi couldn't buy fucking KFC or whatever. This shit has gone so fucking wackadoodle, and it's happening right in front of our eyes. And really, in my opinion, that is the biggest problem that we have, is this consolidation of wealth and power and shit, like what we're seeing with
Rockefeller
Elon's.
perfected the system. He's the one that started or mastered vertical integration. He went through Standard Oil. He controlled and ended up controlling the entire supply chain, from oil to the ground to the pump. Every step of the way, if you have individual business involved, you got to pay me. You got to pay Loudmouth, right? He's a truck driver, right? No, he minimized costs by owning every step of the logistics, from taking it out of the ground all the way to processing, all the way to delivering to the gas pump.
Mm-hmm.
And every corporation from then on, look at McDonald's, they do the same thing.
Yep.
McDonald's owns from the cows all the way to they rent out properties now, but anyways, if they've got corporate McDonald's stores, they own everything to minimize costs, to monopolize the system.
Yeah,
Vertical
McDonald's
integration.
is a
real estate
it's all
company.
just a property. Yeah, it's a real estate company. It's not a.
It is
the biggest
restaurant.
real estate company in America.
It transformed itself, yes.
Yeah, it didn't transform itself. Ray Kroc basically took the McDonald's name from the actual McDonald's and made his real estate company that made all the other McDonald's restaurants on them.
Yeah, they all got fucked, because if you don't do what we say, we're going to kick you off the property.
Yeah.
Realize
I'm getting a call. I'll have to
see you
guys later.
You guys realize that if we continue talking this way about this, they will shut down TikTok.
Well, I mean, they got me yesterday, and then what? I got what, three dings today, motherfuckers.
Yeah, well, if we
Conversation.
continue talking about the real problem and the real thing that we need to focus on and where our real energy needs to be instead of like the scandals that Trump did today or the grifting that he's doing or how much we hate each other, then if we start talking about this, which is the number one issue in the world for all humans,
Well,
um,
it's like a
they will shut
self-perpetuating
down
issue.
TikTok.
It's like a
They'll be like,
self-perpetuating issue with that, because I would much rather talk about some of these things, but then people don't watch. The numbers drop. And so if you're speaking to nobody, you're not really doing much. And so you have to pepper these weird things in to get numbers up so that you can then have these conversations in front of people. And then you'll watch. The numbers will slowly drop. It's fucking weird, but
well, it's gone up since we started talking about this. It was down in the 60s. Now it's in the
it was
70s.
it was in the 80s earlier. And
Okay.
so it's kind of dropped, and it's hovered around 70 on average, but which, because hell, this morning whenever we first started, we were stuck at like 20 for damn near almost an hour.
Yeah, but you had like
and then-
126 when I came in.
Oh, did it get up over 100? I didn't even
I thought
notice.
so.
You're over 100.
It was.
Well,
Bug.
Yeah.
It's really difficult, and I will
And-
agree with you that like anytime you start talking about the environment or climate, like people are not.
They'll just check out. They
they're
want
they're
drama.
consumers, and they don't want to hear that like they need to consume less.
Right. And like, because when Dahl and everybody was arguing, the numbers were solid, they were staying there. And it's, and I get it, but we have to change our entire culture and the way we consume stuff in order to fix this, because otherwise nobody listens. This is boring. I want some tea. Give me some Kim Kardashian. I want to see her butt crack. Like,
Well,
what are we doing, people?
Jerry Springer is rampant, runs wild. People like that shit, the drama.
Right. And so you have to
You
you have to
admit
find
that
a way
human
to
drama is funny and fun. Like,
it is. You have to balance that though. Like, you got to get the numbers up doing this stuff, and then try to find a way to get it back on track and hope that some of the people stick around for it, but usually they don't. It's kind of a fucked up deal, but
So I mean, my name is literally Congress of Climate, and I try to pepper my environmental videos in amongst like things that are gonna get people riled up, because at least they're gonna get some attention that way. It sucks.
Yeah.
It's like we're all addicted to our own rage.
Yes. That's right. Yeah, and it's, I've noticed that even more since I started doing this, because I'll have somebody in that I just can't stand, but they drive numbers because they're dramatic. They cause problems, and then people will bitch about those people. Like, oh my God, why do you platform this person? In the back of my mind, it's like, because that's the only time you'll watch. The moment I kick them or they get dropped or whatever, the numbers go. So people will bitch about the thing, want that person gone, and then when they leave, those people leave.
So that's why you keep me around.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why everybody's welcome up here.
Well, that's how
you
they've
never know what
driven
kind
the
of crazy
whole
shit.
campaign of misinformation on the right, like with outrage.
Kara.
Like the immigrants or the stupid Democrats are trying to take your gas stoves. Like, there's all these crazy things that they're saying to outrage people, and they pick it up and they go with it, and they're addicted to their own raised emotions. Like, it makes them feel alive like nothing else does, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, we made some MAGA guy cry in a live yesterday, and the numbers were incredible.
Yeah,
I make them completely freak out.
Who is
People
that?
like to watch a train crash. Think about it. People love
They don't want to watch the
train
cleanup.
crash.
They don't want to watch the cleanup, though.
Right. And so I'm not going to name any names, but earlier that train wreck, they love to watch the train wreck.
Oh, yeah, that train wreck was amazing.
They hear the train a coming. It's coming around the
I
bend.
hear the train a coming. It's going round the bend.
I mean, it's you know, so there's, I don't know, there's got to be like a happy medium, but sometimes, you know, it gets so bad and everybody's pissed off about it that they don't want to engage in just like regular conversation, but you do what you can, I guess. But anyway, guys, the show did technically end at 1. I didn't meet my live goal for today, but that's okay. It was a good, I think it was a good live. I appreciate everybody that came out here. I appreciate all the gifts. Bunny, you got number 1. Bobby, number 2. Ray Day, number 3. Babs, number 4. And Andy, you were number 5. Thank you to all of you and to everybody that supports this live continually. I appreciate you. I'll be back in the morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. So be there, or as they say, be square. We'll catch you guys next. Oh, thank you, Andy. Ooh, sparklers. Very patriotic. Thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you later. Peace.
All right, peace.